Hello! All right. I'm very excited to start the course. I hope you are too. But before we do, as always, we need to see where we're starting and where we are ending so we have a clear path to success. So let's see what this course looks like for you. Now, although you can do these projects in any order, pick the ones that you like. With that said, we have ordered the projects and the code review in a way that makes sense in terms of learning. So we recommend following the order we have set the course in. And we will also provide all the code for the projects right off the bat so you can follow along, or if you don't like coding along, you can use that code and customize the projects on your own. And because we have 20 projects, I'm not going to go through them in depth just in this video because, well, you're going to get bored of me talking. So this is going to be a quick overview of what we're building just to get an idea, and then we're going to jump straight in. Ready? Let's have a look. First, we're going to start with the developer setup. We're just going to set up our computers and our environment to make sure that we can follow the rest of the course. It's going to be very quick. We're going to set up things like VS Code so that you have a professional setup. Then we get into the fun part. The first project we're going to build is a quote generator. And I mean, who doesn't love a good inspirational quote? We also add some nice functionality here, but also the ability to tweet out a quote, which is a really nice feature, I think. Next, we learn about a feature that's very common in modern website. That is this ability to infinitely scroll through pictures. How do we keep loading pictures that is performant and, well, has nice user experience? A very useful technique that you're going to use throughout your career. Between the code generator and the infinite scroll, we're going to learn about fetch, about async await, CORS issues and how to avoid them, about events, scroll events, and listeners. We then jump into picture-in-picture. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to learn about the screen capture API, and we're going to show you how you can have perhaps a coding video or a YouTube video running on the screen while you're browsing the internet. This is going to be a fun tool that you can use at your workplace to pretend like you're working, but instead watch movies. Okay, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Next, we're going to tell some jokes. Well, not us, but we're going to build a little robot that will
Changing random stuff until your program works is hacky and a bad coding practice, but if you do it fast enough, it's machine learning and pays 4x your current salary.
Okay, we're going to build a joke teller app. Now, I can't guarantee that the joke teller is going to be funny, but it's going to be a fun one, and we're going to learn about using text-to-speech and, of course, using async await and the joke API. Next, we're going to do something really fun and learn about a feature that we see a lot in modern websites, that is dark and light mode. And we're going to dynamically store this information in local storage so that every time we refresh a page, a user's preference is remembered. Next, we learn about building a product or a page that has some fun animation as you scroll. We're also going to learn about using templates that we can find online to build our custom projects. We're also going to learn about performance and what we should load on a page, and using libraries like aos.js to do some fun animations. Next, we build a really nice animation profile, specifically CSS animations, and create dynamic menus. Then we get in touch with our artistic side. Okay, maybe not my artistic side, but Jacinto's artistic side. We're going to build a music player. Yeah, look at that, sounding groovy, I like it. Okay, I won't teach you to make any songs and I won't sing along to scare you away, I promise, but we're going to have a lot of fun with this feature. Next, we're going to build a countdown timer. We're going to learn about things like local storage, working with date objects, even creating date pickers. And another fun one, showing how to create backgrounds on web pages that are video. All right, lots more to go. Let's keep going. We also have a bookmark project. This is where we can add our own bookmarks, our own favorite bookmarks to this page, and using the browser cache so that our bookmark remembers what we like, and we can always visit this page to find our bookmarks. Next, it keeps going. We learn about creating a video player. and not just any video player, but a beautiful video player like YouTube, and setting up custom things that you often see in video player websites so that one day you can create your own YouTube, maybe. Then we talk about something super important, because at the end of the day, the web is just full of forms. Whether you're using Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, these are just forms. And in this project, we're going to learn all about forms, how to validate forms, how to check for passwords, all the important things of being a web developer. We still have a lot more to go. I know everybody knows rock, paper, scissors, but do you know rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock? Neither did I until I started this project, and we're going to have a lot of fun with this, just playing different games and, of course, learning how to have a confetti animation, because who doesn't like some good confetti? Next, we're going to work with the NASA API. This is going to be really, really fun, where we're going to be able to add things to our favorites, and we can also load new space images. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to learn about space. Who doesn't like that? Then we get into a super exciting part. I'm really excited about this one because, well, we're going to learn how to use Paint. I have no idea what I just drew here, but yep, that's right. We are creating our own Paint. How cool is that? We're going to be able to save images. We're going to be able to erase messages and also go back because, well, we didn't like what we just drew. Very, very cool. We're going to learn some really advanced HTML techniques here, as well as using the HTML canvas. We're almost done here, people. We then have Pong, a classic game for us to build and play and hopefully destroy the computer. I'm getting good at this game. All right, next up, we have a math sprint game. Now I know, nobody really likes math except for some of you, but we promise this is going to be a lot of fun and it's going to test the speed of your math abilities. All right, just a few more left. We then have another fun feature where we get to drag around items. We can add different items to a Kanban board and just learn about the drag and drop features that we can implement. And we're also going to use local storage again to save our data, so every time we refresh our Kanban board, well, is going to have the items as we've requested them. Next, we build a fun project that is a must for a JavaScript developer because, well, it just helps you with logic. We're going to build an actual calculator. Let's make sure 5 times 5 equals 25. All right, we're good. The calculator works. We're going to learn about math methods, but most importantly, using JavaScript to create logic and then manipulate the DOM to display our desired outcome. It's going to be a lot of fun. Finally, we show you a really fun project. That is, what happens when you get a design from a developer or a client. They give you an image and they say, well, can you create this website? We're going to be using Figma here and then showing you how to translate a website from just an idea, just images, just CSS into an actual website. A very useful skill. Oh boy, that's a lot, but I do want to mention one last thing though. The best part of this course is right here. Our online private community of over 130,000 programmers. Here, including myself, we have people that are taking the course, taking the ZTM courses, chatting every day about programming and helping each other out, solving problems. We have monthly coding challenges. And it's a place for you to be able to share your projects, get feedback on your projects. Now, this is an optional resource for you to use, so you can have a back and forth conversation with other students and myself. All right, enough talk. Let's get started and let's start building some projects. I'll see you inside. Let's talk about JavaScript. Why does it exist? You see, JavaScript came onto the scene in 1995, specifically to make websites more interactive. Up until that point, we had HTML and CSS, and that allowed us to have text and styling on a web page. For example, this was the very first website created. This is it. And if we open up the developer tools and we have a look here, we'll see that we have our HTML, which is right over here, And then although this website doesn't have any styling, we can add styling if we wanted to. Let's say we wanted in header 1 to have a background of blue. Now, we added some styling, but this website is static. That is, it doesn't really change. What we see is what we get. But now with JavaScript, we have the ability to make things interactive. We have the ability to change our websites based on user actions. And websites like these, by the early 2000s, turned into web apps because they started doing more and more things than just displaying information. But throughout the years, the role of JavaScript has not really changed. All JavaScript is doing is saying, hey, based on what the user does on the website, do something on the screen. Do something based on inputs. What do I mean? Think of it this way. All we're doing with JavaScript is to add logic to our websites, right? If this happens, then do this. And in this course, we're going to learn the if this happens, then do this paradigm. And you'll find out at the end of the day, the equation or the function that we use is always this. When the user does something, let's say loads a website, clicks a button, hits refresh. When a user does that, with the JavaScript that we write and the input that we get, that is the user action, returns some sort of an output. And that output is usually something displayed on the screen. We take the user, we write some JavaScript that waits for these user actions and then returns our desired state or desired website. If this happens, then do this. And this course is all about that. What is this JavaScript file that we can use, that we can code, that we can write to build some really fun projects? And we're going to use the power of JavaScript with the window object. What do I mean? If we go back to our browser and we go to the console, we can type in the window object, and this window object is a Swiss Army knife or a tool that all the browsers provide for us that gives us a lot of powers to do things, to use JavaScript to do these interactions. And throughout the course, we're going to be using this window object, things like set timeout, things like the DOM or the document object model, which is what we see over here, to modify this DOM, this HTML, to make it interactive. Now, why is this interesting? Why do we care? Well, because at the beginning, we had these static sites. And now with JavaScript, we can have dynamic sites, pages that dynamically respond to user input and actions. And don't worry, at the end of it all, once we finish all our projects in this course, we have a special section where you learn what the advantages of frameworks like Angular, libraries like React and Vue, what the advantages are and when you should use them. So make sure you hang around for that one, because when you get to that part and you finish all projects, you'll finally understand what those popular libraries actually do. So let's dive in.
So, if you've never done any web development before, I'm going to walk you through everything you need to code along with the projects in the course. And I'm also going to show you how to be able to host your projects online for free so they can be shared with anyone. For this first video, I'm going to show you how to install Git and Visual Studio Code on your Mac. There will be another video that will go over these installations on Windows as well. So Git is necessary to push our local code into our GitHub repository, which in turn allows us to host our projects online. Visual Studio Code is the program we're going to use to actually work on our code itself. All right, so first, on a Mac, there is an extra step we're going to take, and that is installing Homebrew. So Homebrew is self-proclaimed as the missing package manager for Mac OS and for Linux. And you can see it has instructions to install. We're going to paste a line into our Mac OS terminal. But first, we're just going to take a brief look at what does Homebrew do. So it installs the stuff that you need that Apple or Linux didn't install for you. And this is usually things that are related to web development. Obviously, that's what our case is. So we are going to follow their instructions, copy this, and we're going to open up our terminal. We're going to use Command spacebar. Then we're just going to type in terminal, and that'll open up our terminal. We'll make it full screen, and I'm going to use Command plus to zoom in so we can see it. And I'm going to paste that in there, press enter, and it's going to ask for my password. I'm going to put in my password here, press enter. So now it's telling you this is what it's going to do. It's going to install these things. I'm going to press enter to allow it to do that. And it's going to ask me for my password again, and again, and again. Okay, so now it's going to install. It asked me for my password multiple times just because I was having some issues with my sudo commands here, but for you, it should just actually run what it's running now. Okay, so we have successfully installed Homebrew. Awesome. So we can actually close this terminal for now. Now, if we go back to our browser, we can see that to install Git, we have just one simple command in Homebrew that we're going to run. So we're going to actually create another terminal. So I did not need to close that other one, but I did. So let's open a fresh one, start over. And we're going to just run the command brew install git, press enter. And you can see it's downloading. Okay, that's done being installed. Let's just confirm that it is installed. We're going to type git -- version. And we see that we have a version number there. Perfect, it's installed. All right, so next we can actually now close our terminal. We're done with it. And we're going to go back to our browser. And we're going to download Visual Studio Code. We can see that there's a Windows version here, but we're on Mac right now, so we're going to download the Mac version. Okay, once that's finished downloading, we're going to click on the file. And we can see we have the file here. If we click on it, we can see that our application is downloaded from the internet. Are we sure we want to open it? So you can see that this is actually already pre-bundled. We don't even need to install anything. And you can see that this opened my previous project, my quote generator. So yeah, that's all working. Perfect. So that's it for the setup that is specific to Mac. In the next videos, I'm going to go over the rest of the setup that you'll need that will apply to both Windows and Mac, starting with setting up our GitHub account. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so as I mentioned in the previous video, I was going through the installation of Git and Visual Studio Code on a Mac. In this video, I'm going to go over the installations of those two things on Windows. So the intention of this video is to walk you through the process on Windows if you've never done any web development before. So we're going to start from the very beginning. So Git is something necessary to install because it allows us to use GitHub to push our local code to a repository online that can then be shared. So you can share your actual code with people and they can look it over and they can suggest changes. And it also allows us to host projects online for free. Visual Studio Code is the program we're going to use to create the code for each of our projects. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to install Git for Windows. So we're going to go to gitforwindows.org. You can see it's popping up here already. I'm going to press enter. And all we're going to do here is click on the download button. Okay, once that has finished downloading, we're going to click on it here to launch the setup. We're going to click yes. We want to install it. And we're going to go through the setup here. So we're going to click next. And next, you can install it wherever you want. And yeah, we're going to install in that folder anyway. So we do want to make sure that we have checked our Windows Explorer integration. Our Git bash is very important. It allows us to create a Git-related terminal by right-clicking anywhere in a folder. And that's important if you ever want to create a new Angular project in a folder, for example. So we're going to leave that as it is. Make sure these boxes are checked here. And we'll click next, next. And so now it's asking you to choose the default editor. And for this, you can actually go down the drop-down and select Visual Studio Code as the default editor. And you can actually click on this link and it will launch to the site to actually download Visual Studio Code. And we're just going to click this download button here. Okay, and once that's finished downloading, we're actually going to run this setup before we finish our Git setup. So we're going to accept the terms, click next. You can choose whichever folder you want, but that's fine for me. I'm going to click next, next again. And the other thing I'm going to add is I'm going to add these two things here. So I want to add Open with Code action to the Windows Explorer file context menu. And I also want to add the Open with Code action to the directory context menu. And you know what? I'll also register it as the default text editor for supported types. And I'll also create a desktop icon. You don't have to do that. And I'm going to click next and install. Okay, so this is done installing, but I'm not going to launch it right yet. I'm going to just click finish, and I'm going to close the browser to jump back to our Git setup. So you can see here that the next button is grayed out because it's saying you should use this editor, but we don't have it currently. If we go back and then we go forward, you can see that now we can go next because we have Visual Studio Code installed. And for the rest of these settings, I'm just going to use whatever the recommended settings are. So I'm just going to click next, 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 next. And I'm not going to install the experimental support, and just click next there. Okay, so that's it. I'm not going to worry about viewing the release notes, so I'm just going to uncheck that, click next, and we're finished installing it. So you're going to notice that almost all the course is recorded on Mac, but I actually spend most of my life using Windows. So there's a few advantages to using Windows when it comes to Visual Studio Code and Git. And again, they're related to the Windows Explorer context menu. So I'm in my JS course folder, and we'll talk about our templates in the next couple videos. But I just wanted to right click to show you the things that we added to our Windows Explorer. So if I click on Git bash here, this allows me to create a terminal in the folder that I'm currently in. So instead of having to cd into the location, you can just open the folder in Windows, right-click, open Git bash to automatically have a terminal within that folder. So that's very handy. And the other thing is that I find super handy on Windows that I don't have on Mac is that I'm able to right-click on any folder and use the Open with Code option. And this automatically opens Visual Studio Code directly into this folder. So you can see I'm in my template folder here. So I find that very, very useful. So if you are using Windows for the code, feel free to take advantage of using that, even though in the videos I'm creating, I'm not able to do it that way because I'm working on a Mac. Okay. So that's about it for the Windows version of our setup for Git and Visual Studio Code. You can follow along from video 3 onwards in this section. The rest of the things I will show on Mac, but the rest of everything will apply to both Mac and Windows users. And that goes for almost everything else. Well, everything else within the course will apply for both Windows and Mac users. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions or have any issues with your setup on Windows, or if it operates a little bit differently than it does in my videos, please let me know. All right, that's it for this one. I'll see you in the next video. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now we are ready to dive into the basics of Visual Studio Code. First thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete this test folder from our GitHub video, and I'm going to create a new folder, -- space, and then template. So we're going to create a template project that we're going to copy and paste to create our further projects. And this is going to allow us to have some of the setup done so that we can just jump right into coding the project. Okay, so I'm going to open up this folder within Visual Studio Code. Okay, so we can see we have our folder here and it has nothing inside of it. Before we actually get to the project itself, I want to start by talking about extensions. For that, we're going to click on the icon with the squares here, and you can see that we have some extensions. So this will allow you to customize the way that Visual Studio Code runs. So there are two extensions I'm going to show you that I think are very useful. The first one is called color-highlight. So I'm just going to search for it. And you can see the first one here, color highlight. And what this allows is anytime you have a hex code for a color or an RGB value for a color, it will actually show that color within the code, so you can actually see what it is at a glance. So we're going to click Install. Okay, it's done already. You can see it's installed globally. Next, we're going to install our second and even more important extension, and that is Live Server. So you can see we want the first one here, Live Server 5.6.1, and we're going to install this. If we scroll down, we can see a little bit more about it, but more or less what happens is it allows when you update your code, you can see that we have the project open here on the right side. It will automatically refresh and save your changes and reflect them in the project itself. We'll test this out in just a minute. So before we get to that, we want to go back and actually create the files within our project. So first, we're going to use this icon here to create a new file. We'll start with our index.html, press enter, and then we're going to make a style.css file, press enter, and then lastly, we're going to make a script.js file and press enter. So you can see that it opened the three files that we just created, and they're all currently blank. We can also minimize our Explorer here by pressing this button. Now I'm going to show you some intelligent autocomplete functions within Visual Studio Code. So first, if you're starting from a blank HTML file, we are going to include first a doc type. So you see I pressed just an arrow here, and the first option is doc type. I'm going to press enter, and by default it's HTML. Perfect. Next thing, I'm going to type out DOC, and you can see that it has an Emmet abbreviation. And if I press enter, it will populate with the things that are needed in a standard HTML document. So it creates our head, it creates our body, and it creates our HTML element itself. Very cool. The next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to connect our HTML file to our style and our script files. So first, for our style files, we're going to use a link element in our head, and we're going to press tab. And you can see by default, it's looking for a style sheet. And the href is the location. And so for us, I'm going to type S, and you can see it's trying to help autocomplete. I'm just going to use the down arrow to select style.css, and I'm going to press enter. So now our style file is linked to our HTML file. And then for our script, I'm actually going to do this at the bottom of the body, and I'm going to comment out a title. So you would do this with Control ? On Windows or Command ? on a Mac. And you can see that it creates a green comment. So this is code that will not actually be executed. This is what is used to provide notes on codes or titles just to explain what things are. So in our case, we're just going to write script. And then below this, we're going to have a script element. Again, we can press enter and it'll autocomplete that for us. And specifically, we're going to add in the src attribute, press enter. And we want to point this to our script.js file. Okay, so now we've linked our CSS and our script to our HTML. What we're actually going to do next is we're going to close Visual Studio Code and reopen it now that we have an index.html file so that we can actually trigger our live server extension. So I'm going to do that and go back and open a new window. Okay, I'm going to click on Open Folder, and I'm going to open my template folder again. And we can see now at the bottom right, we have this option called Go Live. I'm going to click on this to launch our project. Okay, so we can see that we have our project launched, and we have our title here of document. So if we jump back to the code and we change this, we are going to change it to say template now. And if we save it, jump back, we can see that it's updated to now say template. Okay, very cool. The next thing we're going to be looking at is we want to add a few things within the head of our HTML file in order to import them. So first, we're going to start with Font Awesome. So Font Awesome is a site where you can have many different icons that you can use in your project for free. And this is something we're going to use in a bunch of our projects. So it's a good idea to add this in the template so we don't have to configure this every time. So we're actually going to use a content delivery network for this, just to simplify the process a little bit. And I will provide a link for this within the course. Just zoom in here so you can see that a little better. And basically, we just want to copy the CSS, the first one here. We want the CSS all.min.js. So we can click the copy button there and jump back to our code. And what we're going to do is above this style.css, or we're going to create a link element and press enter. And then we're going to paste this in for our href. Another trick in Visual Studio Code is word wrap. So you can see that this is kind of a long line and we can't really see it all and see the rest of our code. So I'm going to use Alt-Z, and that will word wrap to allow us to force all the code to be visible. You can see that there's a gap between 7 and 8 because technically this is one line, but to us it's showing up as 2 lines so that we can read it all. Okay, so now we have Font Awesome added. Let's just jump back to the browser and let's just pick an icon at random. Let's pick this first one here. And again, I'll provide a link to this within the course. How this works is you're just going to copy the HTML from whichever icon you want. And then back in our code, we're just going to paste this in the body, and I'm going to save that, and I'm going to jump back to our template, and you can see we have an icon. It's very, very small because we haven't styled it, but that proves that the connection is working. Awesome. Next, I want to take care of this favicon. So in my opinion, websites look a lot more professional if they have a custom favicon rather than the default globe that we have here. So to take care of that, I'm going to link to this article about favicons. And within this article, it discusses a trick that can be used to use Google's favicon service. So this will allow you to pull a favicon from a website that already exists instead of having to add that file in every single time in every project. So we're just going to copy this URL here, copy this link address, and we're going to jump back to our code. And above our Font Awesome, we are going to create another link element. But this time, instead of a style sheet, we're going to delete that. And this is an icon. And we're also going to give it a type attribute to be more specific. It is an image/PNG. And then we're going to paste this link in here. We don't want the CSS Tricks domain specifically, but I'm just going to pass in the favicon from my own personal website. You can type in your personal website here in your project, but that's what I'm going to type. And I'm going to save that, and we can jump back, and you see it's now changed from a globe to a J. Perfect. Let's jump back, and we can get rid of our Font Awesome icon here. Next, we have a few things that we want to add in our style CSS. So let's jump over there. The first thing we're going to add is on our HTML, which is our parent element, we want to add a box sizing of border box. So what this means is anytime that you add padding to any element, what can happen is that padding will stretch the page. So let's say that you had a page that was 100% of the viewport's width. And if you added padding to something, it would make that more than 100%, and it would force a horizontal scroll bar. So what this does is it prevents that from happening because it prevents padding from adding extra width or extra height to the page. So that's something that we'll use in every project, so it's something that we're going to include in the template. Next, for the body, we are going to add a margin of 0. So this will be 0 on all 4 sides, top right, bottom left. And we're also going to add a min height of 100 VH. So VH stands for viewport height, and that is the full height of the entire window that you're in. So that means that we want it to always stretch our background at least the full height of the screen, even if the content isn't enough to take up the full height of the screen. You know what? Let's give it a background color just to be sure we can see what's going on. So I'm going to give it a background color of, I don't know, Dodger blue. Okay, so let's save that and jump over. Okay, so we can see that we have a background that is taking up literally the entire screen. Excellent. So we can go back and get rid of that for now because the template should be as plain as possible. So that's all we need to really add to our template. So you can make sure that you save that as it is. And if not, I will provide a version of the template within the course if you didn't want to actually make it manually yourself. But this is what we're going to use throughout the course a few times to actually create our projects. In the next video, we're going to explore actually hosting on GitHub Pages, and also I will explain a little bit more about the dev tools, which I'll reference many times throughout the course. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Now that we're done with our CSS, we're going to move on to test our JavaScript. So if we go back to our code, we are going to go into our script.js file, and we're going to use something called console logging. So I'm not going to get too deep into an explanation on this, but basically our browser window is represented by something called our window, and within our window we have something called a console. And this allows us to log certain data that we can then see from our JavaScript in our browser. So this is helpful if we are calling an API and we want to just see how the data is formatted. We can console log that data and pass it into our browser. So we actually don't need to type out window.console because by default, all JavaScript is in the window element. So we're going to write out console.log and then brackets, and then in single quotes, we can pass in a string, or if you're passing in a variable, you would pass it in without the quotes. But in our case, we just want to write testing. And then we'll throw in a semicolon at the end. So we can save that and jump back to our browser. And so where this is going to show up is in our dev tools. So our dev tools is something I'm going to reference many times throughout the course. To get to our dev tools, we can right click and inspect. And you can see that our dev tools is opened up here. By default, it will open on elements. So you can see that we have our HTML here, and we actually have our CSS here as well. We have our margin 0 and our min height of 100. The cool thing is this actually allows us to turn our styling on and off and test out different things. So if I wanted to test out a background color on our body, I can just type in whatever I want and it will update in real time. And if I wanted to just get rid of something, I can just uncheck it to get rid of it. You can see next to it that we have our console. And you can see here that we have testing showing up. So this means our console log is working, and it means our JavaScript is connected to our HTML. Perfect. Throughout the course, we're going to learn more about different things here. So we're also going to learn about the Network tab. If we refresh the page, we can see that it actually shows which files are loading. So we have our index.html, how long they take, the size of them, what order they're loading, and more information, but those are the basics. And the other thing is our application tab. As you can see, this is from a project within the course. We're actually saving bookmarks into our local storage, but we'll get to that later in the course. The important thing is everything is working as we want it to. So let's jump back to the code, and we're going to get rid of this and save it. Now, the last thing I'm going to show you is how to actually host your project online for free using GitHub. So if we jump back to GitHub here, we're going to create a new repository, and we're going to give it a name, template-test. And we're not going to worry about a description, and we're not going to worry about a README. We're going to click Create Repository. Then we're going to copy this here. This is the remote that we want to add. And we're going to jump back to our code, and we're going to open up our terminal. If you remember, we're going to start with our git init. It's going to initialize an empty repository within our folder. We are going to add the remote origin, so git remote add origin, and then we're going to paste that in. Then we're going to do git add space and then period, because that's going to add everything. And then git commit-m, and then we're going to type in a message. This will be our initial commit. And you can see that there are some changes here, and it shows the 3 files that are going to be added. And then lastly, we're going to git push origin master. Okay, so that's done now. If we jump back over and we refresh, we can see that we have our 3 files here now. And so that's how the process would work if you're setting up a project for the first time. But let's say that we made a change in our index.html. We can move this down a little bit. And let's say we're just going to add an H1 tab, and we're just going to have it say, hello world. Let's save that. And now we can open up another terminal. And so anytime you make changes to a project, you're going to save the file. And then we only have to type in 3 commands. So I'm going to type in git add and then period. That's going to add everything that's been changed. And then I'm going to go git commit -m. And then I'm going to add my commit message. So I'm just going to add hello world. And then you can see I've only changed one file, our HTML file. And then I'm going to do git push origin master. Okay, so that's done. I can jump back to my repo. If I refresh the page, I can see now that I have my hello world commit. Now I can scroll back up to the top. So we're going to scroll over. I'm very zoomed in here, but for you, you'll be able to probably see this whole page. We're going to go to the right and we're going to click on settings. And we're going to scroll down in our settings until we find GitHub pages. So this is designed to host your project pages. And what we're going to do is we're just going to switch the source from none to master branch. And you can see that the page source has been saved. And if we scroll down again, we can actually see that now we have a website where our project is going to be live. So we can right click and open this in a new tab. So you can see right now that the site is not found. So something to keep in mind when you're using GitHub Pages, when you enable it for the first time, it'll take about 10 minutes. So let's wait for 10 minutes and come back. Alrighty, so I've come back 10 minutes later and I've refreshed the page, and you can see now we have our title, we have our favicon, and we have our Hello World H1. Excellent. This is the process you can use going forward over and over again anytime you want to share your projects online with people for free. You can start with the template I've created here, create and initialize a Git repository, push the changes to the terminal in Visual Studio Code, and then update them as you work on the project. Lastly, don't forget in your settings that you want to enable GitHub Pages and you want to have the source be the master or main branch. That's about it. That's all there is to hosting. So I'm going to remove the H1 from this template because, again, we want it to be as blank as possible. That's the version I'm going to save in the course. But that's about it for our setup. I think we're finally ready to get started with the course and the rest of the projects. All right, I'll see you in the next project. Bye for now. Alrighty, so this is a cool project. This is actually something that I first worked on when I was learning web development, and that is a random quote generator. So in this project, I'm going to show you how to make an asynchronous fetch request to a REST API in order to get our quotes, but we're actually going to run into the dreaded CORS error, and I'm then going to show you how to solve that problem in case you encounter it in the future using a proxy API. Now, when we actually take a look at our project, we can see that I've tried to make it look as modern as possible. The first of these elements is adding a Hero Patterns vector background. There's many to choose from, so that will allow you to make it look unique. There's Font Awesome icons here, and I'm also using a custom Google font, and there are many of those to choose from as well if you want to make your own version. Down at the bottom, we have two buttons. The first is a new quote button. You can see that we have a loader that loads between quotes. The idea is that when this takes a long time to load, which it does sometimes, we want to signal to the user that something is happening behind the scenes, even if they can't see it, like right there. And the other button we have is a Twitter button. So when we click on this, it will open Twitter in a new tab. And if we were logged in, it will allow us to tweet using this button. All right, pretty cool. The very last thing I'm going to show is that this project is also mobile responsive as well. So we can see we have a Pixel 2 XL size. That's about the size of most large smartphones. And you can see that our quote container is fitting the size of the screen, and it has a little bit of a margin on both sides. All right, looks pretty good. Let's get started. The first step is going to be duplicating our template folder that we previously created. And we're going to rename this version to quote-generator. And next, we're going to open that up in Visual Studio Code. And once inside, we're going to open up our three files, our index, our style, and our script files. And we'll remove that Explorer to give ourselves a little bit more space. So the first thing we're going to change is our page title from template. We're going to type in quote generator just to know that we've actually updated our template. We're going to save that, and if you see at the bottom here, there's a blue bar. We're going to press Go Live to use our live server extension. And you can see that the project has opened up. It's totally blank, but we can see that the page title has changed. Okay, awesome. The next step is we're going to go to the Hero Patterns website, heropatterns.com, in order to find our vector background. There are many different patterns to choose from, as you can see here, and you can customize your colors however you like. There is one in particular that I'm going to go for. It's my favorite one. It is the circuit board. It's kind of near the bottom here. And there it is. So we're going to click on this, and we're going to change the foreground color to be black, and the background color to be white. And then we're also going to bring down the opacity quite a bit. You can see as I do that it actually changes this number here. And we're going to bring it down to 0.08. Okay, that's perfect. And then we're going to copy this. And we're done with this page for now. We can go back into the editor and into our style CSS. And we're going to start styling our body here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to eliminate the margins. So we're going to do margin 0. Normally there's a 10 pixel margin all the way around the body, but we want our background to extend all the way out. We're also going to give a min height of 100 VH, viewport height. Okay, and now we can paste in our hero pattern here. We can see that the SVG is one giant line. We don't need to worry about that though. We'll just leave it as it is, and we'll just tab that over. Okay, now we're going to save it and go over and check it out. Okay, that looks great. We have our circuit board pattern on our full screen background. Awesome. Next, we're going to go to Google Fonts to get a custom font. You can see that this site has changed a bit in recent weeks. I actually prefer the classic site, so I'm going to click up here, return to classic site. And I already know the font that I want, but of course you can go through, there's many fonts to choose from. I'm going to go with this very popular font here, Montserrat. And we're going to click the add button here. And we're going to go to embed and we're going to import it. So we're going to add this in our CSS and we're just going to copy that. And we're done with that page now. Back in Visual Studio Code, we're going to add this import for the font at the top here. Okay, so we have that imported. And now we're going to actually add it into the body. So first, we want our font color to be black, so that it contrasts our white background. And now we can include the font family here. So we're going to add our Montserrat. And we'll also add a fallback of just sans serif. We want a font weight 700, which is a bold font. We want all of our font probably throughout to just be centered, just to make everything look nice and clean. And we're also going to use display flex to align everything in the center, both vertically, which is align items, and horizontally, which is justify content. Okay, we're going to save that. And that's pretty much it for this first video. In the next one, we're going to start actually creating the UI for our project, where our quotes and buttons will live. And we'll make sure that our Font Awesome and Google Fonts are both working correctly. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So, in this video, we're going to get started on creating the HTML for our quote container, as well as all the elements inside of it. All right, let's get started. So, we're going to use our Emmet abbreviations to speed up this process. We can type out a div and then use a period to denote the class, in this case, quote container for our quote container. And then we can also do a hashtag for adding an ID. In this case, it's also going to be quote container, and we can press enter and Emmet will do the rest. Very cool. All right, so moving on, we're going to want to keep things pretty tidy like I have with this script comment on line 15. We're going to do the same thing for each of the elements that we're making inside of our container. So to comment something out, the keyboard shortcut on a Mac would be Command ? And on Windows it would be Control ? So I'm going to hit that. And we're going to start with our quote element here. The other cool thing about Emmet is that you actually don't even need to type out div. We can just start with period and then our class name. In this case, it's going to be quote-text. And you can see that we have a div with the class quote text. We're going to use this to adjust the size of our font for our quotes. And inside of here, the first thing we're going to add is our Font Awesome icon. So this is the quotation mark icon we have to the left of our quotes. In order to do this, I'm going to use Emmet again. And this time it is an I element. and it's going to have the class of FAS, which stands for Font Awesome Solid. There are different types of Font Awesome icons. We'll see another one in a second. And then I'm also going to give it a class of FA-quote-left. If you want to learn more about how Font Awesome works and finding new icons, then definitely check out their website. Okay, and the next part is the most important part. It's our actual quote itself, and we're going to use a span for this, and we're going to give this an ID of quote. We're going to use a span because this isn't going to take up any space on the page other than the text itself. And we're using an ID of quote so that we can target this element in the JavaScript and dynamically change the inner text. For now, we're going to have to just use static elements for our UI building because obviously we haven't done the functionality yet. So I'm going to just type out the quote that we had when I was first showing the project. Okay, so you can see that this kind of messed with the spacing of our project when I typed out all this text, and that wasn't even a lot of text, imagine a paragraph. So in order to fix this, we can turn on word wrap by using Alt-Z. So you can see that now it's broken up this one line into two lines to be able to show all of the content on it. This is going to be very important for you going forward when you're adding any text to any website, so something to keep in mind. Next, we're going to add in our author element. We're going to start out with a div with the class quote-author. And inside of that, we're going to have another span, this time with an ID of author. Same thing, we're going to replace this with our JavaScript, but for now, we're just going to type it in ourselves. Lastly, for this box, we're going to want our two buttons at the bottom. So we're going to comment out a title for our buttons, and we're going to have a container for our buttons. This will allow us to have a flexbox inside of this element that will be different from the flexbox that's within the body. In this case, we're going to spread our two buttons as far apart as they can go. Next, we're going to create our button, our Twitter button. So we're going to start by giving it a class of Twitter-button and an ID of Twitter. We're also going to give this a title. You can see that it populated this here. You can just press enter. And the reason we're going to give a title is so that when you hover over it, in case you're unfamiliar with what it's actually representing as the icon, you can have a little bit of an explanation that will pop up when the user hovers over it on a computer. Inside of this button, instead of having text, we're actually going to have another Font Awesome icon. So we're going to use an I element, this time with the class of FAB, or Font Awesome Brands. So that's the class you would use for any kind of social media or tech company. And we're going to use FA-Twitter for this icon. Okay, and we have one more button. We're going to give this an ID of new-quote, and we're going to type out new quote inside, and this will, of course, be the button for getting a new quote. Okay, so that's it for our HTML for now. So let's save this and head over and check it out. Okay, so looks pretty good so far. Even though we've had pretty much no styling, the main thing that we have working here is that our body is using Flexbox, and we're centered on the vertical axis and the horizontal axis, which is making everything look great. All right, so now we're going to be looking at the styling for our container itself. We're going to add a background color. We're going to make it a maximum width so that even when the quote text is longer, it wraps to the next line instead of just expanding wider and wider. We're going to make our quote text itself bigger than the author text. We're also going to try to differentiate the author text in another way. And we're going to increase the size of our quote icon here. All right, so let's jump back to the code and get started on that. So we're going to switch back over to the CSS now. And we're going to scroll down and we're going to start with our quote container. So we're going to write out our class here, .quote container, and then we're going to give it a width of auto. And also we're going to cap the maximum width at 900 pixels. So as I said, we don't want the box to just be as wide as possible. We want it to be centered in the screen, and we want the lines of the quote to actually wrap to multiple lines. We're also going to add some padding to the box so that it automatically spaces out all the quotes and buttons and everything. We're going to give it a top and bottom of 20 pixels and a left and right of 30 pixels. Next, we're going to add a border radius. This is going to give our box a rounded corners look, which is very, very modern. You will see that on many, many, many designs. We're going to add a background color, and this time we're going to use an RGBA. You might be familiar with RGB. RGBA is pretty much the same thing, but the A value, the alpha value, allows us to control the opacity of the object. So the reason we're adding this is so we're making a white box, but we want to be able to see through a little bit to the background of the page. And lastly, for our quote container, we're going to add some box shadow. This is another very modern element. If you want to learn more about box shadow, you can very easily look it up, but I'm going to just set in the values here of 0, 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 10 pixels. This is the horizontal offset, the vertical offset, so the up and down. This is the blur, and this is the radius. And then the last thing we'll add is another RGBA. This time we're going to use black, and we're going to have 0.2 for our opacity. All right, so let's save that and go check it out. All right, so that's looking a lot better. We can see we have our rounded corners, we have our shadow, and we can see the text better, but we can also see a little bit of the background. Okay, that's a good start. Let's now start changing up our text. Alrighty, let's jump back to our code, and below this, we're going to target our quote-text, and we're going to make it bigger by giving it a font size of 2.75 rem. You might be wondering why I'm using rem instead of pixel for font size. The short answer is that it helps with responsive design. The longer answer is that rem stands for relative size compared to the root element, specifically the HTML element. In most browsers, that will have a default value of 16 pixels. So why does that matter? Because that 16 pixel value can become bigger on a mobile device when a user scales their text bigger. Basically, it helps us maintain a consistent and responsive design. So 1 rem equals 16 pixels, and in this case, 2.75 rem would equal 44 pixels. Okay, so we can save that and check out how that looks. Okay, so that looks a lot better. Awesome. So we want to make our quotation mark a little bit bigger, and we also want to add another class in case our quote is longer than this and we want the font size to be a little bit smaller. So below this, we're going to add a long quote class. And for a long quote, we're going to give this a font size of 2 rem, which is 32 pixels. And we will dynamically turn this on and off in our JavaScript when it's needed. And lastly, we will change the size of our Font Awesome icon. So we're just going to target this specific Font Awesome class here, fa-quote-left. And we're going to give this a font size of 4 rem or 64 pixels. Alrighty, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that quote icon looks like it's a good size compared to our quote text. Next, we're going to work on our author text. We're going to want to make it bigger. We could probably stand to space it a little bit away from the text, so we'll add a margin top. And let's also make it italic. And to change it up even a little bit more, we're going to change the font weight as well. So let's go back and do all of that. So we're going to target our quote author class. We're going to give it a margin top of 15 pixels. We're going to give it a font size of 2 rem. So our quote text is 2.75 rem. We're going to give it a font weight of 400, which is normal. Everything else has a font weight of 700, which is bold. And lastly, we're going to add a font style italic to make it italic. Alrighty, so let's save that and check it out. Great, I think the author text looks a lot better. It's spread out and it has a little bit of a different style to it, so it looks like a separate idea. Perfect. Now, let's have a look at our responsive design on a mobile device. So you can see that for the most part, everything is looking pretty good, other than the buttons, which we haven't done yet. But I actually want to always have a margin on the left and right so that we can have a clearly defined box. So let's go back to our code and fix that by adding a media query at the bottom. So you always want to add media queries at the bottom because you want it to be able to override anything else throughout the code. So we're going to write @media to start our media query, and screen to show that we only want it on screens, and we want it to only be on devices that have less than 1,000 pixels of width. So in this case, anything that is a standard tablet or smaller. So we want to change our quote container to have a margin auto on top and bottom because we're not that concerned with that margin, but we want to make sure that we always have a margin of 10 pixels on the left and the right. And while we're here, let's also make the quote text a little bit smaller on a mobile device. So instead of 2.75 rem, we're going to do 2.5 rem. Okay, so let's save that and go back and check it out. Okay, perfect. So the text is a little bit smaller, and we can also see that we have our margins on the left and right. Okay, that's pretty much all we need to do for mobile responsive design. So that keeps it pretty easy. So in the next video, we're going to fix our buttons. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. We're going to be looking at the buttons for our quote generator today. And the very first thing we're going to do is work on our button container. We're going to start by adding the same margin top that we had between our quote text and our author text, 15 pixels. We will use Flexbox to put one button in this corner and one button in this corner. All right, let's jump back to the code. Okay, so we're going to work above our media query here, and we're going to start out with our button-container class. And we're going to give it a margin top of 15 pixels, then a display flex to initiate Flexbox, and then justify content, and we want to space between. Okay, so let's save that and check that out. Okay, perfect. So we have our space here, there's a bit of a gap, and we have our buttons on either side. Awesome. Let's get back to actually styling the buttons themselves. So we're just going to target the button element because we don't have any kind of major differences between the buttons other than the hover color, which we're going to specify later. First, for every button, we're actually going to add a cursor pointer because by default, it doesn't have that little pointer when you hover over a button. So we're going to have to add that ourselves. Next, we're going to use rem still for our font size, and we're actually going to use it for the rest of this as well, so that if the font size does change, everything around it will change as well. So the height of our button is going to be 2.5 rem. We don't want to have a border around our button. We want our button to be rounded like everything else, so we're going to give it a 10 pixel border radius. We want the font color to be white. And the background color will be a dark gray, so I'm going to use 333 for that. We don't want a blue outline when we click on it, so we're going to do outline none. And we're going to want some padding. I'm going to use 0.5 rem on the top and bottom and 1.8 rem on the left and right. Lastly, I'm going to add box shadow. This time it's going to be a little bit different because I'm going to only put in a horizontal and vertical value. So horizontal is 0 and vertical is 0.3 rem. And we're going to give it an RGB of 121, 121, 121 for a kind of a light gray. And we're going to give it a little bit of opacity, but we'll still mostly be able to see it. So the reason that I'm doing this is so that you can see that's how our buttons look. We're going to add a transition so that when we click on the button, it looks like the button is actually being pressed in. Actually, before we get to that, I want to quickly add a hover pseudo class so that when the user hovers over the button, there's a slight color change. So let's jump back and take care of that. Right below here, we're going to use the pseudo class hover by adding a colon and then hover. We want that to all be one word. And a very easy way to do this is with filter brightness, and we're going to make it 110% brighter. There are definitely better ways to do this, but I found that this is the quickest, easiest way to accomplish this. So let's save it and go back. And you can see it's very subtle, but when we slide over the button, it gets a little bit brighter. Okay, now let's add the effect of actually pressing in the button. Okay, so below that, we're going to use the pseudo class active this time. And we're going to have a transform, translate, and then 0 and 0.3 rem. So you might recognize that 0.3 rem is the same we have up here. So essentially what we're doing is, on the horizontal axis, we're not moving the button, but on the vertical axis, we're moving the button down by 0.3 rem, meaning that it will go into the page. The other thing we're going to manipulate is the box shadow to give slightly less box shadow in order to, again, help with that effect. So we're going to use an RGBA of white, 255 3 times, and then 0.65 again as well. Forgot a semicolon there. All right, and let's save that and check it out. Okay, that looks awesome. Looks like the button is sinking right into the page, so you can see that our box shadow is disappearing and the whole button is also moving down. Perfect. All right, so last thing, we want to just modify our Twitter button a little bit. We want this icon to glow Twitter blue when we hover over the button. And you know what? We also can stand to make the icon a little bit bigger. By default, it's 1 rem. Let's make it 1.5. All right, back to the code. And we're going to target our Twitter dash button, again with the pseudo class hover. And I already have found this color. You can look it up, of course, if you like. This is the official Twitter color. It's hashtag 38A1F3. Okay, awesome. And while we're at it, let's just add in our size change for our Twitter icon here. Font size 1.5 rem. Okay, let's save that and check it out. All right, so our icon is definitely a little bit bigger, and when we hover over it, it is Twitter blue. All right, so that's pretty much it for our UI. Our styling is done. I think it looks great, and in the next one, we'll start getting to the JavaScript. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now.
Alrighty, now that we're finished with the HTML and CSS, the goal of this video is to actually get quotes from an outside source. And I'm also going to show you how you can get quotes locally. The benefit of that is that you'll be able to actually customize the quotes yourself. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the API I've chosen for us to actually get our quotes from. So I found this API just Googling around. There are several out there that you could use. Keep in mind that the format that the data is returned in will be different with different APIs. So you might not be able to use exactly the code that I'm using here, but hopefully you will understand the concept that you just need to match what is being returned. So you can see here, if we press the Fetch Quotes button, we can see that it didn't return just one quote, it actually returned a list of quotes. So that means this data is being sent back in an entire array of quotes. That means we're going to need to do a little bit of work to take that array, store it, and then pick one quote randomly every time we press our new quote button. There are lots of quote APIs out there where you wouldn't have to do that because some of them will actually just deliver a single random quote at a time. And so that would be a little bit of a different process. If we go to this next page here, you can actually see this is the format that it's being returned in. This is actually the link to the API itself. And you can see that it's breaking it up into objects within an array. And each object includes a text value and an author value. So that's what I'm saying. Keep in mind when you're using a different quote API, it might just return one thing that is text. It might call it quote. You just need to check what's being returned and make sure that you are using the correct syntax with the data that you have. Okay, so let's jump over to our code and see if we can get this implemented into our project. Okay, so we're going to start in the JavaScript here. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to comment out a title. We're going to use command ? Or control ? depending on if you're Mac or Windows. And we are going to say that we're going to get quotes from API. And to do this, we're going to use an asynchronous fetch request within a try-catch statement. So what does that mean? An asynchronous function can run at any time independently, and it won't stop the browser from completing the loading of a page. So for now, we'll need to write async function, and then we'll name our function getQuotes, and then we'll have our brackets here, space, and then we'll have curly brackets, and then we will press enter. The next thing we'll need is our API URL. So I'm going to have constant here for API URL, and that's going to be equal to single quotes here, and we're actually going to jump back to the browser, and I'm just going to copy this address here. I will provide all the links, of course, within the course, and we will paste that there. And then now we're ready to set up our try-catch statement and our fetch request inside. So a try-catch allows us to attempt to complete a fetch request, but if it doesn't work, we can catch the error information and do something with it. So you see that we have our try, and then we have our catch, and then in brackets, we're going to pass in the error that would get received. And in this case, I'm just going to comment out that this is where you would handle your error. In a production website, you'd potentially pass that into an alert. So something like this, and then you would pass in your error, or you would actually pass it into some other kind of specific UI element that you created to show users of any issues with functionality. But in this case, we're focused more on just generating a quote, so we're not going to worry about that in this project. Now that we have our API URL here, we need to set up our actual fetch request inside of our try statement. So we're going to start with a constant for a response, and this is going to be equal to await fetch, and then we're going to pass in our API URL. So this means that this constant will not be populated until it has some data fetched from our API. So that means by default, if we did not do asynchronous and we did not do await, it would try to set this response value before it had a chance to fetch, and that would cause an error. So in this case, we're only setting the response constant when we actually have data and it can actually be set, or else it would just be undefined. Next, we're going to use a global variable here, and this is going to be called API quotes, and this is going to be equal to await response.json and then brackets there. So what that means is we are getting the JSON from our API as a response, and then we're turning that response into a JSON object, because from a web server, it's actually just a series of strings, as we saw in the other one. And then we're going to pass that into a global variable called API quotes. So we're actually going to need to create this above in order for it to be available in every function and not just in this function. So we're going to use a let here instead of a constant, and we're going to call it API quotes, and this is going to be equal to an empty array. The reason that we're using a let statement for this variable instead of a constant is because in the beginning we're setting it as an empty array, but here we're actually changing the value of it to pass in the quotes. You would only use a constant if the value is never changing, like our API URL here. And then the last thing we're going to do in this function is we want to console log API quotes. You can see it auto-completed for me there. The very last thing we need to do before we can check it out is on load, so I'll comment out another title here below. We want to actually run our getQuotes function as soon as the page loads. So we'll need to set it up here like this. Okay, so we're ready to save it and check it out. Okay, so we're going to right-click and inspect to have a look at our console here. And you can see that we have returned something. It is an array with 1,643 objects inside of it. So if we expand this, we can see that we have all of these objects. If we expand further, you can see that they're all indexed and they have a text value and an author value, just like we saw in our JSON on this web page here. Perfect. So that's working. We are actually pulling in that array of objects. But the next step is we actually only want one at a time. So if we go back, we can actually use an index number by adding square brackets and then a random number. I'm just going to pick the number 12. And this is going to log one specific quote in this array. That is the 12th quote, or I guess it's the 13th quote because it's a zero indexed array. But it's just going to pull out one this time. So let's save it and make sure that's working as expected. Okay, so you can see instead of an array, now we just have one quote and we can see the text and the author. Awesome. So this is what we want for our project, just one quote at a time. But we want it to be random every time. We can't just assign the index manually each time. So what we're going to do is we're going to break this out into another function so that we're only running the fetch request once, and then we're going to use another function that is going to pull a single quote from our local API quotes array. And that's the function that's going to get triggered every time we press the new quote button in the UI. So we're going to start with jumping back to the code. And instead of console logging here, we're going to delete this and we're going to replace it with what our new function is going to be called, which will be new quote. And then above this, we're going to actually create that function. So we're going to call this function show new quote. And we're going to create function new quote, bracket, space, curly bracket, and press enter. So how this is going to work is we are going to need to do a similar thing with the index of the array, but we want it to be dynamic. And in order to do that, we're going to need to use some math functions. So if we jump back to the browser, we can see here that we have on this page here an article linking to math.random. So this is a math function that returns a number between 0 and 1. So it's going to return this number to a lot of decimal points. You can see something like this here. And then in turn, we're going to use that to multiply by the length of our API quotes array so that it will never be a higher number than the number of quotes that we actually have. We're going to need to combine this, though, with mathfloor. So mathfloor is important because it allows us to return the largest whole number or integer that is less than or equal to a given number. So for example, if we multiplied 1643 by 0.5201, etc., we're going to get a number with a decimal place. So what we'll need to do is wrap our math random in a mathfloor in order to make sure, so like in this case, it's 5.95. If we ran mathfloor on that, it's going to return just 5. So we'll need to do that in our project. Okay, so let's dive back to the code and implement that. So first, we're going to comment out a title here, and this is going to be to pick a random quote from API quotes array. And we're going to assign a constant called quote. And this is going to be equal to API quotes and then square brackets, because essentially what we're doing in the square brackets is we're making index, just like how I had 12, but this time we're doing it dynamically. And so that's going to be mathfloor. So remember, we have to wrap our math random in mathfloor to make sure it's a whole number. And we're going to do math.random, another set of brackets, and then a space, and then times. So this is the number 8 on your keyboard. So shift and then 8 to create the asterisk. And that's for multiplication. And then we're going to do API quotes dot length. So if you remember, it was 1643 was the amount of objects in our array. And then we'll add at the end here a semicolon. Lastly, we will just console log our quote to see if it was working correctly. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, awesome. So we can see that we got a different quote from last time. This is a Carl Jung quote this time. And if we were to refresh the page, you can see that we got another different quote. Awesome. So that is working exactly as we want. We're able to pull a single random quote from an array of quotes that we just fetched from an API. So from here, you could actually continue on to the next lesson. But the one last thing I would like to show is how we can accomplish a similar thing, but using an array that exists locally in our project. So you might have noticed in the index.html file, at the very bottom, we have a script source for a quotes.js file. And in the template project that you should have downloaded to start this project, we will see that in this quotes.js file, that essentially we just have a constant called local quotes, which is an array of objects. And it's actually the exact same format as before. I've just copied and pasted this from the API we're using, though this has a lot less quotes. Instead of 1600, it maybe has 100 or so. You can see that some of the authors are null. That's something we will tackle in the next video. But the benefit of using something like this is that you can actually customize the quotes yourself and just change the text and the author field. So I wanted to provide this as an option just in case you want to do something that is customizable, and it also doesn't need a fetch request, and if this other API we're using goes down, you can still use this instead. So we can close this because we don't need to modify this. But back in our JavaScript, we're actually going to simplify our code quite a lot. So if you are using this local array, we can actually comment out this entire getQuotes function, and we can comment out our getQuotes on load. So instead, we would need to have new quote on load. And then we can also get rid of this. We no longer need the API quotes global variable. And the last thing we'll need to change, instead of API quotes, so I'm going to highlight this and I'm going to use Command D or Control D, depending on if you are Windows or Mac. And I'm just going to change this to be local quotes instead of API quotes. So now we can save that and check it out. Okay, cool. So we can see that it's still working. We have our text and we have our author. And if I were to refresh, you can see that it loads even faster because we're actually not pulling it from a fetch request. We're just pulling it locally, so it works instantly. So you can see I'm refreshing multiple times and we have multiple quotes very, very quickly. Awesome. So I will leave the choice up to you whether you want to use the local method that I've shown you here or whether you want to use the fetch request like I had previously. If we jump back to the code, I'm actually going to undo all of these changes and I'm going to stick with the fetch request because it has more quotes and the API also has the possibility of being updated as time goes along. So that's the other benefit of using an API. It's also better to use locally if the API stops working or if it has problems. You have something else to fall back on. Okay. So in the next one, we're going to tackle populating our UI with the current quote, as well as adding our Twitter integration. All right, so I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the goal of this video is to populate our UI with the dynamic quote text and quote author, as well as enabling our new quote button and our Twitter button as well. So let's dive right in. The first thing is, back in our HTML file, we can see that we have several IDs on our elements here. We have our quote container, our quote, our author, our Twitter button, and our new quote button. So we're going to need to target these in our JavaScript in order to interact with them or in order to take user input. For example, every time we press our new quote button, we want to be able to trigger a specific function, in our case, our new quote function. So to do that, we need to go to the very top of our script.js file, and we're actually going to create a corresponding constant for each of these elements. So we're going to write it out in camel case like we've been doing before. That means that the first word is lowercase, and then any next words are capitalized. So in this case, quote container, the C in container is capitalized. And this is going to be equal to document get element by ID. I can select that and press enter to autocomplete that. And then in brackets, in single quotes, we're going to pass in the ID that we had there, quote generator. Make sure that your IDs match, quote container. I already made a mistake there, but that goes to my point. Make sure that your ID in your HTML matches the one that you have in your JavaScript, or else you will have an error saying this element is undefined. So we'll change that to quote container. Okay, and I'm actually just going to copy and paste this 4 more times here. And now the first one we're going to do is quote text, capital T on text there. And this is just going to target our ID of quote. The next one is going to be author text, and this is going to target our ID author. Then we have our Twitter BTN for button, capital B on the BTN there. This is going to be to our Twitter ID. And then lastly, we're going to have a new quote button, BTN. So again, the capital B there. And this is going to be to our new dash quote ID. Okay, so now that that's all done, the next thing we want to do is actually jump back to our HTML, and we're going to remove our placeholder text here, our Buddha quote. So we'll remove the text, and we're going to remove the author as well, because they're about to get dynamically added in our JavaScript. So we can save both of those things, jump back to our script.js file, and what we want to do is we want to remove our console log in our new quote function, and instead we want to actually populate the text content of our author and quote elements. So first we'll look at author text. That's our constant that we just created right here. And this is going to set the value of the text content. So this will allow us to pass in a string that is then shown in that element. And we're going to use quote.author because we want to just get the author, not the entire quote object. And we'll do a similar thing below for quote text. And this is also going to be the text content. This time it's going to be quote.text. So let's save that now and check it out. Okay, perfect. So we can see that it's working. We have a dynamic quote here. If we refresh the page, we see that we have another dynamic quote. Awesome. So that is working. That's great. So if you remember from the last video, when we looked at the local quotes array, you might have noticed that some of them had a null value in the author field. We want to be able to replace that with a string of unknown to make sure that there's always something there. Instead of having a blank space here, it'll say unknown if the author is empty. So that's a check we're going to have to do in our new quote function before we actually assign this value here. So I'm actually going to cut this line, and I'll make a little bit of space here. I'm going to comment out a title, and this is to be to check if author field is blank and replace it with quote unknown. Okay, and we're going to use an if statement here. So if quote.author doesn't exist, so we can actually simplify this to just be exclamation mark. So that means if there is no quote.author, you could also do if quote.author equals null, but this is a more simplified way of writing that out. Then we want our author text content to be equal to, and then we're going to pass in our string of unknown. And then in our else statement, so this means if we do in fact have a quote.author value, and then we can paste in what we had before, the text content will be equal to the quote.author. Okay. And conversely, another thing we want to change is if our quote text is really long, we actually want to apply our long-quote CSS class, meaning that we're going to change the font size to be smaller on longer quotes and have it be the normal font size on every other quote. So we'll comment out a title for this as well. So we're going to check the quote length to determine the styling. So we're going to do another if statement here. If quote.text.length is greater than, for now, let's just put it at 50, just to show that it's working, but we will change that number in a moment. And then inside of these curly brackets, we want to have quote text. So this is our actual element dot class list. So this is going to add a CSS class using class list dot add. And then in brackets and single quotes, we're going to pass in the name of the CSS class. In this case, it was long-quote. Else, so If the quote text length is shorter than whatever number we put here, feel free to modify the numbers if you like. We're going to, instead of adding that CSS class, we're going to remove that CSS class. And we're going to leave this at the bottom because we still want to set our text content with the value of the quote one way or another, but this is determining whether or not we want a smaller font size or a regular font size. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see that that's already working there. Our font size has gone down. It's closer to the size of the author itself. If we refresh, see if we can find a short one. Okay, so there's a shorter one, and you can see in this case that the quote text is bigger in this case. So we'll just go back, and I actually prefer to have this at 120 characters, but it's up to you if you want to make it bigger or smaller, depending on at what threshold you want to have a smaller font size for your quotes. Okay, so that's working great. The next thing we're going to take a look at is we need to get our buttons to start working. And we're actually going to start with our Twitter button first. So there's a link here that I will provide in the course. And this is how we're going to actually be able to tweet a quote that we have on Twitter. So it's actually going to pre-populate a tweet with the quote text and quote author. So in order to do that, we're going to need to copy this URL here. And eventually what we're going to do is we're actually going to pass the query parameter of text. And then inside of that text parameter, we're going to pass in a template string that features our quote and our author values separated by a space and a dash. Okay, so let me show you what I mean by that. If we go back down to the bottom here, we'll actually make this function at the bottom. We're going to comment out a title first, and this is going to be to tweet a quote. And we're going to create a function called tweet quote. Okay, and then we're going to have a space, and then our curly brackets, press enter. Then we're going to create a constant called Twitter URL, and this is going to be equal to a template string. So I just want to highlight the difference here. So a template string uses backticks. This is the button right below your escape key. This is different than single quotes. So that's single quotes right here. And this is backticks. You can see that it's kind of slanted. So make sure that you're using backticks and not single quotes for this. The reason being, we're going to paste in our Twitter URL that we copied, and then we're going to have a question mark to show that we're going to have a query parameter here, and then that parameter is called text, and then that's going to be equal to, and the reason we're using a template string is because a template string allows us to pass in a variable, and it will be converted into a string. So in order to do that, we're going to use $, and then curly brackets, and you can see here that that turned blue. That's how you know that it's working correctly. And in this case, we're going to pass in the quote text dot text content. So that's what we're setting up above. And then after that, we're going to have a space and then a dash and then another space. And then we're going to do the same thing, $, curly brackets, and this time it's going to be author text dot text content. And then after the backtick, we're going to have our semicolon here. So I'm going to use Alt-Z to word wrap just to be able to see everything, but that is all existing on one line. And then the next thing we need to do is just window.open, and this is going to allow us to open a window using our Twitter URL, and we'll also pass in another parameter with a comma, and we're going to pass in single quotes underscore blank. And using this single quotes underscore blank is going to allow that Twitter window to actually open in a new tab. Okay, so lastly, to get our Twitter button to work and our new quote button to work, we're going to need to add some event listeners. So these generally go at the bottom because you want to declare your function before you call it. So in this case, we'll comment out a title here for our event listeners. And the first one is going to be on our new quote button. So new quote button dot add event listener. You can see I can use the arrow to select the second one here, press enter, and then brackets, single quotes, click. So we want to target a click event, and then comma, and then we're going to run the new quote function. So we don't need to have curly brackets on this quote itself. We just need to pass in the function name. And then we'll do a similar thing for our Twitter button. So Twitter BTN, that's our constant, and then dot add event listener, bracket, single quotes, click, comma, and then this time we want to target our tweet quote function that we just made. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to start by trying out our new quote button. So remember, before we were actually just refreshing the page. Okay, awesome. So that's working. And it's working really fast, pretty much instantaneously. This is because our API quotes array is now local once we fetch it the first time, and that's why it is loading so quickly. You can see that our unknown has worked as well in this example. So this would have been blank before, but because we passed in that string of unknown, we have that showing up there. Awesome. And lastly, we just want to make sure that our Twitter functionality is working as well. Okay, awesome. So you can see that we have our quote here, we have a space, and then we have a dash, and then we have the author, which in this case is unknown. Okay, perfect. So that's working exactly as we want it to as well. Awesome. So in the last video, we're going to go over adding a loader animation, though in our current setup, you will likely only see it at the very beginning when we are fetching the quotes from our API, because after that, we're just pulling instantly from our local array of quotes. But we'll check that out in the next video. I will see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the last thing we're going to add to our project is a loading animation. So this is going to show up when we are making our fetch request at the beginning, and then it's going to be hidden once we are finished that fetch request and we are able to show a quote. For this, we're going to use the W3 Schools example. I will provide this link within the course. I think that this is a good option to use. Of course, there's many other options out there, and I'll show some other ones off throughout the course. But I like this one because of its simplicity. So it looks something like this. If we scroll down, we can see that in the HTML, we just need to add a div with the class of loader. And right below that, you can see that this is all the CSS we need, including our animation here in our keyframes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to jump back into our code. So in our HTML, the first thing I'm going to do is below our quote container here, I'm going to comment out a title for our loader. And then inside of this, we're going to use the autocomplete in Visual Studio Code. So I'm just going to do dot loader and then hashtag loader and press enter. And you can see that that automatically creates a div with the class of loader and the ID of loader as well. And then in our CSS, right above our media query here, I'm going to create some space, and then I'm going to comment out another title here for our loader. Then I'm going to paste in the CSS. So I'm going to remove these comments here for the colors. And also, instead of it being blue, I'm going to change it to be a gray. So it'll be hashtag 333. Of course, feel free to use any colors you would like throughout the project. But this is what I am going to go with. So I'm going to save both of these things, and now we're going to need to jump over to our JavaScript. So the first thing that we're going to do is we need to actually create a constant for our loader, just like we have with everything else here. So we're going to create constant loader equals document get element by ID bracket single quotes and then loader. Next, we're going to need to create a loading function and a complete function. So the purpose of our loading function is going to be to show that we're loading. And this function is going to be called loading, brackets, curly brackets, and then inside of this, we're going to have loader.hidden. So this hidden attribute is actually on any HTML element, so you can use it for anything. In this case, we're hiding our div. And this is going to be equal to false, meaning that we don't want it to be hidden. And we're going to do the opposite with our quote container. So quote container hidden is going to be true. So that means when our loader is going, we're only going to see the loader and nothing else. And then in the next function, we're going to create a complete function. And we'll just comment out a title here. That'll be hide loading. And the function is complete. And in this one, we're going to do the opposite. So our quote container.hidden will be equal to false, meaning we want to show our quote container, and our loader.hidden will be equal to true, meaning that we're going to hide our loader. Okay, so to test this out, we're going to go to the very bottom, and we're going to comment out our getQuotes function here, and instead we're just going to call the loading function, just to make sure it's all working. So let's save that, check it out. Okay, perfect. So you can see that all we have on our page is our loading spinner, and our quote container is hidden. Awesome. So now if we go back, we can remove this, and we will restore our getQuotes function. But now we're going to need to actually call that loading function at the beginning of our getQuotes function. So we're going to scroll up here, and in the first line of our getQuotes function, we're going to call loading. And you can see here that it actually goes into the new quote function if we have successfully gotten a response. So we'll need to go into that function now. And we're actually going to add the loading function again here at the top. This is because when we press the button, we're actually bypassing this function, and we're only launching this function. So on the second and third time you press the button, we're going to bypass this altogether. So we want to make sure that if it does take some time, that we allow it to load again. And then what we want to do is, at the very bottom, we're going to actually comment out a title here above this, because we want to set the quote, and we also want to hide the loader. And so right after we actually set the quote in our UI, we want to then call our complete function. So again, at the beginning, we want to have our loading function, and then at the end, we want to have our complete function to hide the loader and show our quote container. In our case, as I mentioned previously, because our API quotes after the first fetch request is stored locally in our API quotes variable, we actually probably won't see the loading happening, but that is a result of it's loading so quickly that it's flying from here to here in a fraction of a second. So that's why we might not actually see it spin, except for on the first time when we're loading the array of quotes at the very beginning. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so I'm going to refresh, and you see at the very beginning, just for a second there, you see the loader for like half a second or even like a 20th of a second. Okay, and then if we do new quote though, you can see that it doesn't spin at all because we have everything stored locally. It's loading so quickly that we actually don't need to even see it. So the main benefit of this is just on the initial load, it might load a little bit more slowly for you. I have a pretty fast internet connection. And if that's the case, you will see the loader spinning at the beginning. But that's something that you can add to any project, just like how I added it here. You can use this same W3 Schools loader. You can do something similar, creating a loading function and then a complete function. And then in whatever you're doing, you want to put the loading at the top and then the complete at the bottom. All right, so that's pretty much it for the functionality of this project. I have shown you how to fetch quotes from an API. Keep in mind there are many APIs you could use for this purpose. They will return data in potentially a slightly different format. I've also shown you how you can actually pull quotes from a local array as well. So I've given you two options, two different ways to do it. So hopefully that's going to work for everybody. And be sure to post your version of your quote generator project in the link in the course. Share it with everybody else. I've already seen a lot of great entries and looking forward to seeing some more. Okay, so that's it for this project. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Alrighty, welcome back. Now that we're done with our styling, we can switch our focus to the REST API for our quotes. So the one I'm going to be showing you is Forismatic. I'm going to provide the link in the course. I like using this one because you don't need to sign up and you don't need an API key. You can just use it. So you can see we're going to start with the URL for our API. I'm going to copy that. And we're going to need to add a couple query strings as well. We're going to need to add a method getQuote, format JSON, and language English as well. Okay, so let's jump back into the code in our very empty JavaScript. And we're going to accomplish this using an asynchronous fetch function. Okay, so to start with, we're just going to comment out a title, get quote from API. It's very good to comment your JavaScript, especially each function at least, just to make it easier for other people that you might be working with to understand your code. So to create an asynchronous function, we're going to write out async function, and then we're going to name it get quote, bracket, and then our curly bracket, press enter. And before we actually write this out, we want this function to run when we load our page. So we're going to comment out at the very bottom, get quote. We want this to be at the bottom because you always want the function to be declared before you call it. Okay, so let's get back to writing the function now. We're going to start by having a const for our API URL equals single quotes, and then we're going to paste in our URL that we copied, and question mark to add our query string, method equals get quote with a capital Q, and lang equals en for English, and our format equals JSON. Okay, so you can see again, we would benefit from word wrap here, so I'm going to use Alt-Z to word wrap that for now. We're going to put a semicolon to show that that line is finished. And below this, we're going to set up a try-catch statement. So in our try statement, we'll build our catch first. So the catch is designed for errors. So we're going to pass in this parameter error in our parentheses, and we're going to console log. So this will allow us to see this message in our console. And we're going to add a string, whoops, no quote, plus we're going to pass in our error message by having a comma and then passing in the error that we stated up here. We're going to add a semicolon to that. Okay, so now our try statement. Within this is going to be the magic of the async function. So we're going to start by setting the response as a constant, and that's going to equal awaiting the fetch request to complete from our API URL above. And then after that, we're going to have a const for our data, and that is going to await the response that we set above in JSON format. And lastly, we're just going to console log our data. So just a very brief explanation of this. Because we have an asynchronous function, this constant is not going to be set until this finishes fetching. This data will not be set until it finishes returning this response in JSON format. Okay, so let's save that and actually see how it works in the browser. Alrighty, we're going to open up our inspect here, and we're going to go over to the console, and we can see that we have an error. So, as I was explaining, the fetch request that we're using uses a CORS policy. That means that by default, if you are calling an API from a different origin, so in our case, our localhost is trying to call api.forasmatic, by default, that will just not work. It's been blocked. So when you're using free APIs, this might happen because this API might not be properly configured to send CORS headers, which would allow this to work on most APIs. There is a solution to get around this that I've implemented that I've learned from researching online. I will provide an article that talks more about this, but basically what we're going to be doing is we're going to be calling a proxy API first, and then we're going to call our quote API after. So let's jump back into the code and I'll show you how that's done. So we're going to start with adding a constant for a proxy URL, and we're going to pass in our proxy URL. So https and cors-anywhere.herokuapp.com/. So this is an option that has been set up for everybody to use, but in an optional video, I'll show you how to actually make your own, because sometimes this one might be down and it's more reliable for you to just have your own version of it. It'll only take a few minutes to set up, so feel free to check that out. Down here in our fetch request now, we're going to combine these two URLs together. So we're essentially going to make our API call using our headers from our proxy call. So we're going to save that and check it out. All right, awesome. So not only are we not seeing an error, we're actually returning a quote from our quote API. Awesome. So we got it working. We have our quote text here and we have our quote author here. If we refresh the page, it might take a few seconds to load, but you can see here we actually have an error. Whoops. There's a syntax error. There's an unexpected token in JSON at position 18. So this is another error that is specific to this API. I think it's because of special characters that they might be using on some of the quotes. So we're actually going to need to add one more thing into our catch statement. So instead of just console logging this error, we actually want to get a new quote if we hit an error. So we're just going to add get quote along with our catch. So we can save that and go back. And we can see we have a quote here. Let's refresh it. Okay, that works. So you can see that we have 3 in a row that had an unexpected token, but then eventually it pulled up another quote. All right, perfect. So that's pretty much all we need to do on the API side. In the next video, we're actually going to start populating our quote and author dynamically with this data. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. Now that we have the data coming from our API, it's time to work on passing that data into our HTML. So you'll notice that we made several IDs. There's 5 of them in total. One is for our quote container. One is for our quote. This will allow us to replace the text of our quote element. One is for our author, and we have one each for our buttons. So let's go over to the script and we will assign a constant for each of these elements.
So at the top here, I'm going to write out const and then the element name in camel case, meaning that the second word and any subsequent words will have a capital letter and the first word will be lowercase, like this. And that is going to equal document dot get element by ID. You can see that it's auto-completing here with Emmet, so we can just press enter, bracket, single quote, and then we're going to put in the name of our ID in our HTML, which is quote dash container. And we're going to copy this and paste it 4 more times. And now we're going to change each of these. So we have our quote text, which is just the ID quote. We have our author text, which is the ID author. We have our Twitter button, Twitter BTN for button, and that is the Twitter ID. And lastly, we have our new quote button, BTN, and that is going to be from our new dash quote, quote ID. All right, cool. So we have all of our constants there. Now, to actually start populating this, instead of just console logging the data, we can actually get rid of this console log because we know that that works. We'll get rid of this one as well. We're going to actually start passing our data into our elements. So the very simple way to do this would be to target this constant here, author text. So author text, again, you can see it's auto-completing. I'm just going to press enter. And we're going to do dot inner text instead of inner HTML because this is more secure. It's just changing the text, which is a string, inside of the element. And we're going to assign it the data dot quote author. Okay, and the other thing we're going to do is we're going to have the quote text, similar thing, dot inner text equals data dot quote text. All right, so we can save that and let's check it out. So it might take a few seconds to load. But there we go. We have a different quote and it just populated our UI like magic. Awesome. Okay, so the next step is going to be to actually filter the quotes a little bit. So for example, I want to dynamically reduce the font size for any quotes that are longer than 120 characters. And the other thing that I'd like to do, and I know this firsthand from using this, is that sometimes the author field is just blank. And in that case, I want to replace it and have it say unknown instead of just having a blank space here. All right, so let's jump back to the code and fix those two things. First, we can fix our author issue. So we're going to accomplish that with an if statement. So if the data dot quote author equals, so is equal to an empty string, then with our curly brackets, we want the author text dot inner text, so for our element, to be a string of unknown. Else, if there is an author, then we want our author text dot inner text to equal the data quote author. So essentially we've just recreated line 19 here, so we can get rid of that. Okay, and we're just going to comment that just to explain what we're doing. So if author is blank, add unknown. Okay, and next, to fix our long quote issue, let's comment out that title first. Reduce font size for long quotes. So we're going to have another if statement. So if the data dot quote text dot length, so the amount of characters, for now we're just going to set it at, let's say 50, but eventually we'll put it back to 120 just so that I can show you that it's working. And we're going to have our curly brackets, the quote text element. We want to look at its class list, so the CSS classes, and add our class long dash quote that we had previously in our CSS. If the length is less, we're going to have our else here, another curly bracket, then our quote text element, we want to remove the CSS class long quote, just in case the previous quote was long and the new one is short, we want to remove it. And we're going to leave this at the bottom that we still want the quote text inner text to be the data that we get from the API. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So you can see here that our quote text is smaller, so it looks like it's working. Let's refresh the page, and you can see again it's smaller, and there's a new quote that is not smaller because it is actually less than 50 characters. All right, perfect. So that's working as we want it to. That is excellent. So we're just going to go back quickly and change this 50 to 120 because we only want long quotes to become smaller, and we'll save that. And while we're at it, we might as well get rid of the static quote in our HTML. So we'll just backspace that, and we'll get rid of the author as well, and we will save that. Okay, now we're going to move on to the Twitter functionality, which is pretty straightforward. So we're going to go to this Twitter developer page, and basically we're just going to pass in this URL, and we're going to open it in a new window, and we're going to add this parameter of text, and then we're going to dynamically populate that text with our quote data and our author data. All right, so let's copy this and jump back into the code. So we're going to make a new function below this function, tweet quote bracket, curly brackets, and we're going to set a const quote, which equals our quote text dot inner text. So this is the inner text from our element, and we're going to do a similar thing for author. This is going to be our author text elements inner text. Okay, and on the next line, we're going to have a const for our Twitter URL equals, and we're going to use backticks here to denote a template string. The backtick button is just below your escape key. We're going to paste in the Twitter URL. We're going to add a query with the question mark and then text equals, and now we're going to pass in our quote and author using $ curly brackets, and you can see that turn blue. So that means it's going to take whatever data is in there and put it into this string. And then we're going to have a space, then a dash, then another space. Then we're going to do the same thing for our author. And you'll see what this looks like when we actually run it. And then a semicolon to finish that off. Lastly, we're going to open a new tab. So we're going to do window open, and then we're going to pass in the Twitter URL that we've just made, comma, we want this to open in a new tab, so we're going to use underscore and blank. Okay, before we can actually test this, we're going to need to add an event listener to actually trigger this function. So let's scroll down, and we're going to comment out a title for our event listeners. I will comment out a title for our Twitter function, which I forgot to do. Tweet quote. Okay, back down to our event listeners. So we're going to have two event listeners, one for each of our buttons. We're going to do the new quote button first. So new quote button, that's our button element, dot,
add event listener. You can see that it's the first suggestion here. And then we're going to add a click event. So single quote, click, comma, and then the name of our function. So in this case, it's going to be get quote. You can see that it pre-populated that for us. And then we're going to do the same thing for our Twitter button. Dot add event listener, bracket. And then this time, still a click event, but we're going to be targeting our tweet quote function instead. And a semicolon at the end. So again, just to recap, these are our button elements. We're adding an event listener. Anytime they're clicked, they're going to run their subsequent functions. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, we can close our Twitter page here. And so in theory, when we press our Twitter button, it's going to take our quote and our author and allow us to tweet it. Okay, perfect. So you can see we have our quote text in here, and then we have our space, our dash, and then our author name. That is excellent. So if I was logged into Twitter, it would allow me to just tweet it, but because I'm not logged in, I would have to log in to tweet this. But that's pretty much it for our Twitter functionality. So let's just double check that our new quote functionality works. Okay, perfect. That is awesome. So we have our new quotes, we have our Twitter button working. The very last thing we're going to add in the next lesson is a loading animation, just in case it takes a longer time to load a quote. So like right there, for example. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the last thing we're going to do for our project is we're going to add a loading animation. And for this, we're going to go to W3 Schools because they have a great, very simple example. So if we scroll down, we can have a look. The HTML, of course, is very simple. We'll add that, but we're also going to add an ID so that we can show and hide it. And this is our CSS. I will just copy that, and we will see that in our code. So let's jump back. First, we're going to add in our HTML. So we're going to comment out another title. This is below our quote container, so right above our script. We're going to have a title for our loader. And then we're going to create a div, so dot loader is the class, and then hashtag loader is the ID. So you can see we have our div with our class and our ID. Next, we can save that. Go into our CSS, and right above our media query, we're going to comment out another title for our loader, and we're going to paste in everything we just copied. So in this case, we will leave the light gray as it is, but we're actually going to change the blue to be a dark gray color. This will actually match our button background, so we're going to do 333 for that. Everything else we're going to leave as it is. And from here, we can save that. And now we're going to go over to our script to actually display it. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a constant for our loader that is going to equal document.getElementById, bracket, single quote, and then loader. Next, we're going to go down and we're going to comment out a title. So show loading. And then we're going to write out our function loading, bracket, curly bracket. And within this function, we're going to target our loader element, and we're going to use the hidden attribute. This is something that is available on all HTML elements. So dot hidden is going to equal false, meaning that we want to show it. And then for our quote container element, we're going to do the opposite. So dot hidden equals true. So this will show our loader and hide our quote container. So to test that out, we're going to go actually to the bottom. We're going to comment out get quote, and we're going to just put in loading instead, just to show that our loader is doing what we want it to do. So let's save that and jump back over. Okay, perfect. So we can see that our quote box is gone and we have our loading animation. Excellent. Let's go back.
We can undo this because we're actually going to pass in our loading function within our getQuote function. And we're going to go back up to the top. And we're going to add a function to actually hide the loader and bring back the quote container. So we're going to call that hide loading. And this function is going to be called complete. And basically, it's going to do the opposite, but it's going to run a check first. So if !loader hidden, which is a short way of saying if loader hidden is false, then we want quote container hidden to equal false, meaning we're going to show the quote container, and we want loader.hidden to equal true, meaning we're going to hide the loader. Okay? And now, in our getQuote function, we're going to implement this. So very simply, we're going to add our loading function first before anything happens. And then after we actually finish loading our quote, so just above our catch statement, we're going to comment out a title just to be explicit. We're going to stop loader and show the quote. And we're going to have our complete function right there. Okay, so let's save that and go back and check it out. Perfect. So on our new quote button, we can see our loader spinning, and then as soon as it's done, we have our quote box. That is excellent. So that is actually the end. We are done with this project. Congrats for making it this far. I hope that you enjoy the way that this looks. This is a very fun project for me to work on, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
I know I keep saying this, but come on, this was another awesome project. I really like it, but let's take a look at the code and see what sort of comments we can make or what improvements perhaps we can make. So looking at the code here, I want to talk about a few things. One is the naming here. So we see over here that we have a loading spinner and a remove loading spinner. So we have complete and loading here. Okay, now if we take a look at the script and let's say we're a new programmer that's joining the team and it's taking a look at this code. Now, because this is in a single file, we only have 64 lines of JavaScript, it's not hard for us to say that, all right, well, here's a comment, loading spinner shown, remove loading spinner, okay, and then we're getting the quote, we're loading the spinner, and then we're completing the spinner loading. But how can we improve this? You see, naming things in programming is super important because names are part of what allows us to describe what our code does. Remember, most of the time when we work at a company, we are working with others. And when we work with others and we didn't always write the code or people see our code, we want to do our best job to make sure that people understand our code. One of the toughest things for a programmer to do, especially ones that are just starting, is to make their code clear and understandable. I argue that the best programmers are not the ones that are clever, that can do all sorts of tricks with code. Instead, they're the ones that when you look at the code, you understand. You think, wow, that's so simple. I like how they did that. So how can we improve the readability and the naming with our variables here? Well, imagine if this get quote was in a different file, and I look at loading and then complete. Do I know what that does? I mean, sure, it's complete something, but without me looking at the complete function, I don't understand what it does. So one thing we can improve here is maybe instead of just saying loading, because this is all about the loading spinner, just say show loading spinner. And now we can even remove the comment. That's less lines of code. And this is very easy to understand. It's simply show loading spinner. In the same way, we can say remove loading spinner. And we save another line of code. We don't have to clutter our code with comments, and it's super clear what this function does, what both of these functions do. So now I can just replace these parts with properly named functions so that I can even remove this, so that now, even if I don't know what the show loading spinner function does, or I have to go into a separate file to see what it does, I don't need to, because that's pretty self-evident. The name simply says show loading spinner. So I expect this function to show the loading spinner. And just like that, we improved the readability of our code. Awesome. So think about naming your variables in a way that makes sense. If somebody read your code, does it make it super obvious? And one thing to think about is when you comment your code, can that comment be removed and perhaps be included in the naming of your function? That's a good way to think about things as a senior developer. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is this code. Do you see any issues with this code? Give you a second. Can you break this code? Well, here's what I can do. I can say that right now we're saying get quote, and we run these things to get our quote, but if we ever encounter an error, we run get quote again. This is what we call a recursive function. A recursive function is a function that calls itself. It's kind of mind-melting, isn't it? It's hard to understand, but yeah, if there's an error, just run this function again. Now, when you have a recursive function like this, a common trick is to go into an infinite loop. What do I mean? Well, let's say that here we actually have an error. Let's say we can throw an error with JavaScript by saying throw new error. And in here, I can just throw whatever error I want. Let's just say, oops. So right now, this is going to throw. It's going to make this function error. It's going to catch, and then we're going to run the get quote again. Just to double check, let me just make sure I can console log error here. Now, if I save this, go back to our project, open up the developer tools. Let's make this bigger. And I refresh this. Okay, nothing's happening. Okay, it's starting to spin. That's good. That's good. Oh, look at that. I get errors. Oops. And it keeps going, keeps going, and keeps going, and keeps going. Why is that? Well, because I'm constantly running the get quote function. If I go to my network tab, check this out. Look at all of this. I keep making the same API request over and over and over and over. And look at all this data that's being transferred. Not good, right? We just broke our code. So let me stop this. How can we fix that? Well, we want to make sure that right now, the way we have it, we're assuming that there's no errors in our code, because if there are errors, we get this infinite loop. So some of the things that we can do is maybe we have a counter. We create a variable that does maybe count up to 10. And once that counter is up to 10, then we stop running the get quote because obviously something is wrong. Maybe we send an error to the user saying, sorry, there's something wrong with the page, instead of keep running it and running it and running it. So it's a good idea to always look at the code and try to break things. Does the code make sense? What happens if something errors out? When we get an error and purposefully doing an error with the code, does it work as expected? And this is where testing comes in. By writing tests for this script.js, maybe we could have avoided this issue. We could have tested out our code and seeing, hey, what happens when we throw an error? All right, that was a fun one. There's a lot more to cover, so I'll see you in the next one.
Okay, welcome to the project. You can see very briefly we had a loading animation there. I'm going to show you how to make your own loading animation with the loading.io website. There are a ton of cool customization options to make yours unique.
The goal of this project is to show how you can implement infinite scroll functionality. This is something that happens on social media. As a user scrolls near the bottom of the page, another network request is made, but it happens before you reach the bottom, so you don't see it and it feels like you're seamlessly scrolling forever. That's what we have going on here. The images are photos fetched from the Unsplash API, and we're tracking the moment all the images are loaded in order to dynamically hide our loading animation. It is one long column of images with a margin on the left and right. And as we get closer to the bottom, if you watch the scroll bar on the right, you're going to see it jump up when the next network request is made and we're fetching more images. But you can see as I'm scrolling that it is a totally seamless experience. Now, if we hover over an image, we can actually see the description. And if we click on the image, we can see that image on the Unsplash website so that we can see the author or download the photo if we want. The last thing I'm going to show is if we open up our DevTools, we can see that it's also mobile responsive as well. So instead of having big margins on the left and right, in a mobile device, we just have a 10 pixel margin all the way around. So that'll look great on mobile as well. I will also give you several pointers along the way for how you could expand on what I've done and make your own unique version of the project. So, let's get started. Alrighty, so in this video, I'm going to show you one method for creating your very own custom animated loading icon. This website is called loading.io. I'll provide a link within the course. And they have a very easy to use interface where you can adjust a number of different settings and output in a number of different formats. You can see if we scroll down that they have a few paid options here, but that they have plenty of free options as well. This is a great opportunity to add your own personal style to any project. I'm going to show you something basic, but I encourage you to take some time and experiment. I'm going to start by changing the base icon. So instead of this, I actually prefer this cube here. So I'm going to click on this, and then you can see that it's changed in our settings here. And the first cool thing about this is we have the option of actually using themes for our colors. So you can see we have the Lion King, Frozen, Dragon Ball, and even stuff like 7-Eleven or Netflix. So you can actually add a custom color theme that matches a certain brand if you want, which is pretty cool. I'm going to keep it simple and I'm just going to manually add colors. I want black for the main squares and I will use red for the accent here. So if I click on it, it opens up a color selector. I'm just going to switch that to black. And then for this, I'm just going to switch this to like a dark red, something like that, something close to that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. And you can see that we have some other options here. And for me personally, I'm only going to change one other option, and that is the size. So instead of it being 200 pixels, I'm going to make it 100 pixels. The sliding bar is a nice touch. You can see that I'm dramatically zooming in and out. But if you want to be more precise, you can actually click on the pencil icon and just enter in the size you want. So I want 100 exactly, and then I'm going to press enter. And that's great. I'm done with that. So I'm done customizing this. I actually do want it to be transparent as well. That's important. And now I'm going to actually download this. So in this case, I'm going to download it as an animated SVG. So if you're not familiar with SVGs, they stand for Scalable Vector Graphics. It uses coordinates in 2D space to create lines and shapes. The image you are seeing is actually made of code, unlike a traditional image file. The main benefits are that the file sizes are smaller, and you can make an SVG any size and it would look just as sharp. Whereas if you zoom in on an image, the more you zoom in, the lower the quality gets. Okay, I'm going to click animated here, and I'm going to be prompted to log in. So It's totally free, but you're going to need to log in with your email or you can sign up. So I'm going to do that. Okay, so now that I'm logged in, I'm going to click SVG Animated again, and I'm going to go over here to free download, and you can see that we have our file here. You can see it's transparent, which is perfect, and I'm going to download it. And you can see we have a file here, and I'm just going to copy that over to my desktop. Okay, so you can see we have our file on our desktop here. I'm going to just rename it to be loader.svg. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open it with Visual Studio Code. So we can see here that it is just code. This is the entirety of our loading animation. Each of these rectangles is one of the rectangles within the cube. You can see it has a y-axis, it has an x-axis, and it has a width and a height, and a fill color as well. If you wanted to actually customize even further, you could change the colors in the code and use it that way. And in terms of actually putting this into your project, you could actually just copy this code wherever you want in your project. But the other option you have is actually just using an image element and setting this as the source. So that's something we're going to do in the next video when we integrate this loader into our project. All right, so I'll see you in the next one where we start setting up our project. Bye for now. All right, so to start with, let's create our project. Good place to start. So we have our handy template folder here. We're just going to copy it and paste it. And I'm going to rename it. So infinite-scroll. Enter. And while we're at it, we can copy our loader into our Infinite Scroll folder as well, and then open it in Visual Studio Code. Okay, so once we have it loaded up in Visual Studio Code, we can open up our files here. And we're going to start with the index.html. We'll start by changing our title here. We're going to call it Infinite Scroll. We can use our Alt-Z word wrap, and we can remove our font awesome because we're not going to be needing it for this project. And we're going to save that and use our trusty live server here. We're going to click Go Live, and you can see we have our project loaded. We have our title up here. Nothing yet to show, but that's good. It's running. So the next step is I like adding Google Fonts to most of my projects because I feel like it gives them a unique feel. And it also ensures that it will always look the same even on different operating systems. So we can see we're at the site here. It's just fonts.google.com. I'll provide the link within the course. Something that I personally like to do when I'm trying to make a title for a site is I can actually change this to be custom. And you can see we have our sample text here, but I'm actually going to change it to be the title that we want. So I can type that in, and we can see that now it's previewing every font with that specific text. I've personally found that that's the best way to choose a font. So I personally know what font I want already, so I'm going to change this to Babas New. So whenever you find a font that you like, you're going to click on it, and then over here, we're going to select this style, and we're going to embed. And we're going to copy the import statement. So let's highlight that and copy that. And we can jump back to our code. So at the top of our CSS file, we're going to add that in. And we're also going to update the body to add font-family. And we're going to add our font here, Babas New, comma, sans-serif. So I always like adding a backup just in case our Google font doesn't load for whatever reason. So let's test this out. In our HTML, we're going to add in an H1. So we can comment out a quick title here called title, and we'll pass in our H1. So I can just type H1 and then tab thanks to the autocomplete within Visual Studio Code. And I'm going to write out the title, Unsplash API
infinite scroll. Okay, so let's save that, and we'll save our other file as well. And let's jump back and check it out. Okay, so we can see that our Google font has loaded. So there's a few things I'm going to change right off the bat. We can see that the background color is white. I've actually started using a color called white smoke instead of white because it pretty much looks white, but it's a little bit easier on the eyes. So let's switch that quickly and spot the difference here. Background, so white smoke. And save that, jump back. So you can see it's a little bit grayer compared to the white right here. So you can see it's mostly white, but a little bit easier on the eyes. Okay, so now onto the H1 styling. I want it to be centered, and I want to have an even margin on the top and bottom compared to the image that's going to go below it. And the other thing I'm going to show you is a neat trick called letter spacing that can actually make a custom font even more unique. Let's jump back to the code, and below this, we're going to start styling our H1. So first thing, we're going to use text align. You can see it auto-completes here. I'm just going to press enter, and center is the first choice, which is what I want. I'm going to press enter again. And then below that, I'm going to add a margin top of 25 pixels, margin bottom 15 pixels, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, font size 40 pixels, and I'm also going to change the letter dash spacing to be 5 pixels. So this works for the font that I've chosen, but you might need to have a little bit of different styling depending on the original size that your font is. So let's save that and jump back. Okay, so to me, that looks a lot better. So I'm going to actually just show you the difference here. If I right click and inspect, and I'm going to select, I'll actually show you the difference with white smoke as well while I'm here. So you can see that's white, and that's white smoke, white smoke. So I think it's a little easier on the eyes. And now I'm going to use the selector, and I'm going to select our H1, and I'm going to turn off letter spacing. So you can see everything's kind of crammed together, and with the 5 pixel letter spacing, it looks a little bit better. Okay, so the next thing is we're going to integrate our loader into our project. So we're going to jump back into our HTML, and below our title here, we're going to comment out another title for our loader, and we're going to create a div with the class and ID of loader. So div.loader, #loader, and I'm going to press enter. So you see it created our div for us. And then inside of this, I'm going to create an image element. So image, press enter. And the source is going to be, you can see as soon as I typed L, it's auto-completing because it's telling that this file is in the same folder. Just press enter, have it auto-complete. And for our alt property, we will type in loading. Okay, so we can save that and check it out. And yeah, we have our icon within our project now, but we're going to need to do a little bit of styling. So we want to have an opaque background. So a background that you can kind of see through, but it kind of blocks everything out on the entire page. And we want to center this loading icon in the vertical and horizontal center of the page. So let's jump back to our CSS and start taking care of that. Okay, so below our H1 here, we will comment out a title for our loader. And we will start with the class loader. And we're going to make it position fixed. So we don't want it to move, even if the user is scrolling on the page. And we're going to use a little trick here to make it extend over the entire page. So we're going to use top, bottom, left, and right are all going to be 0. So they're all pulling from their own respective corners. And then lastly, we're going to add a background RGBA. So we're including an alpha value. In this case, it's going to be white. So 255, 255, 255.
And then I'm going to control the opacity. I'm going to make it 0.8. Okay, add the semicolon there. And let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that our opacity is working, and we can actually see that our loader has switched positions here. It was a little lower down before. So we're part of the way there. The next part is going to be to actually center the loader right in the middle here. So let's do that. Jump back to our CSS. In this case, we're actually going to be targeting loader image. So that means we're targeting an image that is a child of the class loader. So we also want position fixed because we want it to stay in the center even if someone is scrolling. And then the trick here for making this work is we're going to give it a top of 50%. So 50% from the top, and then 50% from the left, and then transform, translate, and then minus 50%, comma, minus 50%. So that's the X and Y axis. So I'm going to save that and then show you in the DevTools why we're doing it this way. So save that and jump back. So you can see that it is in fact working. That's exactly what we want. It's in the center. But if we open up our DevTools, I'll give a little bit more of an explanation. So if we scroll up here, we can see that we have our loader. I want to actually select the image part. So we just click on it with our selector here. And if I were to remove this, transform, translate, you can see that the top left worked, but the top left is actually, the top left of the picture is in the center. But we want this whole thing to be centered regardless of the size of this. So that is how this transform, translate is accounting for centering the image within the center of the page. So that's what we've done here. Okay, that's pretty much it for our loader. And we're going to come back to it later in our JavaScript when we actually want to introduce it. But for now, while we're building out the rest of our styling for our page, we're actually going to keep it hidden. So we can do this very easily in our HTML. And we're just going to, within this div, type hidden to provide the hidden attribute. And we can save that and check it out. And you can see that our loader is gone and the background is gone as well. All right. I think we've done enough setup for one video. In the next one, we're going to look at how we're going to style our image grid with a test image in order to perfect that part of the design. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so to start with, we're going to go over to the Unsplash website, unsplash.com. This is a website I've been using for a few years. It's a great source for royalty-free images that you can use in your projects. I'm going to select the nature category, and I'm going to scroll down, and I'm just going to pick any picture that I like. This one's pretty good. I'm going to click on it, and it doesn't really matter the image because I'm just using it for testing purposes. I'm going to right-click and copy the image address, and that's pretty much it for Unsplash. Let's jump back to our code, and below our loader here, we're going to comment out another title for our image container. And inside of this, we're going to create a div with the class image-container, as well as the ID image-container. Press enter. And then inside of that, we're going to create another image element. Press enter, and we can paste in what we have there into our source. And we're not going to worry about the alt because we're actually going to be deleting this image. But we do want to copy it twice because we want to actually show something kind of similar to a column of images. So let's save that and jump over, check it out. Okay, so we can see that that's okay, but it's a little wide. We definitely don't want it to be wider than the page. So we're going to need to do some styling on this. This is going to be pretty straightforward because we've chosen to use a container element for our images, so we can style that. So we'll jump back, and below our loader here, we can comment out a title for our image container. And we'll scroll down a bit. And our .image container class here, we're going to start by just adding in a margin of 10 pixels. And that's going to be for the top and bottom. And then for the left and right, we want 30%. So that means in total, we'll have 60% margin and 40% image. Below that, we're going to type out our image container class again, and similar to our loader image, we're going to target the image element that is a child of the image container class. And then within that, we're just going to type in with 100%. So let's save that and check it out. And okay, that looks a lot better. So the one other thing I guess I would like to tweak is I'd like a little bit more of a gap between our images. So let's jump back and we can simply add a margin top of 5 pixels to our image within our image container. Save that, jump back. Okay, that looks great. So you can see what I was talking about before. My title is centered evenly between the top of the page and the image below. To do that in your project, you might need to adjust the margin top and bottom a little bit. Okay, so one last thing to consider is how it looks on a mobile device. So let's right-click, open up our DevTools, and we can click this Toggle Device Toolbar to show our mobile view. This is for our, if we widen this a little bit, for our Pixel 2 XL, which is the default that I like to use. Let's fit to window, so we're just going to show the entire screen of the phone. And we can move this a little bit more so we can actually kind of see what's going on. Okay, so let's use the element selector. The first thing we're going to want to change is our font size because we want this all to be on one line. We can see we have our font size 40 pixels. So we can click on this and we can actually just use the down key to lower the size. And I'm going to lower it just a little bit extra to 20 pixels. Okay, I think that that's good. And the other problem is now we don't want 60% of the page to be margin. We want much less of a margin. So to change that, we can highlight our image container here. Okay, we have our image. Let's scroll up. We want our image container. And we can simply just remove this 30%, and then that'll make 10 pixels all the way around, and that looks perfect. So let's jump back into our code and use a media query and apply these changes. So below this, we're going to comment out a title for media query for large smartphone. And inside of this, we'll make our actual media query at media, screen, and bracket, max-width, and the standard is 600 pixels. So that means anything less than 600 pixels, we'll apply this styling. We're going to change our H1 font size to be 20 pixels. And below that, we will change our image container. You can see it auto-completes there to just margin of 10 pixels only. Okay, so let's save that and jump back. Okay, that looks great on mobile. Let's just go back to desktop and make sure, yep, so you can see our font got bigger and we have our margins still on desktop. Very nice. Now, we're finally ready to start looking at the functionality of our project, starting with setting up our connection to the Unsplash API. So we'll do that in the next one. We'll see you there. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So we're going to get started with the functionality of our project, and that's going to involve us setting up using the Unsplash API. This is going to allow us to return high-quality random images that will allow us to showcase our infinite scroll functionality. So we're going to go over to unsplash.com/documentation. I'll provide the link within the course. And we can see here that we're wanting to set up an application. So we can click that, jump to the documentation. And the first thing it's telling us to do is we're going to need to join. So let's click on that.
And you have the option of joining with Facebook, or you can just log in with your information. I already have an account, so I'm just going to log in. Okay, so once you log in, you'll be at a page like this. It's the Your Apps page. We're going to come back to this in a few minutes. Let's just jump back to the documentation and learn some more about it. So if we scroll down here, let's start looking at our schema. So you can see that this is the location for the server, the API that's running. The responses are set as JSON. That's great. If we scroll down, we can learn a little bit more about it. So there's different kinds of requests. We're just going to have a GET request, which we're going to use our fetch API for. And if we go down, authorization. So we're going to need an API key, it looks like, and we're going to need to pass that. You can see in this second example here that we can pass our client ID as a query string parameter. So you can see that's denoted with the question mark here. And we have the same base of our API, and then we can see /photos. So let's actually copy this line here, and we're going to start building this out within the code as we go along. So let's copy that, jump back to the code, comment out a title here, and we're going to create a constant API URL equals, and we're going to make a template string because we're going to populate this later with some variables. But for now, let's just paste this in here. Okay, and let's jump back to the documentation and see what else we need. So if we scroll down on the left here, we're looking to get a random photo. Okay, so you can see we have a handy link here. So to retrieve a single random photo, we're going to need to pass after our photos, we're going to pass random within our API URL. And we can see that we have some different parameters here. So you can actually filter random photos by different collections or even different users, or you can actually do like a search, or if you only want landscape or portrait or square photos, you can filter that way as well. For our purposes, the main thing that we're going to filter is the count, because we want to switch to the maximum of 30 rather than the default of 1. In your own application, feel free to change up these query parameters and even display different information if you want to. But let's finalize our API URL. So we're going to need to add random, and we're also going to need to add count as a parameter in our query string. So let's jump back and do that. So after photos, we're going to put in random and then a slash. Let's use Alt-Z so we can actually see everything we're doing here. We're going to word wrap that. And after our client ID, we can and count equals. And then this time we're actually going to make a constant for our count so that we can change it more easily. So const count equals. In this case, we'll start out with 10. We'll change it later. And we'll also do the same thing for our API key. We're going to make a constant for that. And for right now, we're just going to leave it blank because we don't have one yet. But we're going to pass it into our template string here. So we're going to use $, and then curly brackets, and then we're just going to pass in our count. And we're going to do the same thing for our API key, and $, curly brackets, curly bracket, and then our API key, press enter. Okay, so that's populated there. We can save that for now. So let's actually jump back to the Unsplash website and get our API key. Okay, so when we logged in, it automatically showed us to the Your Apps page. You can see that I already have an app here, but if I didn't, I would click on New Application. And you can see that it has some terms and conditions. And you're going to have to agree to these conditions and accept the terms. And then you can name your application. name of application, and then just a description here, and then you're going to create your application. Okay, so we can see our name of application here. This is our demo project. If we scroll down, we can see the guidelines for applying to become a production project. The main difference is that a production project can make 5,000 requests per hour, but you need to adhere to very specific criteria. For our purposes, we'll just leave it as a demo for now. And if you go down, you can see our requests and usage. So in demo mode, we can only get 50 requests per hour. So that's something to keep in mind during development. If it stops working, it will return an error saying that you've reached your limit for requests. And if we scroll down a little bit more, we can see that our API key is right here. So I will let you copy your public API key. And once you've done that, we'll copy that back into the code. In my case, I'm just going to put a placeholder here. But for you, make sure that you actually put in your API key. The next thing we're going to do is actually set up a fetch request so that we can see what data is returned from the API. So below this, we're going to turn off word wrap first, Alt-Z, and we're going to comment out a title for our function. We're going to say what it's going to do, which is get photos from Unsplash API. And we're going to create another async function called get photos. And inside of this, we're going to use the same try-catch statement that we've been using. And we'll fill out our catch as well. And we'll just comment out title here, catch error here. And for our try function, we are going to create a constant for our response, which is going to await the response from our fetch request, which is going to fetch from our API URL that we've set above. And we'll set a constant data to await the response.json. So the response will run through the JSON method and be returned as JSON. And then we'll console log that data. And the one last thing we'll need to do is make sure we're actually running that function. So on load, and we're going to get photos. Okay, so let's save that and see what we get in our browser. Okay, so back in the browser, we're going to right-click and inspect to open up our DevTools again. You can see we have 3 dots here. I'm actually going to use this to undock our DevTools into a separate window, just so it's a little bit easier to see. And right now, we're just looking at the data, so it has nothing to do with the page. I'm going to go to the Network tab specifically, and I'm going to hit Command-R or whatever it tells you to hit here. If you're using Windows, it'd probably be Shift-R. So I'm going to press that to reload the page. And we can see that we have all of our network responses here. You can see we have our fetch request here. So I'm going to click on that. And we can actually see that we have a preview of our response here. We have 10 results, so that's perfect. Our count is working. It ends at 9 because this is 0 index, but there are still 10 items here. Great. So if we actually click on one of the items, we can see what is being returned. So the things that stand out to me are the alt description. We can use that as a title, or we can use that for the alt element of our image. You can see it has other things like the main color, when it was created, and even the camera make and model. In this case, the information isn't there. And if we go down a little bit further, we have links. So this is a nested property. So to access, we would type links dot and then whatever we want. In this case, we want the links HTML because that will give us a link back to the Unsplash website. So you can check out more of the author's work or any other functionality of the Unsplash website. And let's see what else. Sometimes there's even a location as well.
And if we check out URLs, we can see that this is actually where the image is located. So we're going to use this as the source attribute for our image element. I'm going to go with regular just to keep it medium size. We don't want necessarily the full size because that'll be a lot bigger of a file size. But in your own projects, you can decide which of these fields you want to use. So let's say hypothetically, if you wanted to create something that showed all the cameras that are used to take all the pictures, you can use the information in this part of the data to show that. So it's up to you how you use this data. But as I said, for our purposes, we're going to use our alt description here. We're going to use the HTML link here, and we're going to use the regular URL. Okay, so we accomplished what we wanted to with this video, which is to actually return the data. In the next one, we're actually going to create an element for each of these image objects and pass in the relevant data. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So now that we've hooked up our Unsplash API, I thought it was a good opportunity to visually go over what we've done so far, as well as what we're looking to accomplish in this video. I will also provide a copy of this diagram within the course. So, what we've done so far is we have our getPhotos method using our fetch request with the parameter of our API URL, which we built to include our API key. And we're contacting the Unsplash server, and that is returning a response that we set to a constant of data. Now, looking ahead, we're actually going to change that up a little bit. So we're going to have a global variable called photos array, and we're going to pass the data into that photos array. And within our display photos method, we will also call that photos array, and we will use the for each method on it to run a function for every element within the array, and we will use that to create our HTML elements for each object. So there are many properties being returned in each of the objects, but these are the three that we are going to use for our purposes. You can see that we're starting with an anchor element that is wrapping an image element. The anchor element is pointed to the links.html, so that means when the user clicks on the image, it will take them to that image on the Unsplash website. The image itself is having its source dictated by the regular URL, so you could use a bigger file if you wanted, and we're also populating the alt and title attributes with the alt description. When a user hovers over the image, they will see the description. So that's what we're looking to accomplish in this video. Let's jump into the code and get started. Okay, so first, we're going to start by creating a few constants at the very top. So we're going to create first our image container, and that will be equal to document getElementById and image-container. And we'll also have one for our loader while we're at it, but we're not going to use our loader for a little while. Okay, and below that, we're going to create our photos array as our global variable. This time, we're going to use a let instead of a constant because the value within our photos array is going to change every time we make a request. So that is going to be equal to square brackets, meaning an empty array. So let's now jump into our getPhotos function, and we're going to get rid of our data here. And instead of using const data, as I said, we will just type in photos array. You can see it auto-completes if I press enter there. And actually below that, we'll have a console log just to make sure that we're getting our photos array being populated properly. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we have 10 items here. And yeah, it's working. We're console logging our photo array. Perfect. So we can start building our second function now. So back in the code, within our getPhotos method, we can remove our console log, and instead we're going to call our function displayPhotos. We haven't made it yet, but let's make that now. So we're going to make that above our getPhotos function. Let's start by commenting out a title with the intended functionality. So we're going to create elements for links and photos, and we're going to add that to the DOM. So function displayPhotos. Okay, so within our displayPhotos method, we're going to comment out a title for our for-each method. And so we're going to use our photos array dot for each bracket, and then another bracket, we're going to pass in our variable name. So that means that each object is going to be assigned to the photo variable as we are running through our for each method. We're going to create an arrow function, and then our curly brackets, and then enter, and we'll put the semicolon there as well. And now we can actually go about creating our elements with what we had in our photos array. So for example, this is the first one of the elements within our photo array. You can see that we want our alt description, and we want our links.html, and we want our urls.regular. So let's jump back and take care of that. So first thing, we're going to comment out a title to explain exactly what we're doing, which is we're creating an anchor element to link to Unsplash. And we're going to make a constant item, which is going to equal document.create element. And in brackets, we're going to put single quotes and then a. So that's just going to create a blank anchor element. Then we're going to need to set some attributes on this item. So we're going to do item.set attribute, bracket, single quote, and we're setting the href attribute, comma, and then we're going to provide what we're going to actually set it with. So in this case, photo.links.html. And we're also going to want this to open in a new window. So we're going to set another attribute. This time we're referring to the target, comma, and then single quotes again. We're going to pass in a string, underscore blank, and that will open it in a new tab. Okay, so that's it for our item. Next, we're going to do a similar process for our image. So we're going to comment out a title, create image for photo, and we're going to set a constant called img for image. Same thing, document create element, and we're going to this time use an image. Then we're going to set some attributes again. This time we need to start with the source, because that's what's actually going to load the image. And we're going to use photo.urls.regular. Then the next attribute is going to be our alt attribute, which is going to be photo.alt underscore description. We can actually copy this because it's going to be similar. And we're going to paste that, and we're just going to change alt here to be our title attribute. And the very last thing we're going to need to do, we'll comment out a title for it, is we're going to put the image inside the anchor element like we had in our diagram. And then we're going to put both inside of our image container element. So in order to do that, we're going to start with our item, which is going to be the parent of our image, and we're going to append child. So we're going to add a child, and that is going to be our image constant. And we'll do a similar thing. This time the image container is the parent, and we're going to append the child that is the item. So that's pretty much it for that functionality. What's going to happen is for each item in this array, we're going to run through this every single time, and we're going to create an item, we're going to create an image, we're going to put our image into our item, and then we're going to put our item into our image container. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that's a little weird. Looks like we have our same 3 images, but we scroll down. Oh, we have our other images. It's working. We're actually loading our other images from Unsplash. And you can see if we hold over it, we can see we have our title here with our description. That's amazing. So the one thing we'll need to do is actually delete the placeholder images we had. So let's jump back to our HTML and do that. So we're going to delete all these because we're going to populate this entire image container dynamically in our JavaScript. So let's save that and jump back. Okay, amazing. We have our Unsplash images loaded. We have our description, as you can see. And if we actually click on it, it takes us to the Unsplash website. You can see the user that created the image, and we have some options to download the image. And that is amazing. That's exactly the functionality that we wanted. But I think we can make the implementation a little bit better. So back in the code, we can actually improve our set attributes here. An important tenet of modern development is creating dry code. So dry stands for don't repeat yourself. So in this case, instead of repeatedly typing out the set attribute method, we can actually create a helper function that will do this for us. So we can create it above our display photos function. We'll start by commenting out a title. And we're going to name the function set attributes with an S. And we're going to pass in 2 parameters. One is going to be the element, and the other is going to be the attributes. And we're going to use a for in loop to loop through for each of the attributes we want to set. We're going to start by assigning the key constant. So that's going to be the href target source alt title in attributes, which is going to be an object containing both the key and the value we actually want to set. And we're going to pass in the elements. That'll be our item or our image. And then we're going to run the regular set attribute method. And we're going to pass in the key as well as the attribute with the index of that specific key. So we'll need to actually make some changes within our display photos method as well. So we can comment out this for now. And we'll comment out this for now. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to call our set attributes function that we just made. We're going to pass in item first, then comma, then curly brackets to create our object, add the semicolon before we forget, and we're going to have href as our first key, and then we're going to have the same thing we had above, which is photo.links.html, comma, and then the target will be our next key, and again, we're going to pass in the same thing, underscore blank, and then another comma, and we can remove this now, and we'll do the same thing below for our image. So again, call set attributes, pass in image as our element, comma, curly brackets for our object, add the semicolons, and this time we are having our source as our first key, and then photo.urls.regular, comma, alt, and photo.alt underscore description, comma, and then we'll copy this again and paste it below, and we'll just change our alt to our title, and we can remove this now, and we can save it and see if it works. Okay, so you can see that we have some new images here. It's working perfectly. That is excellent. And we can see here that our code is no longer repeating itself. Perfect. So the next step in the next video, we'll be looking at actually adding our infinite scroll functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so now that we have our Unsplash photos being loaded in our DOM, the next step is to figure out our infinite scroll functionality. So what we want to happen exactly is, as we scroll, before we reach the bottom of our page, we want an event to trigger our getPhotos method so that the pictures load below before we have a chance to scroll past them. In this case, of course, we're reaching the bottom of the page because we haven't implemented that just yet. So a good first place to start is with this W3 Schools resource, which I'll provide a link in the course, and we're going to look at the possible DOM events within HTML. If we scroll down, the most popular event, of course, is a click event, but in our case, we are looking for the scroll event. So right here, we can see that the scroll event is an event that occurs when an element scroll bar is being scrolled. This means that we can apply this scroll event to any element. So we're going to go to the bottom of our JavaScript here, and we're going to comment out a title. And then we're actually going to add the event listener to our window. So the window is the parent of the document and the grandparent of our body. So we're going to the highest possible level. And we're going to add event listener. And then in our brackets, single quotes, we want to target the scroll event. And then what we want to do on that scroll event, we're actually going to make an arrow function. And we're going to create our function actually within our event listener here. So what we're going to do, nice and simple, is we're just going to console.log scrolled so that we can have an idea of how often this is actually triggered. So let's save that and jump back. We're going to refresh the page here. And we're just going to scroll down until we reach the bottom. Okay, so you can see we've reached the bottom here, and we have called this event 43 times. So, of course, for our purposes, we only want to call it once when we get to the bottom of the page. So we're going to need to narrow this down a little bit. So, there are multiple ways to implement infinite scroll functionality. I'm going to explain the thinking behind my implementation visually. So to start with, I mentioned earlier that the window is the parent of the document and the grandparent of the body. That's where our event listener is attached. It represents the entire browser window. So we're going to need two values from our window. The first is going to be window.innerHeight. All of these values are in pixels, by the way. And this is going to represent the total height of our browser window. This is a number that is going to stay constant unless the browser window is resized. And the second value we're going to need is window.scrollY. And this is the distance from the top of the page that the user has scrolled. So this is a number that will keep going up as the user scrolls further down the page. We will add these two numbers up on the left side of our if statement, and we'll need to compare them to something. So if we move over here, we'll see we're going to compare it to the height of everything in the body, including what is not within the view. So that'll be the combined height of all of our images in our case. But we can't just have the body offset height. We will actually need to modify it a little bit. And in this case, we're going to subtract a pixel amount. This can be any value, but in this case, I'm putting 1,000 pixels because most window inner heights are less than 1,000 pixels. So that means when the user scrolls to this point, that is when we will trigger our event and load more photos. I will also provide a copy of this diagram within the course so that you can check it for reference in the future. Let's jump back to the code and see how we're actually going to implement this. So, within our arrow function, we're going to delete our console log, and we're going to replace that with an if statement. Let's actually scroll down a little bit. If window dot inner height, so that's the height of our browser window, plus window dot scroll y, how high we are from the top of the page, is greater than or equal to the right side of our if statement, which will be document.body.offset height, and we're going to subtract 1000 for our 1000 pixels. Okay, and then we'll add in curly brackets. I'm going to copy in a number of console logs just to show what exactly is happening with this logic. Don't worry, you don't need to copy these into your project. I will be deleting them momentarily. Let's jump back and check it out. So if we scroll to the bottom of the page, let's see what happens. Okay, so you might be noticing a few things. First, we didn't run the function 50 times, but we did run it more than once, which is not great, but we'll come back to that. Let's check out some of the values here. So we can see that our window.innerHeight is 821, and it always stays 821. So that means 821 pixels from here to here. And we can see that our window.scrollY is increasing with each log. And of course, our combined value of inner height plus scrollY is also increasing every time. And lastly, we can see that our document body offset height minus 1000 is staying consistent because once the page has loaded, we have the full height of all the images. So you'll notice that the first time this triggered, this number on the left side, 4,386, is bigger than this number on the right side, which is 4,261. You'll notice the same thing in all the rest of the console logs. So this is only being triggered once the left side of our if statement becomes a bigger value than the right side of our if statement. So we are definitely getting closer. Back in our code, we can get rid of our console logs. If you want to add one that just says load more, that's something you can do. But we will now call our get photos method. So let's save that and just see what happens. So when we scroll to the bottom, we can see that we're triggering this multiple times at once. You can see it jump from 3 to 6, and you can see that we've loaded more than we would like. Ideally, we want to only load once and then wait until we hit the bottom and then load it again. But you can see that we've loaded it 6 times instead. So we're going to need to be getting a little bit more specific in how we're determining when to actually load more photos. In order to do that, we're going to need to create a ready Boolean, and this will be true only when the images have finished loading. We're going to take a look at that in the next video because that is also deeply tied with our loading functionality, where we want to show the loading animation when we first load the page. So we'll tackle that in the next video. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so our first goal here is to be able to know exactly when all of our images have finished loading after each call. So we're going to go back and look at our DOM events in W3 Schools, and this time we're going to look for a load event. So you can see this event occurs when an object has loaded. If we click on it to have some more information, and we scroll down a little bit, we can see that we can add an event listener, so that's what we're going to do. And if we scroll down a little bit more, we can actually see an example here on an image. So we have an image, and when it's loaded, it's going to run the load image function, and it's just going to pass an alert saying that the image has been loaded. So we're going to implement a similar thing in our project. So let's jump back to the code. And within our display photos method, right below here, We're going to comment out a title. We're going to target our image constant, and we're going to add event listener, and single quotes, load, comma, and then the function we're going to run is going to be called image loaded. We haven't made that function yet, so we'll need to scroll up to the top to do that. So let's put it at the very top here, comment out another title, create our function, and inside we're just going to have a console.log for now, and we're going to log the string of image loaded. So this is going to run on each individual image. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to change the count from 10 to the maximum of 30, and we can save that and check it out. Okay, so let's refresh the page, and we can see that slowly our number went up to 30. So we're loading all of our images, and you can see if we refresh again that it's hitting every number along the way. So that proves that our event is working properly. Next, we're going to need to set a variable for this number, as well as a variable for the total amount, so that when we load the total number of images, we can set a ready Boolean to be true again. So let's jump back to the code. At the top of the page, we're going to set these variables. So we'll start with our ready Boolean. So let ready equal false. So when the page first loads, we want it to be false. Let images loaded equals 0. So that was our number ticking up to 30 just now. And we're also going to want to keep track of the total images so that we know when it's done loading everything. Okay, so we can go down now to our image loaded method here. So remember that this function is going to be called for each individual image. And so we can use this to increment our images loaded value, which is starting at 0. And we're going to increase it by 1 with every individual picture that's loaded. To accomplish that, we'll just type images loaded and then plus plus, semicolon there. Below that, we're going to have an if statement. So if images loaded equals, with 3 equal signs, total images, then that means our page is ready and everything has finished loading. So we're going to set our ready Boolean to equal true, and we're going to console log ready equals, comma, and then the actual value of ready. And below that, we're actually going to need to set total images because we haven't actually set that number yet other than setting it at 0. And we'll do that inside of our display photos function. So total images is going to be set to the photos array dot length. So that is a number value for the amount of objects within the array. And below this, we will console log total images, comma, and then the value of total images. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that loaded pretty quick. Let's refresh it and see. Wow, that's fast. But you can see that this number ticked up to 30 very quickly. And then after that, we can see that ready now equals true. And we can see here that our total images is 30. So that's awesome. That means that we have our ready Boolean working properly. So now we're going to need to adjust our scroll event listener in order to only run if ready is equal to true. So let's jump back and take care of that. We're going to scroll down to the bottom here. And after this 1000, we're going to set an additional condition. So to do that, we're going to use 2 and signs. And we're just going to type in ready. So this means that we have to meet this condition of the left side needs to be bigger than the right side. And in addition to that, ready needs to be true. So we can remove this console log here. And the other thing we're going to do is we're going to set ready to equal false once this runs, so that it will only be ready again if our images loaded equals our total images. So it's only going to be set to true right here. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, let's refresh the page again. Okay, same thing. Everything's true. Let's scroll now to the bottom. Okay, we can see it's loading again. Perfect. But this time we can see that the ready did not equal to true, even though we have 30 images loaded. So just to confirm, we're going to scroll to the bottom and nothing's going to happen. So we've run into a little bit of a problem here. I would challenge you to pause the video and see if you can figure out what the problem is. I'll give you a hint. It has to do with something used in our image loaded function. Pause here and see if you can figure it out. Okay, welcome back. Let's go through and I'll show you what the problem was. In our image loaded function at the top here, you can see that we're console logging when each image is loaded. But what we should be logging is actually this images loaded variable. So let's do that right below, console log images loaded. So we'll get rid of that one, save it, jump back and check that out. So you can see this time that we just have a number here, and then at the bottom, we still have our ready equals true. You can see that we have 30 loaded here. So let's scroll to the very bottom and see what happens when we trigger it the next time. So you can see here that instead of going to the number 30, our images loaded is going to the number 60. So the problem with that is our total images is 30, and so our if statement is asking, is images loaded equal to the value of total images? In this case, 60 is not equal to 30. So that is why we are not seeing our ready true again. So this is a relatively simple fix. We just need to go back into our code, and in our display photos function, we actually just need to reset the value of images loaded to equal 0 every single time we are launching our display photos function. So let's save that and check it out. So we can refresh the page. So we have our 30 here, ready equals true. So we'll scroll to the bottom, and this time we can see that we're counting back up to 30 instead of 60. Perfect. And our ready equals true again. That is excellent. If we scroll down again, in theory, we should be able to load even more images. Okay, excellent. It loaded again, and we can see we have more images here. That is awesome. So we have our core functionality figured out. That is great. There is one last thing to do, however, and that is to add back the loading animation just for the first time the page loads. We don't want it on subsequent loads because we want to have the illusion that the user is just scrolling forever. So in order to do this, we're going to go back into our code, into our HTML, and we're going to remove this hidden attribute. Okay, so back in our JavaScript, we're actually going to want to hide the loader in here, but we only want to hide it once our images have loaded for the first time. So below our ready true, we're going to add loader.hidden equals true. So we're going to set the hidden attribute on our loader element to true only when our images are loaded. Save that and check it out. Okay, let's just refresh the page. So we can see we saw our loader spinning there. That's perfect. And we just want to make sure that as we scroll down, we are loading more images. And we can see, I'm going to keep scrolling. You can see in the console, we just loaded some more images. And you can see that from a user perspective, it just looks like I'm continuing to scroll. And I have no idea that the pictures are all being loaded in the background. That is amazing. So that's it. Our final functionality is done. One last quick thing to do is I'm just going to go back to the code and clean it up a little bit, because in production code, we don't want to have console logs everywhere. I'm just going to quickly remove console logs that we had here, and we're going to save that again, jump back. We can close our console, have a look at the desktop version, our loader there, perfect. All right, so that's pretty much it. We're done with our infinite scroll project. I hope you had a great time making it, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
All right, guess what I'm going to say? Yep, that was another great project. Fantastic work. Now, what does it really mean to be a good programmer? Sure, you have to write good code. You have to write code that works. But it also means understanding what you are doing. You're not just coding along without understanding exactly how things work internally, how your code might affect users. So let's think about this. Let's look at the code that we just wrote. Are there any things that we can do to improve performance? For example, I actually have slowed down my internet connection, and check out what happens when I refresh here. Now, as the images load, all right, we have a bunch of pictures that come up, but it's extremely slow, right? I am scrolling through this and, oh boy, I'm getting bored. I want to switch off from this website because it's taking too long. When we program, when we create websites, you want to think about who is going to view our website. And one of the biggest things is performance. Not everybody has good internet connection, and Google actually penalizes you for their SEO ranking if your website performance is bad. If the user experience is bad on a website, you're not going to have good SEO. So how can we analyze this? If I open up the developer tools and I go to network, check out what happens. Let's refresh. All right. So now you can see we're getting our photos, and one by one, they're being downloaded. But you can see here that's taking a long time. Still going, still going, still going. So right now, this is taking forever. So based on that, what can we learn? Well, if you want to improve the performance on a website, only ship the necessary piece that you need. For example, the easiest thing to do here is to just grab one item. So if I save this and refresh, look how much faster that was, right? Instead of 30 photos and then loading up the page, we now just have one. So what can we do here? Well, we can create, let's say for fun, a initial variable. So let's just call it let initial load. And we're going to say the initial load is set to true. And in here, what we'll do is we'll simply say that count is going to equal, let's say 5 for now. But what we'll do is after the initial load, so let's say that images have been loaded, then we could just simply write initial load is going to equal to false. And then we can change count here to equal, let's say 30 now. So when we load our initial page, this whole JavaScript file runs. And then once our images are loaded, we're going to set the initial load to false and the count to 30. As a matter of fact, now that I look at it, we don't even need the initial load and the initial load false. I mean, we can clean up our code, but we don't really need it, right? We only need this count 30. So count 5 and count 30. Let's see if that changes anything. If I refresh, let's open up the developer tools. Did I refresh? I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. Just 5 photos here. And now we're loading 30 at the end. So you can see here that the DOM content loaded and the load only took 4.62 seconds. Again, just to test this, I'm going to refresh again. And you'll see here that, yep, we're just loading 5 photos. But as soon as these images are loaded and I scroll, we now get all the other photos as well. And just like that, we're able to improve the performance of our website. So using your developer tools and understanding what your website does can really, just by simply understanding it, can improve your code, or you can make changes to improve your code. Now, I argue that what I just did here is a little too complicated in the sense that it doesn't make sense or it's hard to understand. I have count to 5 and then count to 30. What's really happening here? So I can make this code more readable by perhaps changing this variable name to image count or image count to load. Or I can create a different function that checks if this is the initial load, and if it's not the initial load, then we want to increase count to 30. So as an exercise, how can you make this code more readable so that we initially load 5 photos and then 30 photos? And you can share your solution or what you came up with on our Discord server. So again, the lesson here is to really understand your code, what it's doing, looking at the performance of it, using the developer tools, and seeing what can be fixed. Most of the time when it comes to performance, if you're shipping less code, if you're shipping less data, if you're loading less data, your website's going to perform better. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome back. So the application we're going to talk about today is an interesting one, and it has a bit of a story behind it. So one day on my smartphone, I noticed when I was watching a video in Google Chrome that when I minimized the window, I had a small picture-in-picture window on my home screen. I've always been interested in picture-in-picture. I had a TV about 20 years ago, yes, I'm old, that had that feature, and I used it to play video games and watch TV at the same time. So naturally, I was very curious about this. I thought that there must be something cool I can do with this. Fast forward a little bit, and I'm sitting at my desk at work. I have a desk with my back to everyone, and people would approach and I wouldn't be able to see them. This was not ideal because usually I'm wearing noise-canceling headphones and I can't hear someone when they're behind me. I thought to myself, if I could pass my webcam feed through picture-in-picture, then I could always see what's behind me. It worked well enough, but then I thought, this picture-in-picture is great because I can move it and resize it and it will stay on top of everything, allowing me to essentially have a virtual second screen. I realized that this would be even more useful. So I set out to make a project that did just that. The point of the story is that if you have an idea, try and search and see if you can find technologies you can combine to make a unique solution to your problem. I'll now show you the process I would use for figuring something like this out. So first, I'm going to Google picture-in-picture API. You can see I've already typed this. Press enter. And I'm going to, click on the first link I see what it has to say. Being a developer involves a lot of reading. So that's what we're going to do here. So let's scroll down and check it out. Okay, so it's talking about the origins of picture-in-picture. It's a small floating window. It stays above others. It's an idea that came from TV. Yes, I'm aware of that. And it looks like it started to be supported in Android 8 and later. And also it is working only in Chrome and Edge at the moment. Okay, that's good to know. You can see we have a little chart that actually explicitly says that. I would recommend mainly using this app, Desktop Chrome. It doesn't quite work on mobile Chrome at the moment, but it might in a future update. So if you check out this article or if you go directly to Can I Use, you can find more information about compatibility. Okay, so let's scroll down and see how to use it. Okay, so this is using it for a video. We mainly just want to know how to trigger this picture-in-picture button here. So if we go down a little bit more, let's see if we can find something that jumps out at us. Okay, yeah, that qualifies. So entering picture-in-picture mode. You can see here in this code example that basically this is what we're going to need to implement. We're going to add an event listener to a button. We're going to have a video element, and we're going to run the request picture-in-picture method. So you can see it returns a promise. Okay, perfect. So I think that will serve our purposes. What I would normally do, I'm not going to show this part, but I would copy and paste this code. I would try to get it working for myself. And if I could get it working, great, and then I'll continue on. If not, I would search Google for this method and try to find out more information about it and if there are other working examples that I can see. Okay, but we do know, because I made the project, that we got this working. So now we need to look into the screen capture API. So again, we can simply Google it. Screen capture API. And we're going to ignore the ad for now. Well, ads, plural. So the first result that's not an ad is developer.mozilla. So these are the people that make Firefox, and they have some excellent documentation. So we're going to click on that one. So before we get into this, we can see up here that there are other web APIs. So if we open this up, and we can see this is a list of all the APIs that are available on Firefox. So these are ones that are kind of supported by multiple browsers. The two most important ones, in my opinion, are the DOM, so manipulating the elements in our HTML, and the Fetch API, which is something that we use to get data from another REST API, another source, and that's used quite a lot. We're going to also touch on a couple of these other APIs within other projects throughout the course. Just wanted to show you that, and if you see anything here that's interesting to you, definitely click on it, read about it, see what kind of projects you can make with it. Okay, so back to our screen capture API. Let's have a look at this. So if we scroll down here, we're going to read about the concepts and usage. So the screen capture API is relatively simple to use. Its sole method is mediadevices.getDisplayMedia, whose job it is to ask the user to select a screen or portion of a screen to capture in the form of a media stream. So to start capturing video from the screen, you call getDisplayMedia on the instance of Media Navigator Media Devices. So you can see here that we have an example right here. And so basically, this is what we're going to be using in our project. We don't need to pass in any parameters, but other than that, that's exactly what we're going to use. This was a pretty straightforward process. Obviously, it isn't always, but this is an example of how I would just go about searching and reading and trying to see if I can get it to work. All right, so now let's have a look at the project in action. So I'm actually going to go to another window, and I'm going to go to YouTube, and I'm just going to search for a fireplace video. Okay, there's already one here, so let's click on that. And we can see we have our video running here. I'm going to go into full screen, and then I'm going to go back over to our other full screen Chrome window, and I'm going to refresh the project here. So you see from our getDisplayMedia method in our screen capture, it's prompting us to select what we want to use. You can see that I have multiple screens here, but if you only have one screen, you can still use this. You can even get more specific and target an application window, or you can get even more specific and target a Chrome tab. So in this case, we want to share our fireplace. So we're going to click Share, and then it's going to jump back over to the screen that we're sharing. We can jump back to our project. You can see it's giving us notification that we're sharing, And we can press start. And we've initiated our picture-in-picture. We can resize it, we can move it, and it will always stay on top. So if I want to do some more reading, I can jump back and do that. You could also use it for a code tutorial video here and be working on the code in the background. I think that's really cool. So let's jump into the project and see how to make it. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we're going to start this project the way that we start most projects. We're going to right-click on our template folder and duplicate it. And then we're going to rename it picture dash in dash picture. Okay, and we're going to open that up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, and now that we've opened up the folder, we're going to open up each of the files that we're going to modify. And we're going to start with our index.html. So the very first thing, we're going to change the title to be picture in picture. And in this case, I'm going to use WordWrap, Alt-Z. And I'm actually going to delete this Font Awesome link because we actually don't need Font Awesome in this project. Okay, and I'm going to hit Alt-Z again to undo my word wrap. And I'm going to save that. And this blue bar at the bottom is our live server, which will allow us to run our project. So you can see there's nothing there. It's totally blank, but our title has changed, so that proves that it is working. All right, back in the code, we're going to start by modifying our HTML, which will be pretty straightforward. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to comment out a title, which is command ? Or control ? Depending on if you're Windows or Mac. And we're going to comment out a title for video. Next, we're going to use the Emmet abbreviations built into Visual Studio Code to make our video element hashtag with the ID video. So hashtag allows you to assign an ID to an element, and we'll press enter there. So you can see we have our element created nice and easily. We actually don't need the source for now. We're going to update the source later on. But in this video, we also will want to add controls. And we're going to set a height equals 360 pixels and a width that equals 640 pixels. And for now, we're actually going to make it hidden as well. That will become clear later on. On the next line, we're going to comment out a title for our button. And we're going to make a div with the class button container. So to do this, we actually don't even need to write div. We can just write period to denote a class, and then type in our class name, button-container, and then we can press enter. So you see it created a div element with the class button container. Quick and easy. Inside that, we're going to make a button element with the hashtag here to denote the ID of also button. Okay, so we made that, and then inside of that, we're just going to type start in capital letters. And believe it or not, that is it for our HTML. So we can save that and go over to our browser. You can see it's not much to look at. It's just a simple button here, but we'll get to a little bit of the styling right now. So first, we're going to go over to Google Fonts. You'll notice that the favicon here is blue. This is actually the new version of their site, but I prefer the classic version. So I'm going to return to classic site, and you can see that the favicon is now orange. So if it's orange, you're on the same one as me. So you can go through and look at the fonts and choose whatever font you would like, but I have one in mind, and that is called Barlow. So I'm going to just search for that, and you can see it's this first option here. I'm going to click the plus sign to select the font, and then I'm going to go down here where it says Family Selected. I'm going to click on it. I want to embed it, but specifically, I'm going to actually import it into my CSS. So I'm just going to copy this here, copy, And I can close this now and go back to the code. And in our CSS, we're going to paste this at the top of our style sheet. Okay, cool. Now we can start styling our body a little bit. So below our HTML, I'm going to type body, curly bracket here. And first thing, we're going to give it a margin of 0. By default, every body has like a 10 pixel margin that is basically 10 pixels of white space. So we want to avoid that. We want to give it a height of 100 VH, which stands for viewport height. Viewport height is a measure of the height of the window that we are currently using. So for this purposes, we want the height of the body to at least be the entire height of the screen that we're using, even if we change the size of the screen. Next, we're going to add Flexbox with display flex. We're going to justify content. You can see that that auto-completed for me. And center, I'm going to press enter. That will justify on the horizontal axis. And then we're also going to do align items, align dash items. That also auto-completed. And we're also going to do center as well. I'm going to press enter again. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to add a background color. So I have one picked out. You can use whatever you want. And I'm going to do RGB. And my value will be 37, 37, 37. And that is a dark gray. All right, so we can save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see that that's a little bit of an improvement. We have a nice gray background, and we can see that our button is centered both vertically and horizontally, and our background is taking up the entire screen. Perfect. Okay, so in the next video, I'm going to show you how to make it look like that real button that I showed you in the introduction. However, if you're not interested in the styling, you can skip to the next video after that if you want to just work on the functionality. All right, well, I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So you can see that I've changed up my layout just a little bit. This is to make it easier to see the style changes as I'm making them. So in order to do that, I'm going to actually enable an awesome feature of Visual Studio Code, which is autosave. It will automatically save as you're typing. This is really handy when it comes to CSS, but you might not want to leave it on when you're doing JavaScript work, especially if you're making multiple calls to an API. So we can turn that on for now. And I'm just going to scroll down a bit in my CSS. And we're going to start by styling our button container. So .button dash container and our curly brackets. The first thing we're going to add is a border, 2 pixels, solid black. Okay, so you might be able to see that. It's kind of small, but we're going to add some padding, 10 pixels. That'll make it a little bit more obvious so you can see the border now. And we're going to give it a border radius of 7 pixels to make it look more modern. I find that rounded corners on everything makes it look more modern. Okay, so that looks pretty good, but we want to give it a 3D effect. So we're going to accomplish this with the box shadow property. So you can see once I start typing that it will autocomplete if I press enter. First, we are actually going to add inset. That means that the shadow is going to be on the inside of the object rather than on the outside if you had left it blank. Next, we have 5 values to fill out. The first one is the horizontal offset. In this case, it's going to be 0. We only want the shadow to be up and down. The vertical offset will be 20 pixels. So you can see now we have some darkness happening above our start button. Next is the blur, how solid or not solid the color is. So this is going to add just a little bit of a blur. If you had nothing there, it would just be a solid color. Next is going to be spread. This is how far out the shadow spreads. If it has a negative value, it will actually reduce the spread. So in this case, we're going to put negative 19 pixels. And we're going to see that it mostly went away, but you can see it a little bit there at the top still. Next, we're going to add the last one, which is the color. So we're going to use an RGBA value. This is red, green, blue, and alpha, which is another way of saying opacity. We're going to use white, so 255, 255, 255, and then we're going to set our opacity, which is going to be 0.7. Okay, so that looks a lot better already. We can see that the button container kind of already looks 3D. All right, now next, let's get on to actually styling the button itself. I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. So, there's quite a few things we're going to need to change for our button. Let's get started by typing button, curly brackets, and jump inside. So the first two things are things that I would recommend putting on any button. So the first is cursor pointer. You can see that when we just type CU, it comes up with the suggestion of cursor pointer. We can actually just press tab twice to add it. So what this does is, when we click in our browser, now when we hover over the button, it changes to a hand. So by default, it actually doesn't do that, even though that's something you might expect on any button on any website. The next thing we're going to add is an outline of none. So normally when you click on a button, it'll give a blue outline if it had been clicked. So we're preventing that with outline none. Next, for this specific button, we're going to start by setting the width, which will be 120 pixels, and then the height, which will be 75 pixels. Next, we're going to assign the font family. So I didn't assign it to the body because in order to change a button's font family, you need to explicitly type it in the button itself. So you can see now our font has changed a bit, but it's a little small. Let's change the font size to 25 pixels. Okay, that's looking better. And we actually want our text to be white because we're going to make our button gray. That's a lot harder to see. So to combat that, we're actually going to add a text shadow, which is similar to our box shadow property. And we're going to pass in, again, 0 on the horizontal, 2 pixels on the vertical, 5 pixels for our blur, and we're going to have a color of just black. So you can see that it kind of raises it up off the page a bit as well, which is a nice side effect of the text shadow. Okay, so let's scroll down a little bit more. Next, we're going to be adding the background color to the button. We're going to accomplish this with the background property, and we're going to give it a linear gradient. So you can see again, if we press enter, it'll autocomplete that for us. And we're going to have it go in a certain direction first, so to the top. Then we're going to put a comma. Then we're going to put in our two colors. So the bottom color first, and then to the top color. So the first one is going to be hashtag 696969, which is a gray color. And then it's going to go to a slightly darker gray, separated by a comma here, and then hashtag 575757. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Next, we're going to want to change our border color. So instead of that white, we're going to want a black border, same as before. In our button container, 2 pixel solid black. And we're also going to do the same border dash radius of 7 pixels as well. Okay, so again, that's looking a lot better. But the magic of the 3D comes in again with our box shadow. So this time, we're actually going to be using 2 box shadows at once, separated by a comma. So the first one is actually going to be the same that we used in our button container. So I'm going to use Alt-Z for our word wrap here so I can copy this whole thing. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to paste this here. And this time, we're going to actually change the opacity to be a little bit less. So instead of 0.05, 0.7, it's going to be 0.4. It's a little more subtle. And then comma, now we're going to do our next box shadow, which is actually going to be on the outside of the button this time, on the bottom. So 0 for our horizontal offset again, and then 12 pixels for our vertical offset, 12 pixels for our blur, and then 0 pixels for our spread. And then we're going to change the color RGBA, and this time we're going to use black, so 0, 0, 0, and then this time our opacity is going to be 0.3. Okay, so you can see that we have a nice little shadow going on here. The reason that we need to have a box shadow on the bottom is because when our button is active, we can cut these numbers in half to give it the illusion that it's being pressed in. Okay, very cool. We can use Alt-Z to turn off our word wrap for now. Next, we want our button to do something when the user hovers over it to give them some feedback that they're hovering over the button. So we're going to target button, hover. So this is called a pseudo class. So that means that anytime a button element is hovered over, we're going to be able to change the style. So in this case, I'm going to use Alt-Z again, and I'm actually going to copy the background linear gradient that we have on our button. And the main thing that I'm going to change is instead of to top, I'm going to write to bottom. So it's going to flip when I hover over it. So let's check that out. Yeah, very cool. So it looks more like there's something happening when I'm actually hovering to engage the button. Awesome. The last thing we're going to do is have the effect of the button being pressed in. So we're going to use another pseudo class, this time button active. And for this one, we're first going to add a transform, translate Y, so we can select that one there, and 3 pixels. So what that means is when we press down on the button, it will go down by 3 pixels. And the very last thing we're going to change, it might seem pretty subtle, but we're actually going to copy this box shadow here, as I said before, and we're going to make the values a little bit smaller to make it look like we are pushing the button into the page. So we have an extra semicolon here, and we're going to change these 12s into 6s. Okay, let's have a look at that. So you can see that the box shadow is receding a little bit, and it looks like we're really pressing in a button. Okay, that is excellent. And that's pretty much it for the styling for our button. So in the next one, we will actually get a start on our functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we have our awesome looking 3D button here. If we click on it, looks like it's being pressed into the page. Great. The next step is we're actually going to focus on the functionality of our project. So we're going to jump back into the code. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that autosave is actually off. I turned it on for the styling, but we want it off for our JavaScript. Next, we're going to assign a constant for HTML element that we want to target, in this case, our video and our button. So we're going to start by writing const, and then our name for our constant is going to be video element. This is written in camel case, meaning that the first word is not capital and any subsequent word is capital. And that is going to equal document.getElementById. So you can see it's the first suggestion. I'm just going to press enter, then bracket, single quote, and then the ID of our element. In this case, it is video. I'm going to do the same thing for our button. So const button equals document.getElementById, bracket, single quotes, and then button. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to comment out a title for our function that we're going to make. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to prompt the user to select a media stream, and then it's going to pass that to our video element. and then it's going to play. So to write an asynchronous function, for now, what we'll need to do is type out async, then function, and then we're going to name our function, select media stream. So again, that's written in camel case, brackets, and then curly brackets. And inside of the function, we're going to use a try-catch statement. The benefit of this is that anything that needs to be resolved after we complete our call will wait until the try has completed instead of just throwing an error. And then we're going to use the catch statement to catch any errors within the console and log it. So first, we're going to add a try and then curly brackets, enter. And then on the second curly bracket, we're going to write catch. And then another set of brackets inside this, we're going to type error. And then another set of curly brackets. So just to show you very quickly how this is going to work, just comment out here, this is where we're going to catch our errors. I'm going to just type something that will not work, so I'm just going to literally write something. And then below that, within our catch, I'm going to console.log, and I'm going to write a custom message with a string using single quotes. So whoops, error here. The reason you might want to add custom messages is if you have a really big project and you have many asynchronous functions, you want to be able to know exactly which function is throwing the error. And then after the comma, we're going to pass in the actual error that we're catching. And one last thing we need to do is we need to actually call the function. So we're going to comment out down here on load, and then we're going to write out our function name, select media stream, bracket, and then semicolon. You always want to have the function being declared before you're calling it. That's why we're putting this on the bottom, even though it's the first thing we want to load. Okay, so we can save that, jump back over. We're going to right click and inspect, and we're going to go to our console, and we can see that we've already thrown our error here. Whoops, error here. Something is not defined. Okay, so that shows how our catch statement is going to work. We can close the DevTools for now and jump back into our code. And now we can get started on our functionality. So we're going to start by removing this. And now we're going to be working with the Screen Capture API. If you want to learn more about this, I will provide a link in the course that will talk more about it. But to boil it down, we're going to be able to capture live screen contents by calling navigator.mediadevices.getDisplayMedia. So we're going to start by setting a constant that is going to be called media stream, again, capital S on the stream, and that is going to equal a wait. So we're going to wait for the navigator.mediaDevices, again, it's auto-completing for us, dot get display media, bracket, and semicolon, and that's where most of the magic happens. From there, we're going to need to actually do something with the stream, and for this, we're going to use our video element. So first, let's go into our HTML, and we're going to remove this hidden attribute for right now. We're going to save that, go back to our JavaScript, and continue on. We are going to use our video element, and we're going to provide a source with source object. So video element.sourceObject equals media stream, the constant that we just set above. And below that, we're going to type video element dot on loaded metadata, which is something that is true when it has finished loading, equals, and we're going to use an arrow function here. So the bracket is the same thing as writing out just function bracket, and then equals, and then we have a greater than sign there, bracket, and then inside of this, we're going to do video element dot play. And then again, we're going to have a bracket and a semicolon. Okay, just to recap, we are setting a constant that is going to have our media stream data, and we're waiting to assign that until the user has actually selected which screen or window they want to share. Then we are passing that media stream into our video object as its source object. Then, when that video has loaded its metadata, it's going to call a function that is going to play the video. Okay, that's about it. Let's save it and go over and check it out. Okay, so you can see that we have a video element here and we have our start button here. We're going to refresh the page and you can see again, we're prompted to select something. I'm going to select the same video. So we're going to press share and you can see it's already playing within our video element. We can even see the time as it's passing. And you can see over here, we have some options. We can full screen this, or if we click this menu, we actually have the option of triggering picture-in-picture. So if we click on that, that is going to accomplish what we want to accomplish. Awesome. So we are almost there. What we're going to want to do though, is we're going to want to bypass this video object altogether and have this start button launch our picture-in-picture functionality. So let's stop sharing and we can refresh this and we can jump back into our code. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to scroll to the bottom and we're going to add an event listener for our button. So we're going to type out button dot, and you can see the first suggestion, add event listener. I'm just going to press enter. And then brackets. And first, we're going to use single quotes to show that we want to target a click event. Next, we're going to pass in a function within our event listener itself, an asynchronous one. So we're going to type async, and then we're going to use an arrow function again. So bracket equals greater than sign, and then curly brackets again, and then we're going to press enter. We're going to add the semicolon there at the bottom before we forget. And within this, we're going to comment out some titles just to explain what's happening. So the first thing is it's going to disable the button when we click on it. So button.disabled equals true. Below that, we're going to comment out that we're going to start picture-in-picture. There's a great article about this that I will also link within the course. And this time we're going to await the video element requesting, so request picture-in-picture, bracket, semicolon. So we're waiting for the video element to request, and we're not going to do anything else until that happens. So the next thing we're going to add is that we are going to reset the button. So button.disabled equals false. So this is only going to happen if we successfully request our picture-in-picture. If not, our button will remain disabled. Okay, so we can save that and jump back over, check that out in action. I'm going to refresh the page. I'm going to choose my fireplace here. So you can see we have our video there, but instead of touching the video at all, let's just press the start button. Okay, perfect. So it does exactly what we want it to do. We have our picture-in-picture here. Now we're just going to quickly get rid of the video and check it again. So let's jump back to the code, go back to our HTML, and we're going to add back our hidden attribute and then save it. Jump back over to our project, refresh, choose our fireplace again, and we can hide that and press the start button, and perfect. That is it. That's exactly what we wanted. So there's no video element on our page, and we're able to trigger our picture-in-picture functionality just by pressing our start button. Okay, so that is it for this project. I hope you guys had fun working on it, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Holy smokes, that was another fun project, and I really liked it. That was fun. As you can see, it was a very nice, simple JavaScript file, nothing too crazy, and it's very easy to read. We have some great comments here. We're using some async await function, which is a new feature of JavaScript. We're having a try catch block, which is really nice. We can catch errors if we want here. So if we want to do something with an error, we can do that here. Maybe console log something to the browser. So this looks great, but I want to talk about one thing in this video, and this is the await keyword. You see, async await is a fairly new feature in JavaScript. And as you can see, it's usually used with a try catch block in order for us to catch any errors. And we have to put in this async function, that is the async keyword, in front of a function to let us use this await keyword. You see, without the async function in front of here, this would give us an error. But here's the thing. JavaScript is constantly evolving. This async await is a new feature. Any programming language is constantly evolving as the times change, as best practices evolve. For example, things like const didn't used to be part of JavaScript. Even try catch didn't used to be part of JavaScript. JavaScript is the language, but the JavaScript programming language follows a specification called the ECMAScript. And the ECMAScript proposal is exactly that, the standard of what JavaScript should look like. A group of really smart people and people that are respected in the community decide how to evolve the language. Each year, they add new features to the language. Not a lot, usually just a few, but in an attempt to keep the language modern and also useful to programmers. So I'll link to this resource here, but as you can see here, there's different stages that things are being proposed, and you can see what are some of the upcoming stages. We have some stage 0, stage 1, stage 3. Stage 3 usually means it's a good sign that it'll be introduced to the language shortly. And the one I want to talk to you about, and keep this in mind, you don't need to actually stay on top of this. Usually every year there's an announcement, and you just learn some of the new features in the language. But one of the upcoming ones that is quite interesting is the top level await. What does that mean? Well, if you ever wanted to find out about a new feature in JavaScript, you can just go to this proposals and click on it and learn about it. But instead of waiting and reading, let's just figure out what this does. You see, remember how I said you need the async function in order for us to use the await keyword. So await always has to be wrapped in an async function, at least as of now. But with a new proposal, that's actually going to go away, where you can use await in top level. Let me show you. Let's say that I grabbed this piece of code where we use the await keyword. And we're not using anything other than the navigator.mediadevices, which is a web API. So this we should be able to run in the browser. So if I copy this code, go to my browser, open up the developer tools, and let's make this a little bit bigger. If I copy and paste this, hit enter, look at that. My share your screen toggle came, and I didn't get any errors. Why is that? Why did await work when I just told you that async function needs to be wrapped around it? And that is because the Chrome browser runs something called the V8 engine. And the V8 engine is what reads our JavaScript. And because the people at Google and Chrome are always on top of the TC39 and know what the new proposals are, sometimes they implement features that they know are coming, even though they're not officially part of the language yet. So in this case, the Chrome browser actually, if you have the latest version of Chrome, will actually let you write await at the top level. But other browsers that use something other than the V8 engine, that is another thing to read their JavaScript, like Safari, well, if we open up the developer tools in Safari, go to console, and let's make this a little bit bigger, and I paste in the same code, I hit enter, I get an error. No idea what's going on. What you just sent me is not JavaScript because, well, we have an unexpected token. What's going on here? We have no idea why you're using await without using the async keyword. So the interesting thing here is you want to use features that are available in all browsers. And different browsers implement features at different times. In this case, we want to wrap the function in an async function because we don't know that our users are all using the latest version of Chrome. Maybe they're using different versions, older versions. So what we want to do is to future-proof ourselves. Now, as the time progresses, over the years, more and more browsers are going to be updated. Less and less users are going to use older version of browsers, and more browsers are going to adopt this top-level await once it becomes part of JavaScript. So more and more code bases are going to start using just top-level await without using the async function wrapper. So we can just hypothetically remove these parts of the code. Now, I personally like the async function because it just lets you know that, hey, this function is asynchronous, which is a really, really nice feature. But hopefully by looking at this, you kind of understand that being a JavaScript programmer, you have to keep an eye on what the language adds, what the new features are. But also keep in mind that some browsers are slower than others at adopting new features. So you want to make sure that whatever code you write, because you don't know where your code's going to land. The user that uses your code, that checks your website, can have any sort of browsers, any sort of outdated browsers. So you want to make sure that whatever your target audience is, well, you use the appropriate features. Now, by the time you watch this video, maybe await, top-level await, it's a big thing and you don't use async function anymore. But again, this is a lesson in just keeping up with the TC39. Being part of the JavaScript programmer ecosystem is all about seeing what evolves, what new features we get in the language so that our programming becomes hopefully better and better.
Hello, everybody. So I have a cool little project here today. It is a joke teller. So I got the idea from virtual assistants like Cortana and Siri that will actually tell you a joke out loud if you ask them to. I wanted to be able to accomplish the same thing with JavaScript, and I've done that with this project. So how we're going to do this is we're going to call a joke API to get a random joke. Then we're going to pass that to a text-to-speech API, and it will tell us that joke. You can see that we have a nice little animated GIF robot here. I got this from Giphy.com. I did not make this, but I'll show you that when we get into the specifics of the project. For now, I'll just show you how it works. We have this Tell Me a Joke button, and all we have to do is press it.
What do you call a developer who doesn't comment code? A developer.
Okay, that was pretty funny. Excellent. So that's the basics of the functionality. We just have a simple button and it will tell us a joke. Let's dive into the code and get started. Alrighty, so starting out this project is going to be a little bit different. Instead of using the template that we've been using up to this point, I'm actually going to provide you with a template specific to this project. So once you've downloaded that and unzipped it, you'll be at this stage here. So the first thing you should do is rename it to just be Joke Teller and remove the fact that it's a template. And then you're going to open that up in Visual Studio Code. Inside, we can see that we have a little bit of a different file structure. The first thing that should be obvious is that we've added the animated GIF. So I've added this locally to make it easier. In the style CSS, I've also added a link to the source where I got it on Giphy, and you can check out more work from the artist. They're very talented. Lastly, in the script.js file, I've added some minified code from our text-to-speech API that I have actually modified a little bit. But we will explain more of that when we get to it. So for now, let's open up our files here, and we're going to start with our index.html. So the first thing we're going to change is the title here. We're going to change that to Joke Teller. And we can use Alt-Z to enable word wrap so that we can see our long lines here. And we can actually get rid of Font Awesome because we're not using any special icons within this project. Inside of the body, we're going to make a container, and we're going to do this in a fast way using Emmet abbreviations, which is built into Visual Studio Code. So in order to make a div, I can actually just type the class, so dot to represent the class, and then container, and then press enter, and it will automatically make a div for me. I can do a similar thing for our button, but I'll need to type out button first as an element. So button. This time we don't need a class, we just need an ID. We can accomplish this with hashtag and then the ID name, which in this case will be button. And then inside of that, we're going to write our button text, which is just tell me a joke. Underneath that, we are going to add in an audio element. So audio, again, we want a hashtag of the name, so audio again. And then we're going to press enter. That's going to create our audio element. For now, we're actually going to eliminate the source because we're going to provide that dynamically in our JavaScript. And we're going to add in controls as well, just to see what is happening with our audio. All right, so that's pretty much it for our HTML. Let's save that, and before we get too far, let's actually go down to this blue bar at the bottom and press Go Live so that we can actually see our project using Live Server. Okay, so we can see that we have our button here, and we have our audio element, and we have our title changed. All right, so that's a decent start. We're going to need to now jump into our CSS to add the color for our background as well as our robot GIF. So let's jump back to the code. Okay, so in our CSS, we are going to start with our body. So body, curly brackets, enter. We're going to start by eliminating the margin as we usually do. So there's a 10 pixel margin around every body element. We're going to get rid of that so that our background color goes all the way to the edges. So in this case, I have a very specific color in mind, so I'm going to enter in the hex code for that. So that is hashtag 45BADD. So this is just the same background as the GIF, so I just pulled out that color. And let's save that and jump back. Okay, so that's already looking a little bit better. We have our background color going here. Now we're going to go back and start styling the container for our objects. Okay, so below this, we can scroll down a bit, and we're going to target our dot container to target our container class. And inside of that, we're going to start with the height, which we're going to use 100 VH, which stands for viewport height. And then we're also going to do width, 100 VW, which is viewport width. So the reason we're using this and not pixels or percentage, it's just a way to dynamically scale our project based on the size of the viewport or the size of the window. It means the same thing. Okay, moving on, we're going to use Flexbox by typing display and then flex. And we're going to use this in order to do a couple of things. The first thing will be we're going to justify our content center. You can see it's auto-completing. I can just press enter here. And align items center as well. And that is going to align our items horizontally and vertically, respectively. For now, because we have two elements, we can also change the flex direction to be column. So the reason for that is when we have two items, we want them to go top bottom, not left right. So we can save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So everything is centered and we have everything going top bottom instead of left right. All right, so that's a pretty good start. The last thing we'll need to do is actually set up another background property where we are passing in the robot GIF. So let's jump back and do that. So below this, we're going to start with a background property, and we're going to use a URL, and then single quotes, period, /, and then you can see it auto-completes for us if we hover over robot and press enter. So that's the path for our local file. Below that, we want to actually adjust things a little bit. So we want our background size to be contain, and that means that the image will be fully visible on the screen. That's the idea behind that. Next, we're going to set the background position, and that is going to be left center. So left, the first property is the horizontal property, and center here is the vertical property. So that means it'll be this part of the page, but to the left. And then lastly, we are going to use background repeat and no repeat. So we only want it to happen once. So we can save that and jump back over. And perfect. So you can see that we have our robot slightly to the left, but it is still centered vertically. Excellent. So we're off to a good start here. Let's take a break, and then we'll jump back in with fixing our button styling as well as adding mobile responsiveness to the project. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So you can see that I've changed up my view here a little bit, and that is so that you can see the style changes that I'm making in real time. The other thing that is going to help us accomplish that is turning on autosave in Visual Studio Code. This is a great thing to have on when you're working with CSS, but it's usually something you want to turn off when working with JavaScript. So we will do just that when we get there. All right. So first off, we can see that our robot is very small here in our mobile looking view. So in order to fix that, we're going to need to add a media query at the bottom of our style.css file. So first, we're going to comment out a title for this. This will be using command ? Or control ? depending on if you're using Mac or Windows. And you can see it creates our comment here. And we're going to type that we have a media query, and we're going to make it for tablet or smaller. And now to the media query itself, we're going to use @ and then media. We specifically want to target screens, and we specifically want to target screens that have a max-width : of less than 1,000 pixels. And then we're going to make our curly brackets here. And inside of this, we're going to need to pick a class or element that we want to target. In this case, we're going to target our container. We're going to have another set of curly brackets. And inside of that, we're going to start by changing our background size property. And we're going to make this cover and see what happens. Okay, so our robot is bigger, but we can see that it's not in the center. So in order to change that, we're going to also target our background position, and we're going to make it center and center. And that is looking a lot better. Perfect. Next, we're going to start styling our button. So back up above our media query here, and we can add the button, curly brackets. And the first thing we're going to add is cursor pointer. So you can see it auto-completes here if we press tab twice. This will allow the cursor to change to a hand instead of the default cursor when the user hovers over the button. Next, we're going to add outline none. So normally when you click on a button, it'll have a blue outline, and we want to eliminate that. we want to just have our own styles on our button. For this specific button, now, we're going to start by adjusting the width, which will be 200 pixels. And then we're going to add a height of 50 pixels. Then we're going to change the font dash family. So keep in mind for buttons that you will always need to explicitly state the font family inside. You can't just state it within the body. And so we're going to use one of the suggestions here, which is Courier New, Courier, and Monospace. The reason I chose these is because they will work on Windows and Mac. They're very standard fonts. Below that, we can change the font size to make it a little bit bigger, 20 pixels. We will make the color of the font white. Then we're going to change the background of the button. Again, I have a very specific hashtag in mind. This is the pink of the robot, so FF3482. Okay, so that's looking great. We want to actually get rid of that white border, so we're going to say border none. Then we're going to add a border radius for rounded corners, 5 pixels. I find that that helps make everything look more modern. And the last thing we're going to add is a box shadow. So I find this is also a very helpful way to separate elements from the background. So there are 5 different values that we're going to enter here. The first one is the horizontal offset. So that means the shadow will go 2 pixels to the right. Next is the vertical offset. It'll go 2 pixels down. The next one is the blur, which is how far out the blur of the shadow will go. And the last one is the spread, which will put 10 pixels, and that's how far out the whole shadow will spread from the element. Lastly, we're going to add in the color. We're going to use an RGBA value, which stands for red, green, blue, alpha. And this will allow us to actually change the opacity of the shadow a little bit more. So in this case, we want a black shadow, so we're going to go 0, 0, 0, and then our alpha value, which will be 0.2. Okay, so you can see it's a very subtle shadow. We're actually going to add a little bit more of a shadow into our mobile version than we will need on our desktop version. So let's go ahead and actually add that now while we're at it. So in our media query here, we're going to target our button element, and we're going to change our box shadow up a little bit here. It's going to be 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 30 pixels, 20 pixels, and then we're going to have an RGBA. You can see that it actually auto-completes the other one we had, so we're going to use that, but we're going to make it a little bit darker, 0.5 instead of 0.2. Okay, so you can see that's a little bit more of a dramatic box shadow, which is more important in the mobile view because we have the buttons centered over the robot here, whereas in the desktop, the robot is off to the side, so we want more of a subtle box shadow for that. Alrighty. Now, let's go on to styling the button when the user is interacting with it. So to do that, we're going to be using what's called a pseudo class. So a pseudo class is something that will style an element when a given event or state has occurred. So in this case, we can initiate it by targeting our button with a colon and then adding in our pseudo class, in this case, hover. So this means it will change the styling for the button when we hover over it. So I just want to change the color slightly to give the user some feedback. We can accomplish this by using filter and then brightness, and then we're going to change the brightness to 95%. So that means it's going to get 5% darker when I hover over it. You can see it's very subtle, but it's nice to give the users some visual feedback. Second, we're going to add the active pseudo class to the button. And inside of this, we are going to transform and then scale our button down to 0.98. So that means our button will be 2% smaller when we click it. So you can see it almost makes it look like it's being pressed in. Okay, very cool. And the very last pseudo class we're going to have is for disabled. So when this button is disabled, we want to make it darker. And we also want to change the cursor to be the default cursor to show the user that they can't quite click on it. So in this case, cursor default is what we want. And we want to filter with a brightness, this time of just 30%. So we can't see this right now, but we'll see this in our JavaScript when we start disabling our button. That's pretty much it for our styling. I think it's looking a lot better. We're not going to bother styling our audio element because in the final version of the project, I'm going to be removing it. But other than that, we're done the styling for now, and let's jump into the functionality in the next video. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Let's start by thinking about what we want the user experience to be. So we want the user to be able to press this button, and it will tell them a random joke. Okay, so how do we do this? Let's start with the talking part. So we're going to need to feed text that we get from our joke API, and we want audio in return. So we can try to search for a text-to-speech API. And in a future video, we will search for a joke API as well. But for now, we will start where most developers would, and that is with Google. So let's just type in text-to-speech API and see what we come up with. So normally I would skip the ads. And as we scroll down here, we can see that I've kind of clicked on a few already. We have one from Google, one from Microsoft, but I think they're a bit too complex for our purposes. And down here, you can see we have the 11 best text-to-speech APIs. So this is from the Rapid API website. Let's click on that. It'll give us a variety of options. This might be a good thing to use in the future as well for other APIs that you might need to look for. Okay, so let's zoom in a little bit. Okay, so it's asking us to sign up. You don't have to. I will sign in with GitHub usually, but for now, I'm just going to click this X to avoid signing up. Okay, so we've zoomed in a little bit more. We have our text-to-speech APIs here. We can see each has its own card and some numbers. So average success rate, average latency, and popularity. Okay, so I think that's pretty important. We can see that this is a 9.5. This is a 9.7. This is more of a translator though, so that's not quite what we need. This one here is free, it says, and it converts text content to audio content. Okay, perfect. Let's click on that and check it out. So let's zoom out just a little bit for a moment. I will provide the links for anything we come across here in the course so that you can check it out on your own. And we can see here that we have an option to test the endpoint, but this button is grayed out. So it looks like we're going to need to get an API key from this website. And if we scroll down, we see, yeah, we need to put the key here and it is required. Okay, so let's click on that website. All right, so we're at the registration form here and we're going to fill it out. It's not asking for a ton of information. It's totally free. We don't need to worry about any kind of payment information or anything like that. And I'm just going to put in the rest of this information. And then we're going to scroll down. I'm going to say I'm not a robot, and I'm going to register. And you can see instantly that we have our API key here. I don't mind showing this because I'm not planning to use this key for anything. I'm not even going to activate it. But let's just copy it. You can see my account's inactive. And if we go back to our Rapid API, and we're going to scroll down, we're going to paste in our key here. And now we should be able to test the endpoint. So let's click that. Okay, so actually it looks like we must sign up in order to test our endpoint. So I'm just going to sign in with GitHub. Okay, so I'm automatically signed in here. And now we're going to try to test the endpoint. And you can see that we have a 200 success, meaning we were able to contact the API, but the body just returned an error saying that the account is inactive. Okay, so what that means for you is that you'll need to check your email, and they will have some sort of link to activate. So go ahead and go into your email and try to find that, click on the link, and once that's done and you refresh this page, it will say active. Once you're at that point, we're going to go back to our Rapid API page, and we're going to press test endpoint again. Okay, so we can see this time that the body returned what looks like an audio element. When we hover over, we can see that the audio has been sent in the form of a really long string. Let's hit play.
Hello, world.
Okay, awesome. So we can see that it's working. All right, so let's jump back to the Voice RRS website, and let's check out the documentation. So reading documentation is a big part of being a developer, so let's do some of that now. So you can see that it creates a high quality audio stream, so we know that already. We got our audio returned in that last test there. And we can scroll down. It is a GET or a POST request. This is the URL format, so we can use HTTPS. So we're going to use this one. And the question mark is the query string, and we're going to be passing in different parameters. So let's scroll down and see. So we're also going to pass in our API key. This is an example here. Our language is English and our source is hello world. So we can see more of our parameters here. We can see that our API key is mandatory and the source src is mandatory as well. This is the text that is going to be converted to speech. So that's our hello world. And the other mandatory thing is our language, which is English. So we're not going to worry about that too much. We'll just leave that as it is. You can see if we scroll down, we have some other options too, including the speed, the type of audio codec, the audio format. And if we scroll down, it goes into detail about the language, the audio codecs, the audio format. And at the very bottom, we can see that we have a list of errors here. So you might remember we got this error. This account is inactive. We can see that there is a request count limitation. For reference, I do already know that it is 350 requests per day on the free plan. That should be enough for us. Okay, so let's scroll back over here. There was a side menu here. Let's see what else is in it. So you can see that we have something here called SDK, and if we scroll down, there is one for JavaScript. So SDK stands for Software Development Kit. What that means in this context is that there is a minified JavaScript file that will handle the core functionality. So that should definitely make our lives easier. We can click the download button, and that will return us a zip file. And we can scroll down to have a look at how we would actually implement this SDK here. So you can see that we have a speech method here. And inside of it, we're passing in our parameters. So our API key, you're going to need to put yours in here. And we're also passing the source, which is the text that we are converting to speech. So the standard here is hello world. So let's start by copying this. And we're going to jump back into our code. And we're going to create a function called test. And we're going to paste this inside. And then below that, we're also going to call our test function. Make sure that you're including your API key here. And then we're going to save it. Next, I'm going to demonstrate how and why I modified this SDK that I included in your template. You don't need to code along with this, but I will tell you when it's time to start working on the project again. Okay, so you can see here we have two versions of our SDK.
This is the minified one up here. I'm going to use word wrap with Alt-Z to show the entire minified code. And you can see it's pretty hard to read, so we're going to comment this out for now. And below that, you can see that we have another version that's a lot easier to read. So this is the original file that I have unminified to show what's actually going on inside of it. So we can see here that we start out with our speech function. This is going to call a validate function and a request function. It looks like the validate function is mostly in charge of throwing errors. And if we go down to our request function, we can see that this starts by building the request. So this is actually passing in the parameters that we're setting. And then eventually down here, it is creating a new audio element and it's passing in t.responseText, and then it's playing. So let's save this and jump back to the browser and check it out.
Hello, world.
Okay, awesome. So it's working. So we can see here that we have the response from our Voice RRS API, and we can see that it passed in this audio data as a string. But the problem is that it didn't actually pass it into our audio element. The reason that this is a problem is because we want to have more control over the audio that's returned from our API, because we want to be able to control it and potentially call an event on it later. So I'm going to jump back over and show you how I fix this. So I'm going to comment out this line that is currently playing the response. And below that, I'm going to write out a constant name that we have not yet made, audio element, element with a capital E, because we use camel case for our constant and variable names. And then we're going to set the source attribute, src, and that is going to equal the t.responseText, so that's the same thing as above. And on that same element, we are going to now call the play method, like so. And that is all I am modifying. So I'm taking out this line and I'm putting in these two lines. So now I can actually delete this because we are now caught up with the minified code that I've added into the template. So I'm going to delete that. And then I can uncomment out this. And I'll use word wrap again, Alt-Z to hide it. Okay, and now it's time for you to get back to coding with me. So we're going to start at the top here, and we're going to target our two HTML elements. So we have a button and we have our audio element. So first, we're going to write out a const for our button. We're going to call it button, and that's going to equal document.getElementById. If I press enter, it'll autocomplete for me. And in brackets, we're going to pass in single quotes, the name of our ID that we had, and that is button. We're going to do the same thing for our audio element. You can see it actually even autocompletes here, and I'll just press enter there, equals document.getElementById, and then this time it's an ID of audio. Okay, so make sure you have your API key in here, and we're going to save it and test it out.
Hello, world.
Okay, so awesome. We have our hello world working, and this time we can see that our audio element is populated. So if we hit the play button,
Hello, world.
we can hear it again. That's excellent. So we finally overcome our first big challenge of finding a text-to-speech API and getting it working exactly the way that we want it to. In the next one, we'll look at how to track down a joke API and how to get that up and running. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So now that we've sorted out our text-to-speech API, in this video, we're going to look at sorting out our joke API. So the very first step that I would do is I'm just going to Google and see what I can find. So joke API, and I'm going to click on the first result. Okay, so you can see, very important, there's actually a new version of this API, so I'm going to click here to go to the new version. Okay, and we can see we have some information about this API.
So it's a RESTful API. It serves well-formatted jokes. It can be used without an API key, membership, registration, or payment. Okay, that's awesome. Makes it easier for us. And the usage is very simple. It requires a basic knowledge of HTTP requests and JSON. Okay, let's scroll down and see what else we can learn about this. Okay, so it looks like there's a way to customize the parameters that we're passing to the API in order to get certain types of jokes. We can see that we have an example of the URL that we're building from these parameters and the result. So we're going to need to click Send Request to actually see a result. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to customize this a little bit. Okay, so I only want programming jokes, so I'm going to click Custom and then the checkbox Programming. Below that, there are a list of things to blacklist, meaning we do not want to include. So I'm not going to include any of these. I'm going to keep the jokes as tame as possible. We're going to return it as JSON. Yeah, that works. And for now, we're just going to take single jokes. So you can see at the bottom here that now our URL has changed. And it's a little bit more complicated. So programming, our blacklist flags, and we only want single jokes. So let's send the request. Okay, and you can see that we have our result here. So we have our JSON object, and you can see we have several different values here. So we have our categories, programming, our type is single. You can see that we have our joke, and this is our joke string here. Okay, we have our flags, we have an ID, and we have an error. But we can see that it's false, there was no error. Okay, so let's, out of curiosity, see how the two-part jokes look. So let's send that request, scroll down. Okay, so I'm noticing a big difference here. We no longer have a joke value, and instead we have a setup and a delivery. So the joke is split into two different values. So we're going to probably need to do something to deal with that because we want all of our jokes to be in one uniform way being sent to our text-to-speech API. All right, so I'm just going to briefly explain how we are going to turn this URL into a joke within our application. So we're going to use fetch. So this is also from the Mozilla developer website. I'll provide the links to all of this stuff within the course. We can see that the fetch API provides a global fetch method, and it is making a complicated process more simple. So if we scroll down, we can see an example here where we are using the fetch method and we are passing in the one argument, which is the path to the resource you want to fetch, and it's going to return a promise containing the response. So that's the JSON object. So this is just a response, not the actual JSON. To get at the JSON, we're going to need to extract the JSON from the response. So you can see in the example here, we're fetching from the resource. Then we're turning the response into the JSON, and then we're getting the data. So this is one way to do it. This is using the promises format of returning data. But there's actually a better way that I'm going to show you now. This is on the Google developer page. Again, I will provide this link. But this is an example of how we can improve this. Instead of having the typical promise code here, we can use an asynchronous function along with a try catch statement in order to make this process a little bit more simplified. So in this case, what's happening is we're going to try to fetch. If we are unsuccessful, this catch statement will initialize and it will console log the error. If it is successful, this constant is not going to be set until this fetch request has completed. And then from there, what we're actually going to do is we're going to have another constant for the data, which is going to wait until we have the response in JSON format. So let's jump back into the code and show a practical example that will probably make a little bit more sense. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to comment out our test function for now. And let's scroll down here a bit. And below this, we're going to start by commenting out a title explaining the desired functionality of our getJokes function. So we want to get jokes from joke API. And then inside of that, we're going to write an asynchronous function. So we're going to start by typing async, then function, and then our function name is going to be getJokes. And then inside of our curly brackets here, we're going to make our try catch statement. So we're going to do try, curly brackets again. And after the second curly bracket, we're going to add catch. And then in brackets, we're going to pass in our error parameter. And then we're going to have curly brackets again. And then I'm just going to comment out, this is where we're going to catch errors. Catch errors here, just as a reminder. And I'm going to write a console log. And I'm going to add a custom message. This is a good thing to do when you're checking for errors so that you know where it's coming from. In this case, I'm just going to write whoops, comma, and then I'm going to pass in the error variable here. And within the try statement, I'm just going to try something that I know is not going to work just to show how it is catching an error. So I'm going to try something. Okay, so let's save that and jump back to the code. Let's go back to our project, to the console, and we actually need to call our getJokes function for anything to happen. So let's do that as well. getJokes. Okay, so save that, jump back. Okay, so you can see that in our console, we have our whoops, and then it's actually including the error, reference error, something is not defined. Okay, so we can see that our catch statement is working effectively. So now let's get our actual fetch request to work. The first step will be to jump back to our Joke API website. And we actually want single and two-part jokes. So I'm going to check this box. You can see that it actually shortens our URL. And we're actually going to copy this because this is what we're going to try to get with our fetch request. So we'll jump back into the code. And at the top of our function here, we're going to paste in our API. We're going to make it a constant API URL, capital U, equals, and then single quotes, and then we can paste. So we can see that's a long line. We don't need to word wrap though, because we don't really need to touch this again. We'll just add a semicolon at the end here. And then down here, we can scroll back. Okay, so now in our try statement, we're going to start with const response equals await fetch. This is our fetch method, and then inside of this, we're going to pass our API URL constant that we just made. So this is equivalent to this. And below that, we're going to do something with our response. So as I said, we're going to make a data constant, and that is going to equal await response.json. And that's going to turn the response into response.json. That's what's going to become our data. We're going to wait until this is done to set this response value. And we're going to wait until it's done being converted to JSON to set our data value. And then below that, we're just going to console log the data. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Back in our project here. So you can see in our console that it's already working. Let's double check our network tab here. So we can see that we have our programming call. And you can see here, yeah, it's returning everything exactly as it was in the website example. Okay, that's awesome. But our next challenge is, how do we return just the joke and not the whole response? So if we jump back to our console, where we've logged our data, we can see that we have these values that we can actually target. So we have setup and delivery here. If it was a single joke, we would just have joke. So we can target into our JSON object by separating with a period. So back in the code, instead of console logging data, let's try console logging data.joke to target that joke child. Okay, so let's save that and jump back. So we can see that it's now undefined. So why is that? Let's go back to our network tab. Let's look at our programming call. So it looks like it worked, but as we discussed before, this does not have a joke. It just has a setup and a delivery, all the two-part jokes. So now it's time for us to actually figure out how we're going to deal with that. So if we have a setup, it means we have a delivery. Essentially, we're going to need to create our own joke variable that will either equal the joke of a single joke, or it will equal the setup and delivery of a two-part joke. So let's jump back to the code and see what we can do. So above our API, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create our own joke variable. So I'm going to do let joke equals, and I'm just going to put in single quotes to create our joke as an empty string. And then inside of our try statement, we should be able to work this out with a simple if statement. So let's get rid of this for now. And we're going to go if data.setup. So that means if there is a setup, which is only going to happen with two-part jokes, we want our joke variable that we created to be equal to our setup plus our delivery. So to write this out, I'm actually going to use a template string. We can do this by using backticks. So this is the button below your escape key. It looks kind of like quotation marks, but not quite the same. And the reason we're going to use this is it's easier to add strings and variables together into one string this way. So with $, and then curly brackets, you can see it turned blue. That means now it's expecting a variable. And so we're going to pass data.setup, and then after that, a space, and then ... So the orange is an actual string, and the blue is variables. But in the end, it will all just be a string. And we're going to do the same thing for our delivery, $, curly brackets, and then data.delivery. Okay, we'll add a semicolon at the end here. We're going to write our else statement here, and then another set of curly brackets. And this time is a little bit simpler. We're just going to assign our joke variable is going to equal data.joke. And then we'll have another semicolon here. And then below that, we're going to console.log just joke. So the joke variable that we created up here. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to jump back to the console. Okay, so we have a joke here. Let's look at our network tab here. This is a single joke. Okay, so let's refresh. This time we have another single joke. We want to make sure that we're getting our two-part jokes as well. Okay, this is a two-part joke. So we can see that we have a two-part joke separated by the ... that we added. Okay, so that's perfect. We're not getting any more undefined, and we're getting our single and two-part jokes returned as a string. So that's pretty much everything that we needed to do to set up our joke API in our project. Awesome. So now, in the next one, we're going to have a look at how the two APIs are already working independently, and then we're going to figure out how we're going to combine the two together. All right, so I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. All righty, welcome back. So we've covered quite a bit in the project so far. I thought it was a good opportunity to take a step back and review what we've done so far. So I've created a nice diagram here. I will share it in the course. And you can see that on the left side, it's showing our joke functionality. And on the right side, it's showing our text-to-speech functionality. you can see that currently they are not connected. So that's the goal of this video. But first, let's just review each of them separately. So I will zoom in a little bit here, and we'll start with our text-to-speech. So in our test function, which I didn't include here because we're going to get rid of it, we're calling the speech function, and we're passing in the parameters for our API, including our key and, most importantly, our text. So currently, that is just hello world. We're passing that through the minified JavaScript, which is the Voice RSS SDK, and this is connecting to their server, and then we're getting a response from their server in the form of audio data, and we actually modified the SDK to pass this audio data into our audio element as its source, and then we are triggering the play method on that audio element, and we're able to hear something. Okay? Simple enough so far, I guess. I hope, at this point. And let's look at the joke functionality. So if we zoom in a little bit, we can see that we're starting out with our asynchronous getJokes function. This is using the fetch method to pass in the API URL, which has our query strings, the types of jokes, and everything that we want. And we're passing that to the joke API server, and then it's giving us a response, and we're turning that response into the JSON because we only want the body of the response, and we're passing that into a data constant. And then from there, we are getting the setup and delivery for 2-part jokes and just joke for a 1-part joke. And in our functionality, we are creating our own joke variable that is being populated from the 2-part or 1-part jokes that's using the if statement that we had in the previous video. And in turn, eventually, we are outputting our joke variable with the string of the joke that we got from our API. Okay, so that's what we have so far. Now we need to figure out how we're going to connect the two. So I've actually made a more complete version of this diagram. So you can see that what we're essentially going to do is we're going to add another function called tellMe that is going to take the parameter of joke. We're going to need to call that inside of our getJokes function so that we can pass our joke variable here. And from there, we're going to call our speech function inside of our tellMe function. We're going to be passing in the joke as the source. Okay, so we have a pretty clear path forward. Let's jump back to the code and see what we can do. Okay, so we're going to start by making a function above our getJokes function. We'll start by commenting out a title to explain the functionality. We want to be passing our joke to our Voice RSS API eventually. That's the end result. And we're going to make our function tellMe that we just explained, and we're going to pass in our joke as a parameter. And inside of this, we just want to console log with a message, tellMe, just to make sure that we are getting our joke within this next function from our first function. So we can actually delete this console log here, and instead we're going to call our tellMe function, and we're going to pass in our joke. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so it already looks like it's working. We have our tellMe here, and we have our joke. Awesome. So we've successfully passed that from one function to another. The next step will be to put back together our speech function so that we're actually passing the joke to our text-to-speech API. Okay, so let's start by going back up to the top here, and we're going to uncomment out our speech function here, and we're going to cut it. We're going to delete the rest of this, and we're going to add this to our tellMe function. So we're going to paste it in there. Of course, make sure that you have your API key in here. And instead of passing hello world, this time we're going to pass our joke. Okay, so let's save that and check it out.
Joke.
Okay, so we can see that we must have made a little bit of a mistake here
Joke.
because it's just saying the word joke. I think I know where we went wrong. Okay, so I think I can see the problem. You see in our console log, our joke is blue, but in our source, it's orange. So we're passing it as a string, but we're meaning to actually pass the joke variable. So we're going to remove the quotation marks here. And we can remove our console for now as well. And let's save that and try it again.
The 6 stages of debugging. 1 that can't happen. 2 that doesn't happen on my machine. 3 that shouldn't happen. 4 why does that happen? 5 oh, I see. 6 how did that ever work?
Okay, so that is amazing. We finally have successfully called our joke API and passed it through our text-to-speech, and it returned the audio in our element here. That is absolutely perfect. So the biggest challenges of this project are overcome. There's a few little things to do from here. We need to get our button working to actually get our jokes, and I think we can probably hide our audio element here and just hear the jokes. But let's get to that in the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so let's start with the task of getting our jokes function to run when we click our button here. So let's jump back to the code. We can accomplish that by adding an event listener to our button element. So it is considered good practice to always call a function after it's already been declared. That's why we're going to create our event listeners at the bottom here. We can start by getting rid of our getJokes function here that we were calling when the page loaded. And we will comment out a title for our event listeners. And then we're going to target our button constant dot. And then you can see the first suggestion, add event listener. We can press enter. And then in brackets, we're going to pass in 2 parameters. The first one is going to be the type of event. So in this case, it's a click. We're going to use single quotes. And you can see again that it's populated here with a suggestion. I can press enter to have it add it for me. And then comma. And then the second parameter is going to be the name of the function that we want to call. So in this case, it's going to be our getJokes function. You can see it auto-completed again. I can press enter. Okay. Put a semicolon there. Let's save it and check it out. So you can see now that we did not have a joke play by default, and we actually have nothing in here. And let's see what happens when we press our button.
Algorithm. A word used by programmers when they don't want to explain how their code works.
Okay, awesome. So we are hearing a joke after we click the button. But let's say that I'm really excited as a user and I want to click the button again before it's done.
The glass is neither half full nor half. One open terminal. Tombgate. Why did the functional programming developer get thrown out of school? Have a great week.
So you can see the problem here is that we want to not be able to press the button again until our joke is done being told. So let's think about a solution to this. So you might have seen on other websites that a button can be disabled. On our Rapid API website, the button was disabled until we entered our API key. So we want to do a similar thing here. We want to disable the button as the audio is playing, and when it ends, we want to enable the button again. So there are a few possible ways to do this, but I think the best way would be to make it dynamic. And the way to do that is we want to disable the button as the audio is playing, and then enable it again when the audio is done playing. So now you can see why it's so important that we have access to our audio element. And if you don't see why it's so important, we're going to explain a little bit more about the audio element so you can have a better understanding. So this is another amazing reference, W3 Schools. I'll provide a link to this within the course. And you can see it's talking about the audio and video elements because they're more or less identical in terms of how they are made up. And if we go down, we can see that we have a certain amount of methods that we can run on these elements. So you might recognize the play method that we added into our SDK. Well, it was already there, but we re-added it. And so that's what's actually playing our joke right now. If we go down, we can see that there are some different properties that we can add to the actual audio element. When we made it, we added controls. That allows us to have a play pause button. And if we go down even further, we can see that we have some different events. So we can see here that we have an ended event. And so this will fire this event whenever the current playlist is ended. In this case, we just have a single audio element. So it'll fire this ended event when the joke is done being told. And then from there, we can launch a function to disable or enable the button. Okay, so let's jump back into the code and we will figure that out. So we're going to need to add another event listener. This time it's going to be on our audio element. And this time, instead of a click event, we're going to use the ended event. And we're going to call a function that's going to be called toggle button. So we're going to need to make that function. That's why it's not yellow yet. So we're going to make that up at the top right now. Okay, so let's scroll up to the top just below our SDK, and we will comment out a title here, disable/enable button. And it's going to be a function toggle button, and then curly brackets. So we're going to use the disabled attribute, which is available on button elements. So button.disabled. So this can equal true or false. It's a Boolean. So a quick way to do this, to toggle between the two, is just to have button disabled equal the opposite of button disabled. So we can accomplish that with an exclamation mark, button disabled. So if button disabled is true on this side, it'll equal to false, and vice versa. If it's false, it'll be the opposite, which is true. But let's think about how we actually want this to work when the page loads. So when the page first loads, we want the button not to be disabled. So that's fine because we're not calling this function yet. But on our event listener, we are calling this function here, so it's being called once. It would actually launch for the first time after the audio is ended. So it would actually do the opposite. It would disable the button once the joke is done. We want it to disable while the joke's being told and re-enable when the joke is done. So that means we're going to need to call it again when we click on the button. So when we click on the button, we're launching our getJokes function. So within this, we need to call our toggle button function to disable it at the right time. So at the bottom of our try statement, we can also comment out a title for this function here. And below that, we'll comment out another title. And this is going to be to actually disable the button. And then we'll call our function with the brackets here and then a semicolon. And let's save that and try it out. Okay, so let's press the button.
Java is like Alzheimer, it starts off slow, but eventually, your memory is gone.
Okay, so we can see that the button was disabled while the joke was being told, and as soon as it was done, it was enabled again, allowing us to press it again. Awesome. So I think everything is pretty much working exactly as we want it to in terms of functionality. But there's one final thing I would like to do, and that is to hide our audio element, because we don't actually need to see it. We can just hear the jokes. So this will be pretty easy to do. similar to how we have a disabled attribute for our button, all HTML elements have a hidden attribute. And we can actually trigger this within our HTML because it's something that we want to be hidden the entire time. So as the page loads, we can just type hidden here. And normally in JavaScript for a loader, we could toggle this on and off by making it true or false within our JavaScript. But for our purposes, we want it to remain hidden permanently. So let's save that and jump back and check it out. So we can close this. So we can see we no longer have our audio element. Let's test it out and see if it works.
Why do Java programmers hate communism? They don't want to live in a classless society.
Okay, so it works exactly as we wanted to. We hid the audio element. We got our button working exactly as we want. And that's pretty much it for the project. I hope you guys had a lot of fun with this, and I will see you in the next one. Bye for now.
All right, everybody. That was a fun project. I mean, who doesn't like a good programming joke app? I definitely had a few laughs. Some of them I don't even get. But anyway, before we get too distracted, I want to do a code review and talk about two things from this project. Now, the first one is this Voice RSS JavaScript SDK. We use this as a way for us to have audio and have the robot speak the joke out loud. Now, the interesting thing here is that we can actually separate this out into two files. For example, if I comment this out and I save and I go back to the project and I say, tell me a joke, it no longer works because, well, we're not using that API anymore. And I get a syntax error. What we can do now is in our index.html file, have another script. In this script, let's call it voice.js. And voice.js will be a new file that we create. In my case, I already created it here. It's completely empty, but I'm going to copy this code and paste it in here and just remove the comments. So now there's a voice RSS. And if I save this, again, this is commented out in script.js. If I save this and run, let's refresh our page and run this.
If Bill Gates had a dime for every time Windows crashed. Oh wait, he does.
Oh, a classic Bill Gates joke. Hilarious. But you see that is working. Now, why is that working? If we open up our developer tools here, so let's go view developer tools in our Chrome browser, and we go to network. If I refresh this page, and you see here that I have document selected, we want to make sure that all are selected. We see that we have our script.js that loads up, but right before that, we have voice.js. So what that means is that voice.js file has loaded before our script runs. Before this runs, voice.js runs. And because this is a global variable, it's not inside of a function or inside of an object, we have access to voice RSS. Let me prove it to you. If I go over here and I do voice RSS, you see that I have access to this. This is exactly what we had in our code. And this is because it's a global variable. So as long as the voice.js loads before script.js, we are able to use the global variable voice RSS. So now I can actually test this. If I move this line to down here, would that work? Let's have a look. If I refresh and click tell me a joke.
A guy walks into a bar and asks for 1.4 root beers. The bartender says, I'll have to charge you extra, that's a root beer float. The guy says, in that case, better make it a double.
All right, that worked, but hold on. You're asking yourself, Andre, you just told me that this code shouldn't work. I mean, voice.js got loaded after script.js. Pause the video and think about why that still worked. Well, if we go to script.js, you'll notice that when we call voice RSS, it's when we do the tell me joke. So in here, we actually only use the tell me joke. Let me close this out. We use the tell me joke when we do the get jokes function. And the get jokes function only runs when I click as a user on the tell me a joke button. So because by the time I click the button, the voice RSS was loaded, that worked. But if I try to, let's say, console.log voice RSS before I even click when the script.js initially runs, let's save, and I refresh, I get an error. Voice RSS is not defined. Because remember, when we first load a project, our scripts run. My script.js runs and then voice.js runs. But script.js, because it runs before voice.js, well, gets an error because this voice RSS doesn't exist yet. How cool is that? What we've just done here is we've cleaned up our code a little bit, right? We don't necessarily need to use voice RSS, this giant piece of code, which we've kept on a single line in this file. We can just simply have a libraries JavaScript file that we load up before our main script file that we write runs. So this way we're able to separate our logic so that instead of having just one big JavaScript file, we can be more organized with our code. Now, the second thing I want to talk about is this API key. This API key is what we call a secret. This is valuable. You see, most APIs, although this is a silly one, but most APIs that are useful cost money. Most companies create these APIs so that they can make money, so that their business is from having users that pay money to access some sort of data. Now, when we have an API key out in public like this, you don't really want to share that. Because right now, this API key is available to anybody in the world. So anybody can just copy and steal your API key and use it. Let me show you. This website, if we put it online, how can I find the API key in this code? Well, I would go to sources, go to script.js, and if I scroll up, yep, there's the API key right there. I can even do this on, let's say, a website that I was visiting. I can go to view page source, which gives me the HTML. And then if I click on script.js, there it is. That's the entire script, and there's my API key. So in practice, you never actually want to display an API key on the front end. This is a fun application. This is a fun API, so it doesn't really matter. But if you were putting your code on GitHub, you wouldn't want to include this in here. Or let's say you are paying for an API. You definitely wouldn't want anybody else to find out about it. Now, the way this is resolved is usually using some sort of a server. So you would create your own server or have a server that a client or a user can see. And we instead grab the key and instead run the tell me function. So that is this function over here that requires the API key. We run it on the server. This way the server is hidden from my users. And because only we have access to the server, we can use the API key and then respond from the server to our front end with just the voice RSS, the actual data that doesn't include the API key. Now, this is an advanced topic, so we don't really need to get into it, but I do want to mention that when it comes to API key, you usually never want it on the front end. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. So you can see that we have a pretty basic website here. We have some custom Google fonts. We have an SVG pattern background from Hero Patterns. And you can see we have a navigation, changes color as we hover over it.
If we click on one of these, it will actually smoothly scroll to that section of the page. In this section, we have some illustrations from Undraw that match our primary color, which is orange. If we go to the next section, we have a series of buttons here, as well as a text box. And lastly, we have a section with Font Awesome icons that also change color as you hover over them. You might have noticed in the top right that it says light mode, and we have an image of a sun. If we flip this switch, it changes to dark mode and an icon of a moon. Very cool. We can see that everything has now changed color. So our background is black, and our primary color has changed from orange to purple. And now, when we hover over, it is white instead. If we go back up, we can see our text box now has a white background instead of a black background. All of our button colors have changed. And even our Undraw illustrations have changed from orange to purple. Very cool. So, I will show you how to make your very own dark mode, light mode website in this project. Let's get started. Alrighty, so let's get started. I've created another template for this project that includes most of the CSS as well as the image files in the example. This is different than the original template we've used for most of the projects, so make sure that you download it from the course. You will need to unzip the file, so I've done that already. And next, I'm going to remove the template from it, just to show that I am now working on the actual project. And I'm going to open it up in Visual Studio Code. Okay, now that I have the project open, I'm going to open up each of the files, and I'm going to close the Explorer, and we'll start with the index.html. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change the title, as we usually do, light dark mode, save that, and then we'll use our live server extension to launch the project. Okay, so you can see we have a white page, but we can see that our title has changed. Awesome. There's a few things I'll need to explain about this project as we're setting it up. The first is an explanation of how I chose the colors for our light-dark themes. So there's an interesting article that I will link in the course that talks about the Google Material Design themes, specifically their dark mode themes. This is one part of that article that is talking about on colors. So that is something that we will need to consider as we are working. We're going to have a primary color and then a primary variant that's going to be a darker color, a secondary color that complements these other colors but is a different color. You can see that this is like a teal versus some shades of purple. We have our background color, and then we have these on colors. So these are designed to be the font colors, and these are designed to be background colors. So if our background is black, it means our on background color would need to be white in order to be visible. There's lots more in this article that talks about color palettes and contrast and things of that nature, but because this isn't a design course, I'm not going to dive too deeply into it. But feel free to read more if you're interested. Let's jump back to the CSS and we can see the color palette that I've created for you. So, as we jump into the code, we can see that we have a lot of colors here, and they're written in a unique way. So we can see that we're using the root pseudo class, and we're actually using CSS variables. So what that allows us to do is define all of our colors at the top, and then use these variables within our CSS, allowing us to change all of the values of something like primary color, all at the same time from the top of our code. So that is why we have it all set up like this. This gives you an opportunity, if you would like to change up the colors. So you'll notice that there are two different sets of colors here, and they share all of these variables in common. The one exception is box shadow. This is not quite a color, but it is something that it would be nice to be able to change all at once because we're going to use it in multiple places within our project. So on the top, we have our light mode or default colors on our pseudo class root, which allows them to be recognized globally in our CSS. And at the bottom, we have our dark theme colors, which we won't see until later on when we enable it in our JavaScript. So for now, we're going to build out our project with the default colors. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to set a background pattern for our project. To do that, we're going to use the Hero Patterns website. The Hero Patterns website is a very handy tool. It is a collection of repeatable SVG background patterns for use in web projects, as it says in the description. What that means is, because it's using scalable vector graphics, it is going to output its patterns as chunks of code, which means smaller file sizes and also the ability to scale at any resolution and still remain sharp. So this is a great tool that allows you to create many different backgrounds with many different patterns. You can see as I'm scrolling through that there are a lot of different options. This gives you the opportunity to make your very own unique project and choose whichever one of these you would like. For me, I'm going to go with the diamond pattern. So when you click on that, we can see that we have some generated code here, and we can alter the foreground color, the background color, and the foreground opacity. So to start with, I'm going to lower the opacity. As I do that, you can see the number change in the code above, and I'm going to bring it down to 0.3. Next, I'm going to change the background color to be white because we want something for a light mode. And I'm going to change the foreground color to something that is resembling our secondary color, because our secondary color in light and dark mode are kind of similar. They're kind of like a teal color. So something kind of like that. And then I'm going to double check with the background to see that it looks good on a dark background as well. Yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. And we can leave it back to our light color. And we're going to select this code and copy it. And now we can jump back into our project. And we're going to scroll down a little bit. And we're going to paste this within our body. And we can use Alt-Z word wrap to be able to actually see everything here. And we can put this into place. The background color is the first thing that we're going to change. So instead of using this set color, we're going to use one of our variable colors. So we're going to type var, then bracket, dash dash, and then background. You can see it's auto-completing for us. We can just press enter. And while we're at it, let's change the color as well. So the color for our fonts and everything is going to be another var. And this time, dash dash, we want on background, because we've set our background color to background, of course. And let's save that and check it out. Alrighty, that is looking awesome. So the great thing about these SVG pattern backgrounds is that they automatically stretch to fill the entire space. The next thing we're going to tackle is creating the sections for our website. So feel free to use this project as a template and change up the sections and content as you like. But I'm going to recreate my example, of course. So I'm going to start by commenting out a title for my home section. Then I'm going to create a section element with hashtag for the ID and then home as the ID. Press enter. That's Visual Studio Code's handy Emmet autocomplete. Then within this section, I'm going to create a div with the class of title-group. And within this, I'm going to have a title and a subtitle with an h1 and an h2. Below that, I'm going to create about and project sections with just an h1 in each for now.
and then a contact section with nothing in it at the moment. We're going to place our Font Awesome icons in there later on. I'll just fast forward through that. Okay, so we can see that we have some CSS already in our template. We have our titles and everything centered within our section. You can see that also each section is at least a min height of the entire screen that allows each section to have its own space. Alrighty, so the next thing we're going to do is add our navigation within our HTML. So at the top here, we're going to comment out a title for a navigation. And then we're going to use a nav element and give it the ID of nav with hashtag nav. Press enter, and that'll autocomplete that for us. And then within our nav, we're going to have anchor elements that are pointed to our section IDs. So for example, the href for home would be hashtag home, and this will go directly to our home section. And I'm just going to fast forward as I write out the other three. Okay, so we can save that, and let's just jump to our CSS to see that we have most of our navigation styling done already. I'm just going to explain a few things here. So first, we have a z-index of 10. This is allowing our navigation to always remain on top of every other element. By default, every other element has a z-index of 1. Next, we have our position fixed. This is to ensure that even as a user scrolls, the navigation stays at the top of the page. We have a padding 25 pixels, which means we have a padding on all 4 sides of 25 pixels, so that we have a bit of a gap between the top, bottom, left, and right of our navigation. We have a width of 100 viewport width, meaning that it is as wide as the window. And you'll notice that we have our colors already filled in for our anchor elements with our variable colors. So by default, our anchor elements will be the primary color, and when we hover over them, they will switch to the on background color, and they'll also add a border underneath. I have taken the liberty of adding these variable colors to the rest of the project just to make it a little bit easier. You will notice on the navigation itself that we're not using a variable color. This is because I'm going to show you how you can change the color within the JavaScript. You'll also notice that this is a little bit of a different syntax. So instead of writing out RGBA and having commas between each color, we can actually simplify it a little bit, eliminating the commas and having a slash and then the amount of the opacity, and writing RGB instead of RGBA. Okay, so let's check that out. Okay, so we have our navigation here, and you can see as we hover over it changes color. When we click on it, it jumps to the section. Now you can see why we wanted a minimum height for each section to at least be as tall as the window, so that each section is totally separate. But wouldn't it be nice if we could scroll smoothly to each section? Luckily, in HTML, there's an easy way to accomplish this with one simple line. So if we go back up to the top and we go to our HTML element, we can simply add scroll dash behavior. You can see it auto-completes here. I'll press enter, and we want it to be smooth. So let's save that and check it out. And now when we go to our section, we are smoothly scrolling down. Okay, awesome. So I think we've covered a fair amount in this video. Let's take a break here. And in the next one, we'll finish building the rest of our page. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So as I mentioned in the previous video, most of the CSS is already written. This is because I expect that if you make your own project, you're going to change a lot of the content, and therefore you'll need to change a lot of the styling. So the main thing I'm going to go over is all of the things that are customizable. So far, I've talked about the colors and the custom background. Next, I'm going to talk about fonts.
specifically using custom Google fonts. So I'll provide a link to this within the course. It's fonts.google.com. And you can see that there's a lot of different options here. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to put your own spin on the project and choose whichever fonts you would like. I have 3 fonts in mind, so I'm going to search for them and add them to the project. So I'm just going to type in the name. The first one is Oswald. I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to scroll down, and I just want the regular, so I'm going to press select this style, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to search for the next one. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, and go back, and the last one. Okay, yep, that's the one I wanted, and I will select this style as well. Now that I've selected multiple fonts, I'm going to click in the top right here to view the selected families. Now that I've selected all 3 fonts, I'm going to go to the top right here and click where it says View Selected Families. And you can see I have them all here. And I'm going to go over to Embed, and specifically I would like an import statement. So I'm going to copy this, right click, copy, and I'm going to jump back to my CSS. And at the very top of my CSS, I'm going to paste this in. Okay, we can scroll back to the left here now that that's pasted in, and we can start actually adding the fonts to our project. So in our body, I want to add font-family, and this one is going to be Comforta, comma, I'm also going to add sans-serif as a fallback just in case the font doesn't load. And below this, I'm also going to add in a font family for the H1. And this one is going to be my Kashan script. And same thing, I'm going to have sans serif as a fallback. And let's save that and check it out. So that's looking a lot better in my opinion. We have a nice bold title font. It's something very unique. And we can see that we have our Comforta font here and here, but we're actually going to change that for our navigation. So one other thing I'd like to change is these are the same color. It would be nice if our subtitle was slightly lighter just to make our title pop a little bit more. So if we jump back to our CSS and our colors, we can see that we have an on background color and an on background color alt. So this is the same color, but this is 70% opacity, so it's going to seem like it's a little lighter. So let's add our on background alt color to our H2. So remember var and then bracket dash dash and then on background alt. You see it auto-completes. So I'm going to press enter and let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see it's very subtle. It's a little bit more of a light gray, and now our title pops a little bit more in comparison. Awesome. Next, let's change the font for our navigation. So if we scroll down right above our font size, we're going to add in our font family. This time it's going to be Oswald, comma, sans serif. Let's save that, jump back, and that's looking a lot better. Okay, awesome. So we have our fonts taken care of. The next thing we're going to tackle is our illustrations. And for that, we're going to go to the Undraw website. So the Undraw website is an open source project that provides modern looking illustrations. It's very straightforward and easy to use, and it also uses SVGs, which will have the same benefit as our pattern background. You can see that we have many different choices here, and we have a color changer here at the top, which allows us to add custom colors to any of the illustrations. So this is perfect for us because we can save 2 versions of the same image. One with the primary color for our light mode, and one with the primary color for our dark mode.
So once you have one that you like, you're going to click on it and download the SVG. So you can see that you'll have an SVG file. If we actually jump back to our project folder, you can see that I've taken the liberty of adding the examples for you. So you can see that we have one of each image that has a dark and a light mode color. And if you want to, you can simply use these within your project. But if you want to make your own, keep in mind that you'll need to save two versions, and you'll also need to add dark and light at the end of the file name so that we can trigger them in our JavaScript. So back in our HTML, we can add the elements to the page. Of course, I'm going to use the ones from my example. We're going to do that in the About section, and we're going to start out making a div dot about dash container, so a div with the about container class, and then within that I'm going to create another div with the image dash container class, and within that I'm going to provide an h2 for a title here, and then I'm going to have an image element with the ID hashtag image1. Press enter. And the source is going to be image slash, and you can see it actually auto-completes all of the possible options here. In this case, I'm only going to use the light options. So I'm going to use proud coder light. And I'll just type in something for our alt tag, just to be thorough. And I'll word wrap just so you can see everything here. And I'm just going to copy and paste this image container and add the other two images. So I'll fast forward through that. Okay, so I can save that now. Make sure that you're changing the IDs of each because we want a unique ID for each. So image 1, 2, and 3. All right, let's check that out. Down in our About section. Okay, that's looking pretty awesome. You can see that we already have our styling done for these. We have a border around the outside. We have our box shadow here, and all the images are sized correctly and spaced apart from each other. Awesome. So we can move on now to our next section where we're going to show off some buttons in our text box. So let's jump back to the code. And for this, we're going to, again, have a div to contain our buttons. So div.buttons. And within that, I'm going to create a button with the class of primary. And I'm going to have it say primary on the button itself. And I'm going to make 5 other buttons designed to showcase the different colors. I will fast forward through that. While I'm at it, I'm also going to add a text box below this. So div with the class of text-box, and I'm also going to give it the ID of text-box because we're going to target it within our JavaScript. And inside of this, I'm going to have a p element, and I'm going to show a neat trick to add placeholder text within Visual Studio Code. We can simply type lorem and then press tab to have a block of placeholder text. So let's save that, and first we're going to jump over to our styling just to show everything that's already included. So in our project section, we can see that we have our buttons class on our container. That's just adding a margin top and bottom. For each of our buttons, we have this different styling here. You can see that we're using different colors for different buttons. So the primary color is the default. If we look at our secondary class, we can see all of these secondary buttons are using the secondary color, of course. And you can see that it will change on hover. And you can see that for our outline buttons, we have some different colors here as well. And we can see that for our text box, again, we have a non-variable color. This is another one that we are going to change within our JavaScript. So let's jump over to the page and see how it looks. All right, so that's looking pretty awesome. We have our primary, secondary colors, we have a disabled button, and we have ones with outlines as well, and we have our text box here. Awesome. The very last thing we'll need to do is add the icons within our contact section. For this, we're going to be using Font Awesome. This is another opportunity for you to add your own custom field to the project. If you're unfamiliar with how this works, I'm going to provide a link to the icons gallery within the course where we can search for specific icons. In this case, we're looking for social media related icons as they are prevalent on most websites. The great thing about these icons is that they are also SVG, so they are small sizes that will stay sharp at any size. So we can search for something like GitHub, and once we found it, we can click on it, and it's actually going to give us the code for our HTML right here. If we click on it, it's automatically going to copy it, and so we can jump back to our HTML. So you might have remembered in our original template, they were actually including a link to the Font Awesome style sheet within the head of our document. Let's go down now to the contact section and actually add in the icons. So we're going to have a container for these, which will be div with the class of social-icons. And we're just going to paste in our GitHub icon there. And I'm going to repeat the process and add 5 more icons. So I'm going to fast forward through that, but feel free to choose whichever icons you would like. Okay, so you might have noticed that these are made up of 2 different classes. One is FAB, and then it gets to the specific icon we want. FAB stands for Font Awesome Brands. So that is specifically for companies and social media and things like that. Later on in our project, we're going to use a generic solid icon, which will have the class FAS. So let's save that, and we'll just jump over to the CSS to just see the styling that we've included. We are actually going to use font size to make our icons bigger or smaller. And you can see that we're using the primary color, just like our navigation. And when we hover over it, we're changing to the on background color, again, just like our navigation. So let's jump to the page and check it out. All right, so that is looking very, very nice. Okay, so we're finally finished setting up our content of our website. In the next video, we're going to look at actually adding our light dark mode switch and starting to get into our functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So we are almost done building out our project. The very last thing we're going to need to add is our custom toggle switch. So I created the custom toggle switch based on this example in W3 Schools, which I will provide a link to within the course. I have modified it a little bit, including adding our color variables. So let's jump into the HTML and build it out. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to comment out a title at the top of our body here. And within this, let's scroll down a little bit. We're going to start with adding a div with the class theme-switch-wrapper. And within this, we're going to have 2 different things. The first thing is we're going to have the text and the icon, and then we're going to have the switch. So first, we're going to have a span with the hashtag of toggle icon. So we're adding that ID, meaning we're going to alter it using our JavaScript. And within that, we're going to have another span, this time with the class of toggle-text. And we're going to have it say light mode. And then below this, we're going to add in a Font Awesome icon for a sun or moon, depending on which mode we're in. So we're going to add an I element, and we can manually add in the class of FAS. So this is our Font Awesome solid that I mentioned in the last video. And we're also going to give it a class of FA-sun. Okay, and next, below that,
we are going to add a label with the class of theme-switch. We don't need to worry about this for attribute. And within this label, we're going to add an input. And the type is going to be checkbox, because we just need the switch to work as on or off. And below that, we're going to add a div with the class of slider, and I'm going to add another class with another period of round. So you can see there's a space, we have a slider class and a round class, and that's pretty much it for our HTML. So we can save that and take a look at our style CSS. So we can see at the bottom of our project, we have our dark mode toggle styling. One thing that might jump out at you right away is that we have a Z index of 100. So you remember our navigation had a Z index of 10. We want this to be on top of our navigation, so we gave it an even bigger number. We also have position fixed, meaning we always want to see this in the same spot on the page. In this case, it will be 25 pixels from the right and 30 pixels from the top. If we scroll down, we can see that our toggle text is using our on background variable color. And if we go down, we can see here that we are actually monitoring when our input is checked, our checkbox, and we're changing the color to become the primary color when it is checked. And lastly, we can see that for our FAS, Font Awesome Solid, we're again using font size to determine the size of our icon. So let's jump over to the code and check it out. Okay, so that's looking awesome. We have our light mode here, we have our sun icon here, and we have our custom toggle here. And you can see that when we click it, it is now checked, and you can see we have our primary color here. Awesome. So we're finally finished actually building the elements within our website. Now it's time to move on to the functionality. The first thing that we want to accomplish is we want to add an event listener to listen on this item for whenever it is checked or unchecked, and then we want to be able to run a function from there. So the first thing we're going to need to do is target our switch within our JavaScript. So we're going to do that by adding a constant called toggle switch, and that's going to be equal to document. Normally I would use getElementById, but you might remember we actually didn't add an ID. So I'm going to show you another way to select our checkbox, and that is using document.querySelector. This allows you to select an HTML element or a class if you want to. So we're going to type in single quotes, input, and I'm going to be even more specific, and I'm going to use square bracket, and I only want an input of type equal to checkbox. Okay, and we're going to add the square bracket there, and the semicolon at the end, and we can save that there. Now we're going to need to figure out the event listener. If we jump back over to our page here, we can see that we're going to want to use a change event instead of a click event. So you can see that a change event is occurring when the checked state has been changed. So if we scroll down, we can see an example of an event listener here for the change event for our checkbox. Okay, so let's implement that within our code. Let's comment out a title here for our event listener. And we're going to use our toggle switch constant, add event listener, bracket, single quote, and we're targeting our change event. And then we're going to add a function called switch theme. We haven't made that function yet, so let's make that above. Comment out another title, and this is going to, in the end, switch our theme dynamically. Let's create the function, and we're going to pass in the event, and we're going to console log the event.
to see what we get when we click on our switch. So let's save that and check it out. We're going to right-click and open up our DevTools. We can see that this project is not mobile responsive because, again, the main point is our light mode, dark mode. We're going to go into our console and see what happens when we click on our switch. So we can see when we clicked it, it passed in our event. And if we open this up, we can see that there's a lot of different information here. So we're going to need to explore the target, which is our input element. And if we go inside of that, we are looking for our checked property. So you can see right now our checked property is true because we have the switch checked. Let's actually change up our console log to be a little bit more specific and actually get to this target.checked value. So we're just going to add to our console log event.target.checked to see the value of that Boolean from our checkbox. So let's save that and check it out. And we can see now every time we flip the switch, it's true now, false, true, false. Okay, so we are now tracking the value of our checked Boolean. What we're going to do is, when our Boolean is checked, we want our dark mode, and when it's unchecked, we want our light mode, which is our default mode. You might remember that within our CSS, at the very top, we had our two different sets of colors. Now you can see here that when our data theme is equal to dark, we are switching to these colors. So that's what we want to do when our checkbox is having a checked value of true. So how can we do this? So we will need to set this attribute at the highest level of our HTML. If we go back to our browser, we can see that I have another article here that explains that document.documentElement returns the element that is the root of the document, for example, the HTML element for HTML documents. So that will allow us to have the highest level element, and we're going to need to set the attribute of the dark theme on that element. So let's go back to our JavaScript and implement that. So instead of console logging this event.target.checked, we're actually going to add in an if statement. So if the event.target.checked, so this means if it's true, we want our dark mode. So we want our document.documentElement, second option here, going to press enter, and we're going to set the attribute just like we would on any HTML element. And we're going to add in the key and the value. In this case, our key is going to be data-theme, and then we're going to have a comma, and then we're going to have our value, which is going to be dark. We'll add a semicolon there, and then below that, else, so if it is not checked, meaning if our checkbox checked equals false, we're going to have a similar thing, document.documentElement.setAttribute, and we're going to use the same key, data theme, but this time the value is going to be light. We'll add the semicolon there, and we can save that and check it out. Okay, so moment of truth, let's test out our switch. Okay, awesome. We can finally see our dark mode colors. Perfect. So we can see that most things have changed. Our background color has changed. We can see that our illustrations haven't changed. Our text box background hasn't changed, but our buttons have changed. And we can see that our icons have changed and our navigation has changed. We can also see that our light mode text and our icon hasn't changed, and our navigation background also hasn't changed. So I will show you how we're going to manually change all of these things within our JavaScript. We'll do that within the next video. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, welcome back. So we can see that we finally have our switch working, but we still need to alter some styles and content within our JavaScript. So let's jump back
And we're going to start by making a constant for everything we would like to change. In order, that is our nav, our toggle icon, our image 1, 2, 3, and our text box. I'm going to be using getElementById for each of these, and I'm just going to fast forward through that now. Okay, so we can save that now. After that's done, we're going to need to use our switchTheme function and actually call two separate functions, one for our dark mode and one for our light mode. So our first if statement, we're going to add in dark mode function, brackets, semicolon, and we're going to add a light mode function in here for our else statement. And above that, we're going to start with creating our dark mode function first. So we're going to comment out a title and create our function. And within this function, the first thing we're going to want to change is the background color of our navigation and our text box. So first, we're going to use our nav constant. And we're going to target the style of our nav constant. And we're going to change the background color. And we're going to set that to a string with single quotes, RGB. We're using our new syntax here. So 0 space 0 space 0 slash, and we want 50% opacity. And we'll close off the bracket there, add a semicolon at the end. And for our text box, we'll repeat the same thing, style dot background color is going to be equal to RGB, and this time it's going to be white 50%, so 255, 255, 255 slash 50% bracket, then we're going to add a semicolon there. So we can save that for now. The next thing we're going to want to deal with is our text that says light mode, dark mode, and the icon. If we jump back to our HTML, we can actually see that we have the ID here on our parent, but we actually want to change two separate elements within it. So we're going to see how we can accomplish that. If we go back to our JavaScript, and we actually console log our toggle icon dot children, because that's what we actually are going to want to target. And we jump back over to our code. When we flip the switch, okay, we can see our navigation is working, and we can see our text box is working now. Perfect. But if we open up our console, we can see that we have HTML collection 2, and you can see that it returned our span toggle text. You can see it's highlighted here, and our icon of our sun here as two separate objects within an array. So to be able to target these, we can simply type children square bracket 0 or square bracket 1 to target one or the other. So let's close this console and jump back to our JavaScript and do that. So we want to switch our toggle icon dot children bracket 0. So this is our text. And we're going to use something called text content. This is a very secure way to change the text value of an HTML element. And in single quotes, we're just going to type in our string, which is dark mode. Then below that, we're going to use toggle icon children square bracket 1. And then this time we want to alter the class list. So the CSS class that we have, and we want to remove our fa-sun because that's the default class. And we can actually copy this line. And instead, we want to add a different class. In this case, we want to add fa-moon instead. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see again that it actually reset to our light mode. That's something we'll address later on. But if we flip the switch now, we can see that our text content has changed to dark mode, and instead of a sun, we have a moon. Perfect. We can see though that we still need to deal with our images, so let's do that now. So, as I mentioned before, we have two different files for each image. One is ending in dark and one is ending in light. So below this, we're going to need to target our first image, image 1, and we're going to change the source of our image. And this is going to be equal to image slash, and then the path of our image. I happen to know it off the top of my head, but you might need to look and see what it is. So it is undraw underscore proud underscore coder, and the most important part, underscore dark dot svg. And I'm going to add in the other two as well. So I'll just copy and paste this and fast forward through that. Okay, so let's save that and jump back and check it out. So you can see everything is orange here. And when we flip the switch, perfect, everything is purple now. Awesome. So that's done exactly what we wanted it to do. If we flip the switch back though, we can see that things have not changed back. So we have our dark mode still, and we have our purple instead of our orange colors. That's because we have not actually made our light mode function yet. So let's do that next. So this is not going to be super difficult because we can actually copy our dark mode function. And we're going to just change some things around. So first, we're going to have light mode, change the function name to light mode. And for our nav and text box, we actually want these to be the opposite. So this one is going to be white now. And this one is going to be black. Okay, obviously our text content here, we want this to say light mode instead of dark mode. And we also want to switch because we want to remove our moon icon and we want to add back our sun icon. And then lastly, we just want to change dark to light here. And we can do this quickly with a handy extension, which is Command D or Control D that will select these similar occurrences. You can see that we have a cursor 3 times here. We can actually just type in light there to change them nice and quickly. So let's save that and check it out. So again, it's in light mode by default, but let's switch to dark mode. And when we switch back, perfect, everything's working. So you can see our navigation's light mode, our text is light mode, and our images have changed back to orange. Awesome. So that's pretty much it for the functionality. But if we go back to the code, we can see that we have a lot of repetition happening here. And in modern development, something that we want to achieve is dry code, meaning do not repeat yourself. I would challenge you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out a way to refactor the code in a way that has less repetition. I will give you a hint. It includes adding a new function that uses template strings. So pause the video here and try and see if you can do it. Okay, so now I'll show you how I would refactor this code. So the first thing off the bat, let's look at our icons here. Instead of having this as 2 separate lines, we can do it as 1. So instead of using remove and add, we can get rid of our add line here, and we can use replace instead. And we're going to pass in the first value, which is going to be sun in this case. That's what we want to get rid of. And the second value is what we want to replace it with. So in this case, it is moon. We'll need to copy this to our light mode function, but of course, we're going to flip the order. So we're going to replace moon with sun. Okay, so we've saved 1 line each in our function. Next, you can see that for our image source, we have this code repeating in 6 different lines. We can break this out into another function in order to save some space. So above this dark mode function, we're going to comment out a title for dark or light images.
And we're going to create a function called image mode. And this is going to take a parameter of color. And then within this function, we are going to cut this and paste it in. And instead of using just a string, we're going to use a template string. And we can use our select trick, so our Command D or Control D, to select our single quotes. And we're going to replace all of these with a backtick. That's the button right below your escape key. And so this converts it into a template string. The reason for this is we want to be able to actually pass in a variable instead of hard coding the entire file name. So we'll use our select again here to replace dark with $, curly bracket. You can see it turn blue there. And then we're going to pass in our color variable. And in order to actually make this work for each of them, we're going to call this new function that we've created, image mode, and we're going to pass in the string of dark in our dark mode, and we're going to pass in the string of light within our light mode. So let's save that and make sure everything is still working as intended. Okay, so we're in our light mode here, and we switch to dark mode, and our images have switched, and we can switch back. All right, awesome. So everything is working as intended. One last improvement we can make, it sure would be nice to not default to light mode every single time we open the page. In the next video, we'll explore how we can solve that problem. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in order to save our theme within our browser so that when we come back it's the correct theme, we're going to use something called local storage. You can see that I have an article here about it, which I will link within the course. But to summarize, it allows you to store data between sessions, meaning that if you turn off your computer and come back a week later to a particular website, your local storage data will still be there. In our case, we're going to be storing a string value that will simply be our theme of dark or light. So let's jump back to the JavaScript and see how we can accomplish this. So like our console, it exists within our window object and can be called directly. There are a few different ways that we can use local storage. In our case, we're going to be focusing on two of them. We're going to set a value in local storage, and eventually we're going to get a value from local storage. So let's start by setting the value to show what actually happens when you do that. So within our switch theme function, we're going to set a value for each of these. So first, local storage. You can see it auto-completes there. .set item. We're going to use the set item method, and we're going to pass in a key value pair. So our key is going to be theme, and our value is going to be dark. And we're going to copy this, and we'll have the same thing below, except for this time our value is going to be light instead of dark. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So we're going to open up our DevTools again. And if we click on this arrow, we can see that we actually have an application tab. And so this is where we can see what is stored in our local storage. If we click on the arrow, we can see that this is the URL for our live server, the page that we're currently on. This will always be whatever the current page is. So if we click on that, we can see that we have a key and a value here. And let's see what happens when we flip the switch. Okay, awesome. We can see that we're saving our dark theme here. And if we hit the switch again, we can see that now the value has changed to light. Awesome. So the next step is that we always want to try to retrieve this value. So that's where the getItem method will come into play. Let's clear this value though for now to pretend like we're a user visiting the page for the first time. So if we go down to the bottom, we can comment out a title.
we're going to check local storage for theme, and we're going to create a constant for this called current theme, and that's going to be equal to local storage dot get item, and then in a string we're going to pass in the key, which in this case is theme. So let's console log this and see what we get. Console log our current theme. Okay, save that and jump back. So if we open up the console, we can see that our value is null. So that is because you can see that we have nothing in our local storage. And when you first visit a website, you wouldn't have anything in local storage. So in order to address this, we're going to need to have an if statement for our current theme. We only want to run a function if we actually have a value for current theme. You can see if we actually went into our application and we flip the switch, we have a value here. And if we refresh the page, you can see that we've stored the dark value. But you can see that we still have light mode here. So we're going to need to address that. So let's jump back to the code now. And we'll remove our console log here. And we're going to add in an if statement. So this is something to keep in mind whenever you're using local storage. You want to check if it exists before you try to retrieve it. So if there's a current theme, we're going to want to use it to set our theme like we did above. We can actually copy this, paste it in here, and instead of having a string for dark, we're going to put in our constant of current theme. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see that we're defaulting to our dark mode this time instead of defaulting to our light mode, which is an improvement. But we can see that our image colors are wrong, and it still says light mode up here, and our checkbox is unchecked. We actually want this to be checked if we're in our dark mode. So in order to do this, we're going to need to add another if statement. So inside of this if statement, we'll add if the current theme is dark, so equals to dark with 3 equal signs, because we don't want to set the value, we want to read if it matches. Then we're going to want to change the toggle switch's checked Boolean value to be equal to true. So we're setting it as true using one equal sign. And we also want to use our dark mode function above, because that's what's actually changing the images and the navigation background and everything else. So now let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see we defaulted to dark mode. Our images have changed to dark mode, our navigation, we have our text dark mode, and we can see that our switch is checked. And we can go back and forth, and it's working perfectly. Another fun thing you might notice is if we refresh the page and you take a look at our switch here, is that it's actually sliding into position as the page is loading. And you can see if you look closely at the images that it will flicker orange before switching to purple. So we can see that it's doing it automatically, flipping our switch for us. All right. So that's everything that we wanted to accomplish with this project. I hope you've learned a lot about the intricacies of applying themes, and I look forward to seeing your unique versions of the project. All right, so I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
What? Are you kidding me? How cool is this project? I know, I love all projects, but come on, this is pretty nice. I'm excited to see everybody's version of light and dark mode, but all right, before I get carried away, let's do a bit of code review. Now, one thing you may have noticed in this project is that we are repeating ourselves a lot. And one of the biggest principles when it comes to programming, not just JavaScript, but just programming in general, is that we as programmers, our job is to make the tasks that are boring, that are constantly repeated, making them easy, making them automated so that the machines do them for us. And this is what programming is, right? We write programs to tell computers what to do. And one of the ways that we want to use the power of programming is to not repeat ourselves. When we program, we have the ability to do things repeatedly, really, really fast. Right now, if we look at the code, we see that we do the get element by ID multiple times, multiple lines of code. We adjust the image source multiple times. The dark mode and the light mode kind of looks similar. I mean, yeah, sure, we have a couple of properties different, but at the end of the day, we're doing the exact same thing. So this code can actually be cleaned up. You'll often hear the phrase dry or do not repeat yourself in coding, and that is a good practice. If you ever find yourself repeating things, copying, pasting lines of code and changing small things, that's usually an indication that you can probably clean things up. So how can we clean this up? We can do that for get element ID, we can do that for source, but I kind of want to clean this up, the dark mode style and the light mode style. Let's create a new function. And this says function toggle dark light mode. And this is going to accept an input, whether it's dark mode or light mode. So let's just say is light as the input. And this input is going to adjust our navigation styles. So let's say that in here, I'm going to copy this code. And obviously this is for the light mode. And I'm going to copy it for the dark mode, or dark mode and light mode as well. All right, so let's look at the first line. The first line is here, background color. So there's changes here just in the RGB value. So I can copy this and say, if is light, so that is a ternary operator. So I can say, is it light mode? If it's not, then I can do an or statement and just do this. So if it is light mode, then return this. If it's not light mode, then do this. And again, do the same thing for the next one. So I can remove this line. Nice. Next one, we have background color. Again, we can do the same thing. So let's just say, is light. If it's not, let's just copy like that and do the or statement. So either or. Next is the text content. So again, same thing. We just copy is light, dark mode or light mode. And I see here that I actually have this the opposite. So it's either dark mode if it's true, light mode if it's not. So let's just say is dark here. There you go. There you go. And then we can delete these lines now. And then the finally class list replace. So we have sun and moon. So this is going to be replaced based on whether it's dark or it's light. So I can just say is dark. If it's dark, do this. Otherwise, oops, and I just realized it's not or here. It should be like this because that's how a ternary operator works. This is what happens when you record for hours on end. You start losing your mind. Okay, I'm getting distracted. So we have is dark over here, and then otherwise, let's just remove this over here. So otherwise, do the sun version. And finally is dark. If it's dark, run this. Otherwise, run image mode light. So if we did this correctly, let's remove the dark mode and the light mode. And we now have this chunk of code. So if we did this correctly, this should work, but there's a few things that we need to add. First, we need to say copy is dark, and dark mode now is going to be is dark. Yes, we want that to be true. And let's say light mode, dark mode is going to be false. We can probably name this better, so we can maybe actually give it a variable, say have a let or a constant or a let variable that is dark. But for now, I think that's fine. So let's just make sure we have everything set. And over here for the local storage, just make sure we do the same thing. Dark mode is true. So if we take a look at the code, everything should be okay. Let's test it out. Going to refresh. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Everything still works. If we open up our developer tools, no errors. That's good. So our code works as expected. And what we just did was we essentially cleaned up our code. We have now just one function instead of two, but there's a few other things that we can probably fix. For example, we're doing the isDark question all over the place. There's probably small things here that we can adjust. We can improve some of this function, maybe some of the getElementsById, but just like that, we made our code a little bit cleaner. And it's pretty nice, right? It says toggle dark light mode. Is it dark? Well, it's going to toggle based on whether it's dark or not. Just like that, we are not repeating ourselves. So as a challenge to you, see if you can go through this code and see if you can clean up some of this repeated code. And share your solutions in our Discord server. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome to our next project. So this project is a website built from a Creative Tim template. It is very modern looking, and I'm going to show you how you can modify it by adding your own text, images, and icons to make it your own. I have personally added animations to the website using a third-party Animate on Scroll library to accomplish that. So I'll refresh the page to show that. You can see our title slides in, and then our cards slide in a staggered order. And if we scroll down, there are different animations for different sections. I'm going to show you also how to add random user images as well as Unsplash images to your project, how to modify Font Awesome icons like these ones here. And that's about it. So let's get started. So to start out this project, we're going to take a look at the template on the Creative Tim website. I will provide this link within the course. So this particular example is using a starter kit, which is using Tailwind CSS to provide all of the styling. If we scroll down, we can see that we have separate CSS components, and there are some sample pages, JavaScript components, and our documentation. We can also see that we are even able to use this template not only in JavaScript, but in Angular, React, and Vue as well. Of course, for our purposes, we're going to be sticking with JavaScript. If we scroll down here to the bottom, we can see that they have 3 sample pages here. You can use any of these, but for our purposes, we're going to be using the landing page. If we click on this, this might look very familiar to you. And I have provided a modified version of this template within the course that you should use. So you don't have to do any of the next steps, but I'm going to show you how you would. So first, you would click on the download button here, and that brings us to the documentation. So I'm just going to zoom in a little more here to make it easier to see. Okay, so if we scroll down, we can see we have our example pages here, but let's say that we want to look at the pre-built components. So for example, if we click on an alert, we can see that we have what an alert would look like, and you can see that it's all built in HTML with the classes that are predefined within Tailwind CSS. You can see also, if we wanted to change the color, that we can do that. So instead of pink, let's say that we want it to be green. And the main thing that's changing is this BG-green, or it would be BG-pink. So you can do that for all the colors within all of these projects. Let's go back up and see about actually downloading it. So if we click on download, we have the option to download from GitHub, and we can see that we'll need to unzip the content, and we're going to have 4 different folders, which include the sample pages, and each of these sample pages will have 4 types, so HTML, Angular, React, and Vue. In our case, we just want the HTML. So if we download that, we can see that we're downloading the zip file. So these are the contents of the folder that we just unzipped. We can see that we have the dashboard page, landing page, login page, and profile page examples, as well as local copies of Tailwind CSS. For us, we're going to be using the landing page. And again, you can see, as they said, we have the Angular, React, Vue versions. We want the HTML version. And if we click on that, we can see that there's an assets folder that has images. You can choose to store images locally in this way if you would like. And they are also storing Font Awesome locally as well. For my purposes though, I'm going to link everything externally so that the template is just one HTML file. If we open up the file that they have provided us within Visual Studio Code, I'm going to show you part of how I modified it. So I'm going to select all and copy it and jump back to the browser. So I used this HTML formatter, which I'll provide a link within the course, and I pasted everything in here. So personally, I'm not a huge fan of having all of the element end tags on different lines. So you can see that that adds a lot of spaces. And you can see that the total amount of lines is 813. And so if we click Format and we go to the bottom now, we can see that we're only at about 500 lines. So we've managed to shave off 300 lines of code. So to me, that's a little bit easier to work with. I did modify this even further in that I commented out titles for everything that needed to be changed, as well as different sections and all the elements that you would need to have highlighted. So I took that a step further. I'm not going to show you that process, but that is something that I did as well. So let's jump to the version that I've provided within the course. So you can see that once you've downloaded from the course, you will have this animated template folder with 2 dashes in front of it. Let's start by changing the title, as we always do, to signify that we're going to start working on our own version of the project. And let's open this up in Visual Studio Code. So we can see here that we just have a single HTML file. And you can see now that there's a lot of titles included. So we have our favicon like we did before. We have our Font Awesome link as we did within our main template. And we also have our Tailwind style sheet externally linked as well. Let's launch this and see what we have with our live server extension. Okay, so we can see that we're missing our images here. We have a couple images that we're going to need to replace, and we need to add back our user images, and we're also obviously going to add the animation as well, which currently it does not have. So let's get started with that. All right, so we're finally ready to get started with changing the content of our project. So back in the code, let's start at the top. As we scroll down, we can see that we're within our navigation, and I've commented out a title for our nav title. So it says Creative Tim in white text. So you might have noticed in Visual Studio Code, everything is color coded. So our elements are dark blue, our attributes are light blue, our comments are green, our actual HTML related things are brownish orange, and you can see that our text here, Creative Tim, is white. So any of the white text within our HTML is actually text that is going to show up on the page. So that is specifically our Creative Tim here. So I'm just going to change this to Jacinto Design, but this remains a link to the Creative Tim website. Feel free to change the link to your own website. And of course, feel free to change any of the white text throughout. So if we save that and jump back, we can see that that text is changed. Okay, so moving on, we have these 3 social media icons here. Back in the code, an amazing resource within a project like this is going to be our Find tool within Visual Studio Code. So in this case, I'm looking for FAB, which stands for Font Awesome Brands, and that will include all of our social media icons. So you can see we have our Facebook icon here. If I use Control F or Command F, depending on Windows or Mac, you can see that we have 20 instances of FAB. And if we scroll through, we can see that they're all social media related icons, or HTML5 in that case, but most of them are like Twitter, Facebook, things like that. So if we go back up to the top, let's say that I wanted to change this Twitter icon to be a different icon. So to do that, we need to know what options we have, and we can check that out on the Font Awesome website. So if we jump back, again, I'll provide this link within the course, but you can actually search for different icons. So let's say instead of Twitter, we want to add in Instagram. So we just filter Instagram and we click on the one that we want. And we can see that we just need to add FA-Instagram to our FAB class. So if we jump back to our code, we can switch this to FA-Instagram. And let's save that and check it out. Okay, so instead of our Twitter, we have our Instagram here. So feel free to do the same process to change any of the Font Awesome icons you would like. Next, we're going to need to add our images back. So we're going to need one image here for our splash page, and we can see that there's a broken image here on this card and another broken image here as well. So for this, I'm going to suggest using Unsplash. This is one of the best websites for royalty-free images, meaning that you can use any of these images on any project. If we scroll down, I'm going to find an image that I like. Okay, I think this one's pretty good for a background. Of course, you can choose whatever image you would like. I'm going to click on this, and when it zooms into this modal view, I'm going to right-click and copy the image address. Now, I'm going to jump back to the code, and I'm going to scroll down to our splash page so you can see we have commented out a title for our background image. And you can see that we have a div here that has a class of background center and background cover. So that's going to take care of all of our styling for our background image. So all we need to do is paste in the image itself within the style tag. So we can do that with background, colon, and then URL, bracket, and then within these brackets, we're going to paste in what we just copied from the Unsplash website. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So we have our background and it's centered and it fills the whole space that we want it to fill. Awesome. So let's get 2 more images for our cards here. We can lean towards vertical images because our cards are vertical shaped instead of horizontal shaped like our splash image. So let's just pick 2 more. I will pick this one, copy the image address, and go back. And we can scroll down to the next section here. I think it's actually beyond this section. So if we scroll down here, we can see we have our image cap and text card. And you can see that this time we have an image element. So again, we can use our Control F to find all of our images. And we have a blank source here. So again, we can paste in the URL that we just copied. So let's save that and jump back. Okay, so we can see we have our image here. Perfect. And let's repeat the process one last time. Let's get one more image. Let's go with this one. Why not? So we'll copy that image address, go back to the code, And we can use this down arrow to go to the next instance. So you can see again, our source is blank here. So we'll paste that in, save, and check that out. Scroll down. Okay, perfect. We have our 3 images here from Unsplash. Awesome. So that looks pretty great. We didn't have to style anything, which makes it a lot easier thanks to the template. And the one last set of images we're going to need to add back is for our team members down here. So in order to do that, I'm going to show you another resource. So I'm going to use this random user generator website. So this is something that can actually be used with an API, and it will return a JSON object. The idea is this is like using lorem ipsum, but for people. Of course, in your own website, you probably want to use actual pictures, but for our purposes, I'm just going to show you how to do this. So we're going to go over to user photos, and we're going to do this in a very quick and easy way. So instead of actually hooking up an API, we're actually just going to do the same thing we just did and copy an image address. So if we right click on an image, same thing, copy image address, and we can jump back and we'll go down to our next image. And if we scroll up, we can see now we're in the team section, and we can paste in for our source there. So you see that it's randomuser.me/API/portraits/women/67.jpg. If we want to, we can actually just paste this a bunch of times and change the number to be something between 1 and 100. So we'll do that in a moment, but let's save it and make sure that that's working. Back on our site. Okay, perfect. Even though this says Ryan Thompson, you know what? Let's actually change that to a man instead. We can simply just change that to be men67, jump back, and now we have a man there. Okay, cool. And we'll follow the same process. We'll go down to the next image, and we can paste that in. We'll leave that one as it was, so women/67. We'll go down to the next one. I believe that the other 3 are women, so I'm just going to change this number. And we'll go down to the last one, and I'll paste this in as well. And I'll change this number as well to be something totally different. And let's save it and jump back. And perfect. So we have our random users. Very quick and easy. All right. That looks great. We're now finished setting up the content for our example. So we have all our images. Feel free to change the text, of course, within your version. We have all the icons we want. Again, feel free to change the icons. In the next one, we're going to talk about our animate on scroll functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. Now it's time to get started with the JavaScript. So in most of the projects in this course, I would have a script element in my HTML pointed to a separate script.js file as the source. However, it is possible to contain everything within a single HTML file as well. In this case, because our JavaScript is very minimal, only a few lines, that option makes it quick and easy. Back in our code, we can see that we already have a script element here that has some JavaScript inside. This is for our navigation. So we're going to add our script here as well, right below the body. So I found throughout building this project that the easiest way to add animations is to add a library instead of creating the JavaScript from scratch. A big part of being a developer is being able to know which is the best tool for the job. And in this case, it is more efficient to find code that already exists rather than creating your own. So I found the Animate on Scroll library. This is going to allow us to use this external code for a specific piece of functionality. In this case, it's only responsible for animating elements as you scroll down the page. So you can see that we have a fade up here, a fade down here, and these are just divs, fade right, fade left. So there's different types of animations, and we're just adding them as an attribute, as you can see. For our purposes, we're going to stick with the basics, fade up, fade right, fade down. We'll use maybe a flip, and maybe we'll use a zoom, but we don't want to overdo it and have too many crazy animations within our page. And if we finally get to the bottom, you can see that there are more than one attribute that can be added. So we can change the duration, we can change the delay, we can change the offset. There's lots of different options. For our purposes, we're mainly going to stick with changing the animation itself and adding different amounts of delay. So once we get to the bottom here, we can see that this is how we're going to actually install this library within our project. So if we were using NPM, we could install with one line in our terminal. In our case, though, we're going to use the Content Distribution Network link because it's quicker and easier and it serves our purpose. So we're going to start by copying this CSS, and we're actually going to bring this up to the top. And we can add this right below our font awesome. Let's just comment out a title so that we know what it's for. It's the AOS CSS. And we'll paste that in there and jump back. And you can see that we have script, and then source is an external JS file, so aos.js. Let's copy that and scroll back down to the bottom. Okay, and we can comment out a title for this as well. aos.js. And we can paste this in here. If we jump back, we can see that to actually initialize the animate on scroll, we need to run aos.init method. Okay, so let's paste this as well and jump back to our code. And let's put it right here. Why not? Let's save that. And let's check it out. So let's open up our dev tools and, let's see. Oh, we have an error here. So it says AOS is not defined. That's because we are initializing, we're trying to run a method before we've actually loaded it. If you're ever using third-party JavaScript, keep in mind that the order matters. And in this case, we need to have this below where we're pointing to the actual JavaScript file, because that's what is defining the variable and the method as well. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, we can see that we got rid of the error there. That's good. Now that we've got our third-party script added, I think it's a good time to bring up the potential performance impacts we might see as a result. So in our DevTools, let's go over to our Network tab. And we're going to stretch this out as far as we can just to get a better view. And we're going to make sure our cache is disabled and refresh the page. So you can see that we have a waterfall with everything loading. And you can see at the top, first thing, index.html, then our CSS, and you can see our aos.js file here. If we click on it, we can see it's just a regular JavaScript file, and it's not actually super long. It's maybe a couple hundred lines of code. All right, but we can see that the file size is actually very small. So our index.html is 36 kilobytes, whereas our AOS is only 4.3 kilobytes. And you can see it loads pretty quickly, 36 milliseconds. So that's not so bad, but let's pretend that our aos.js was a bigger file that took longer to load. The problem with it loading so early is that it's loading before the pictures, which is something that we want to actually see when we first load up the site. The user will feel like it's a faster experience if all of the text and images load first, even if the site's functionality takes a second or two after that to actually load. It's about perceived speed. So again, let's pretend our aos.js was a bigger file and we wanted to load it at the end. So there's an article I'm going to link in the course from Google, and it talks about how do we load third-party script effectively. The first suggestion is to load the script using the async or defer attribute to avoid blocking document parsing. So what we were just talking about. If we scroll down, we can see a little diagram that actually explains what's happening. So if we see the legend here, we can see that the green is the HTML parsing, the gray is the HTML parsing paused, purple is the script downloading, and red is the script execution. So normally, it will pause the HTML parsing in order to download the script and then execute the script. But if we were to add async or defer, we can see that it changes the behavior. With async, the JavaScript is downloaded simultaneously as the HTML is parsing, and then it pauses to quickly execute the JavaScript. So this is a shorter pause, obviously, than this. And if you're using script defer, it actually waits until the HTML parsing is done to execute the script while downloading the script in the background. So for our purposes, let's try and add async to our script and see what happens. So we're going to add it right here to our script source, and we'll add in async. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so I'm going to refresh the page again and scroll back up to the top. So we can see, of course, our index.html is first, but now we can see that we have most of our photos loading first and then our aos.js. But you might notice that we have an error here. So if we go over to the console, we can see we have the same error again. AOS is not defined. This is because the script that we need to load is something that is actually going to affect our HTML elements. We need to not use async or defer because it's part of what's called the critical rendering. So it needs to be loaded alongside the HTML in order for it to function properly. So let's jump back and get rid of that. As I said, the file size is small enough that we shouldn't see any kind of performance impact. Let's save that, and you can see our error is gone. Alrighty, welcome back. So now we're ready to get started with actually adding some animation to our project. So we're at our documentation again for our Animate on Scroll library. So let's just go through and figure out what we need. We'll just do something simple, data-aos equals fade up. So we can actually just copy that and jump back to the code. So we're at the top of the page here. If we scroll down, the first thing that I want to animate is our main title that loads within our background image. So that's right here, Welcome Your Epiphany. And all we need to do is just add this to our H1 element here. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so nothing happened. Let's try refreshing the page. Okay, so it faded in, but it was very, very quick. Blink and you'll miss it. So let's see if we can have a little bit of a longer duration. If we go back to our Animate on Scroll, and we go back to the bottom here, let's actually view it on GitHub and see if there's any kind of documentation. So let's scroll down here. And so you can see that within our initialize AOS method, we can actually pass in some parameters. So if we zoom in here, we can see that this is how we were running it before with no parameters, but we can actually provide some settings here. So in our case, we want to add a minimum amount of delay so that it's not just 0. And we want to extend the duration. And this controls whether the animation happens more than once and whether it animates out when scrolling past them. So we want to copy a few of these. I'll just copy this chunk here and I'll delete what I don't need. So we can jump back into our HTML. Let's jump back down to our JavaScript at the bottom. Let's add in our curly brackets, enter. We're passing in an object and paste that in. I'm not worried about the offset and I'm not worried about the easing, but I do want to maintain these other settings and I'm going to increase the delay to 200. It has to be in steps of 50. I'm going to increase the duration to 1500, which is in milliseconds, so that's 1.5 seconds. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, let's refresh the page again. Okay, so that looks a lot better. It's a lot more subtle, and I think that that looks great. We can still change the duration and the delay on the individual elements, but this is just a way to have a certain level minimum for everything. So we don't want to overdo animation on a page, but we also want to be consistent. We don't want to have half of everything animated and half of everything not animated. So I'm going to animate this paragraph here, these cards. This is going to be animated separately than this. This will be animated separately than this. We will fade in these left to right, and we'll fade these in right to left just to contrast what was above. And this will fade in as well. And we'll just leave the footer alone, so the footer won't be animated. So let's go section by section and work through that. All right. So feel free to experiment with different animations and delays, but I'm going to show you what I think looks best. We already have our title animation. If we scroll back up, that was line 84. So we're going to need to add an animation on our paragraph here that's right below our title. So for this one, I'm going to add in data-AOS equals, and the other one is fade up. I'm going to use fade right for this. And I'm also going to add a delay, data-AOS-delay equals, and I'm going to make this 1,000. So our standard is 200, but I want this to be 1,000, which is in milliseconds again. So that's 1 second of delay. And let's save that and check it out. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. The title has a chance to load first, and then our paragraph slides in there nicely. Let's look at the cards next. So if we scroll down, we can see that we have a commented out title for card. So we can use our find to find the 3 elements of that. And we're going to place this on the parent div of our card class. So let's add in here. We'll do the same thing, fade right, as we had for the previous one. And we're going to have a delay as well because we can see the cards when we load our page. So we want everything to load in a staggered order. So it'll go one after another. So because our last delay was 1,000, we're going to make this one 1,200. Let's actually copy that because we're going to have something similar for the other 2 cards. And we can use our arrow to go down. And again, we're going to put this within the parent div. This time, instead of fade right, because it's in the middle, we're going to do fade up, just to be a little bit different. And instead of 1,200, we're going to make it 1,400. And we'll go to the last card and paste that in. So this is on the right side, so we want it to fade left. So fading in to the left from the right. And this one will be 1,600, so another 200 milliseconds. Okay, so let's save that and title, paragraph, and then subtly the cards fade in. I think that looks really nice and really subtle. Next section. So first, I want the text to load, and then I want the image to load, and we can actually try to use a zoom and a flip instead of just a fade in. So let's jump back to the code and do that. So in this case, we are looking for the text box container here. So this is the actual parent of the text box. You can see we have trying new things is great, right? Okay, so let's add right here. We're going to add data-AOS equals, and this time we're going to use zoom in right. And we can copy this, why not, just to save ourselves a little bit of writing. And we're going to want to target the image. So you can see we have our image here. This is our image cap and text card. So again, we want to paste this on the parent. And this is going to be flip left. Let's try a flip on a picture. I think that makes more sense. And we want this to have a delay as well because, again, it's in the same screen as our other animation. So we want to always have the animations not firing all at the same time. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see that that's slowly zoomed in and then that flipped over. Let's refresh and check it out again. So zoom in and then delay, flip over. Perfect. I think that looks great. So now below, because the style is reversed, we have an image first and then our text. We still want the text to load first because people need to actually get that information from reading it. The image is just to make the site look nicer. So we're going to prioritize that, but we're going to do it in the reverse order. So this is going to load on this side first, and then this is going to load on the left side after that. So let's jump back to the code. Okay, and we're going to copy what we had on our image because we're actually going to do the opposite. We're going to flip right instead. We'll have the same 1 second delay though. So let's scroll down and we can see now we're in our new About section here. And we're looking for the image specifically. And we're going to add it on the parent to the image. So we're just going to paste that in there. And instead of flip left, as I said, we're going to flip right because it's on the opposite side of the page. And we're going to go down to our text box container, and on the parent of that, we can see that it's auto-completing. Let's just press enter there. And this time it's going to be zoom in left. So that's again the opposite. We had to zoom in right on the other text box because it was on the opposite side of the page. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, let's refresh that. Okay, we can see that it's kind of the opposite. Let's actually go through from the top. Okay, and let's scroll down. So we can see zoom, flip, and then zoom, flip from the opposite side. Okay, that's looking good. Delays are very important, as you can see, because it guides the user's eye across the screen, and that's what we're going for here. So next, we're going to work on our user images here. So let's jump back and take care of those. So if you remember, those were our image elements, so we can use our find again on our image. Are we in our team section? Yeah, okay, so we just happened, the next image was in our team section. So this is our random user image. And we're going to add it again to the div above. So again, we can autocomplete, press enter, data-AOS, and we'll just go back to simple fade-ins because that's the most subtle. And we just had a bunch of zooms and flips in the previous section. Okay, so let's copy that. We want these to animate left to right. And to do that, we're going to need to add a delay on the rest of them. So on the second one here, we'll paste that. And then this time we're going to add, see it completes for us if we scroll down, the delay, and we're going to add a 400 millisecond delay. And let's copy this whole thing and go to the next image and paste it in the parent. This time it's going to be 600 milliseconds. And we'll do that one more time on the fourth image. And now it's going to be 800 millisecond delay. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So they loaded left to right. That's exactly what we wanted. Lastly, we have our contact section. We have 3 items here as well as a contact form. So because we had these fade left to right, we're going to make these fade right to left. And we're just going to have our form fade in without a delay because this is something that the user is going to interact with. And if that's the case, you shouldn't delay those elements. Let's jump back and let's scroll down into our contact section. And specifically, we are looking for our item. This is our first item. You can see it says excellent services. So you see that's our item here. And we want the parent of that item. So here we are. And again, we're going to use data-AOS, and we're going to use our basic fade in again. And because we're going right to left, it means the first image actually needs the biggest delay. So we'll add in our delay, and this one is going to be 600. And we can go ahead and copy that. And we can scroll down to our next item here. And we can add it there on the parent. And this time, instead of 600, it is 400. Remember that everything has a base delay of 200. So that's why we have to be above that. And lastly, on our last item here, we are going to not have any delay officially, but technically it's going to be 200 because everything has a 200 delay. And we can copy this regular fade in, and that's going to go on our contact form as well. And that'll be on the parent of our container here. Let's save that and check it out. Scroll down into this. Okay, so you can see it loaded right to left, but our contact form loaded right away without a delay. Perfect. Let's go back up to the top and go through everything one more time. So let's refresh. Okay, we got our title, paragraph, cards. They came in from 3 different directions on a delay from left to right. So our eyes were going left to right here. Scroll down, text zooms in on the left, image flips from the right. And then we have the opposite. And then we have our users left to right, very subtle fade in. Then we have our items right to left, very subtle fade in. And our contact form faded in as well. Okay, I think that's looking really good. So we have a bit of variety here. It makes things interesting. It would be boring if everything just faded in, but we're not overdoing it by having a ton of crazy animations. That's pretty much it for the project. I hope this gives you some confidence in using templates as well as adding animations on scroll within your projects. I hope to see an example of your project within the course. All right, until the next time, bye for now.
All right. Another project done. That was another fun one. But you know what's even more fun? Doing a code review on what we just learned. Now, this project was interesting because if we go to our index.html, all our JavaScript was in this one file. We had 3 script tags where we had the AOS.js library. We had a script tag for AOS init to create those animations, and then finally the toggle navbar script. Now for this code review, I want to talk about this idea of loading scripts in a browser. And for that, I've created 2 new files, the navbar.js, which simply has copy and pasted this line of code. So we can just remove this and instead say this script tag is located at navbar.js. Just like that. And then this aos.init, which is in the script.js. Again, just copy and pasted that code so that I can remove this piece of code and just say that this script file is located at script.js. If I save this and refresh, it should still work. There you go. Nothing too crazy. Nothing that we haven't seen before. But let's talk about the placement of these scripts. Because right now, if we go to the Network tab and we open up Developer Console, Network tab, we make sure that we select JS here and refresh, we see 3 files being loaded. Now, the way the browser works is that whenever it sees an index.html file, it starts doing something called a parsing it. That is, reading line by line and understanding what this HTML file contains. And as it's going through this, it's parsing this HTML, and then it lands on the script tags. Once a script tag is noticed by the browser, it goes and downloads this script and then executes it. So it loads up whatever file, that is, let's load up these 3 files, and then also run each file. So run the aos.init, run toggle navbar. And this is why execution order is important, right? If we moved the script tag here that had aos.init in front of the aos.js, this is going to give us an error. You see here we have an error. If I go to the console, I'll get AOS init is not defined. So execution order is important because the browser goes line by line, downloads the script, and then executes it. Downloads the script and executes it. Thinking about the way scripts are loaded are super important because it has a huge impact on the performance of our page. If our JavaScript is big or it does a lot of work, so because we have to load the script and then execute it, if it takes a long time to load because let's say the script file is big, like the aos.js, if we go back to our network tab and refresh, we see that aos.js actually is a little bit larger than the other ones, 4.3 kilobytes, so it takes a little bit longer to load. And also because it's from a different source, it takes a bit of time because unlike script and navbar.js, which are right next to our index.html, aos.js lives at this location. And this is why script tags are usually put at the bottom. Right? Usually script tags, what you'll see is they're right at the end of the body. So like this. Now the reason they are there is so that the HTML parser can read through the HTML and only after it's done with that, it can load up the scripts. For example, let's do something fun here. Let's go to the navbar.js and add an alert here, and that's a stop. So this alert is going to pause and mimic as if this JavaScript file takes a long time to execute because it's going to pause right here and not let the browser do anything. So if we refresh here, you see that we get a stop. The JavaScript is running, but we still have a bit of HTML that we're able to display because it was at the very end. But here's the problem. We've stopped. Our JavaScript is being executed, but nothing's being displayed. How can we improve this? Let's think about this. Because we are right now waiting for the aos.js to display things, because remember, we do some sort of animation here, what we can do is think about the fact that, hey, maybe above the fold where the user immediately sees before they start scrolling, maybe above the fold, we should display the text right away without animation. So let's do that. Let's go towards the top. This is a big file here. All right. So at the top, we have the navigation, but after the navigation, we have the splash page. So for the splash page, especially for the text, let's just remove the data AOS so that it doesn't do any animation and it displays right away. Let's see if we're able to improve the performance of our website just by doing that. So I'm going to save and refresh, and look at that. The stop happens, but I'm able to display my HTML, at least the top part, without any animation right away, even if this JavaScript is slow to execute because we have this alert. So we just improve the performance. If we remove the alert stop here and refresh, we see how much faster everything is. Especially it appears faster because we don't have that initial animation. The animation comes in after. Okay, so that's great. And this is why you don't often see JavaScript files at the top of HTML pages. For example, if we move the navbar with the alert now at the very beginning or at the very top, so let's grab this and move it all the way to the top. So right in the head tag. So if we do this, what will happen? Let's see. I refresh and there you go. Nothing's on the screen because the HTML parser saw the script tag before it saw any HTML or any content on the page. So the rule of thumb is you don't put script tags at the beginning unless they're super, super important. So the navbar, like this, should be at the bottom because, well, the navbar is not really that important, right? As a user, the only time I use the navbar is, well, if I click on it. But initially, my eyes are going to be drawn to the main page, the text. So we can have a bit of delay for that. So let's move this script back. I'm going to put it all the way down again and talk about the next thing. Right now, this order matters, right? We can't put script.js in front of aos.js because script.js uses the AOS library. So this order matters. The script.js has to come after we load in the AOS library. So we know the location of the script tags matter and the order of the script tags matter. What else can we learn here? Well, I'm going to link to this resource because it's a really, really important one. It's about loading JavaScript. If we scroll all the way down, there's a great image here that we're going to use to talk about two attributes, the async and defer attributes when it comes to script tags. So remember how I said that we parse the HTML, that is, just think of the browser reading our HTML, and when it sees a script tag, it pauses that HTML parsing. Remember when we had the stop over here before anything showed when script was at the beginning. It parses the HTML, then it downloads the JavaScript file, and then it executes the JavaScript file, and only then will it continue to parse the HTML. That's why when we had navbar.js at the very top, we didn't see anything on the screen. It was just a white screen because we were still executing that JavaScript. But async and defer add the ability to do some really interesting things. Just by looking at this image, we can actually start to test out what we see here. So async does the script download in parallel with the HTML parsing. That is, it doesn't block like the regular script. But it does block the script execution. So when JavaScript is running, it's going to block the HTML parsing and then continue with the HTML parsing. Versus defer does exactly what it states. It defers the execution of the script until the very end. Now, this can get really, really confusing, but the rules of thumb for using these two attributes are right here. So let's make this a little bit bigger. We see that we use async if it's important to have the script run earlier in the loading process. So this might include some analytics scripts that we need to load this script using async earlier on. So let's think about this. Let's talk about async. If I need a script to load early on in the process, so let's think about this. If I refresh the page, we still have the stop, and then we have the animations that happen. Well, we can perhaps use async here, right? We can say async over here and say, hey, load these at the same time that you're loading the HTML or parsing the HTML. Let's see what happens then. I'm going to actually remove the alert for now, comment it out, and save this and refresh. Where did my animation go? If I open up the developer tools and I look at the console, I get AOS is not defined. And this is a bit of a trick. If you use async, another rule of thumb is that you only use async if you don't care about the execution order. If your script doesn't rely on any other script, then you should use async because the execution order, because when we finish downloading the JavaScript file, might be at different times. For example, this package takes longer to download than this one because script.js is right next to our HTML file versus this one, we have to go over HTTPS and grab the package from here. So async should only be used for packages that don't rely on any other ones. So let's remove that. We don't need that. But let's talk about the next one, defer. Defer is, hey, execute the script only after the HTML has finished parsing. Now, defer is used for less critical resources. A video player that's below the fold, for example. So if a script is not critical, it's not important, we should use defer because we don't need it to block this HTML parsing. And defer is often used at the top of the HTML page. Let me show you. Remember our navbar here? We don't really need this, or this isn't super important because we don't expect users to use the navbar right away, let's say. So I can actually say defer here, and this is going to defer the execution until the very end when the HTML page is loaded. So I can actually remove this, go all the way to the top, add it once again inside of the head tag. But this time, if we go back to navbar and uncomment alert, let's save both files and go back, I refresh, you see that I'm able to see my HTML file, unlike I had before, because the execution is deferred until the HTML parsing is completely done. So defer is great for deferring things that aren't super important. Let's say they're not critical to our website, but they should be loaded once the HTML page is completely parsed. And we can put it at the top of the head because as soon as it sees it, before the browser even starts parsing the HTML, we can start downloading the navbar. Now, in the same sense, we can do the same thing with the AOS.js. For example, this one, it will be great to download this right away, not wait until all the HTML is parsed and then see the script, but let's load it all the way at the top because without this package, we can't use that aos.init and have the beautiful pages and display show up. So let's add that as well and say defer. So I'm going to defer this, and let's see what happens if I save this. Let's comment out the alert, and let's refresh here. And if I go to the console, I get an error again. By this point, this should make sense. You should understand why this is, right? Because we're deferring this execution. So this file isn't being run until the very end of the HTML parsing. But the script tag at the very bottom, right here, remember script.js requires the AOS library, but that doesn't get executed until the HTML parsing is done, right over here. What can we do here? We don't want this script to execute until the other package is done. So let's defer this as well. And again, we can move it up to the top if we want, or we can keep it there, but let's just move it to the top to have everything at the very top. So if we defer this and refresh, no errors, and everything works as expected. But the beauty is that this way, I am not blocking my parsing of the HTML. So I was able to make my website a little bit faster. If we go to the network tab and refresh, see that I have the JS file here. You see that all these scripts are loaded. There's a lot of ways to play with this. And sometimes it can get confusing how to load scripts, in what order, and what you should use, async or defer. So here are some general rules, because what I did here with defer makes sense, but even the way we had it before with just the script tags at the bottom isn't bad either. You have to understand exactly how this is executed and decide for yourself if you should use any of these techniques. But here are my recommended rules. Use defer usually at the beginning of the HTML in the head tag. Because if we go back to the image, we want to download the JavaScript as soon as possible. But as long as the script doesn't need to be executed or has to be executed after all the HTML parsing is done, then you'd use defer. Download the JavaScript as soon as possible without blocking the HTML parsing, and then execute it at the end. If we go back to the recommendation, is use defer for less critical resources. So something below the fold that you don't need to do right away is a good use of defer. Another rule is to use defer for scripts that have to be used after the entire HTML content is parsed. Again, most things like navbar needs to wait for the HTML to be parsed, so usually we put it at the end of the body. Async, on the other hand, is a little bit different. If we go to the recommendation, if you need something to run earlier in the process, so you need a file, a JavaScript file to run earlier before the HTML is done, maybe some analytics, some Google Analytics scripts, then you want to use async. But you have to be careful with async that the script shouldn't rely on any other scripts because the order that it gets downloaded and executed is not guaranteed. So if your script doesn't rely on any other script, you can add async here. And then finally, we learned about this idea that sometimes we should have content, especially above the fold, right here, show up right away. Maybe we don't need the animation at the top. By having this less animated section of the website, it makes our website look a lot faster because this gets displayed and then these at the bottom come up. So think about the above the fold, how you can display to the user right away something and then have the JavaScript execute or download and execute afterwards. And by understanding this process, how scripts are loaded, how browsers work, now you're able to create projects that don't just have a bunch of script tags without any thought behind it. You now understand where things should be placed to optimize your projects. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to our project. In this one, we're going to focus on creating a navigation for a website that will have some advanced CSS animations included. So if we click on it, we can launch and see that all of our nav items are sliding in one by one, and when we close it, they slide out one by one as well. Throughout this project, I'm going to be touching on adding Google Fonts, Unsplash images, and a color tool that I use to find complementary colors that will be combined with our use of CSS variables to be able to set colors in a central location and change them for all elements at once. So for example, our nav item here, when we click on it, you can see that the section that we're going to has the exact same color. We can also see that this navigation is mobile responsive. See, it fits nicely here. And on the JavaScript side, we're going to make sure that everything is able to be toggled on and off correctly, as it is here. And we're also going to explore the best practice of making code that does not repeat itself and is as compact as possible. All right, so let's get started. Alrighty, so I'm going to provide a template specifically for this project where I've completed some of the HTML and CSS already because the focus of this project is solely on the animated navigation. So once you've downloaded the file from the course and unzipped it, I'm going to go ahead and rename it just to show that I'm actively working on the project. And then I'm going to jump over to Visual Studio Code and I'm going to open that folder. Okay, so we can open up each of our files here. And we can see that within the HTML, we already have our sections added. They are just placeholders with an H1 inside of each, and they're going to match the colors of our navigation items. If we go over to the CSS, we can see that we have a bunch of colors here at the top. I'm using CSS variables for this. I will provide a link to a resource in the course on Mozilla, which will explain exactly what's going on with our CSS variables. So we can see that when we are using a custom property, the name needs to begin with a double hyphen, and it needs to be a valid CSS value, of course. And if we scroll down, we can see that it's best practice to define custom properties on the root pseudoclass so that it can be applied globally across the HTML document. And if we scroll down, we can see that how we're going to actually implement this within our other elements is we're going to call var, and then within brackets, the name of our CSS variable with our 2 hyphens here. Okay, so let's jump back to the code. You can see here that the benefit of this is if we scroll down to the bottom, we can see that we have provided our var colors for our section backgrounds already, and it allows us to change all of them at once just by changing this value here. So next, the colors that I've actually added here. I'd encourage you to find your own color scheme, and one resource for this is something that I use very often, and it's called Paleton, and it allows you to choose a color and then have a certain combination of colors that match with that color. So let's say that I like this red here, but you know what, let's just change it up. Let's say I want this purple color here. I can select this to provide adjacent colors, so these are colors that are similar. I can provide complementary colors, 3 complementary colors, or I can provide 4 complementary colors. And you might recognize this kind of tonal shift. They're all very similar, these 4 colors. That's what I did in order to get these. Next, if we scroll down, we can see that we have menu bars here. So this is our animated hamburger menu icon. And if we jump back to the browser, we can see that this is simply pulled from W3 Schools. I have modified it a little bit to make it look a little bit thinner than this version, but essentially this is what we are going to be using. And if we scroll down, we can see that this is the example code. We have some divs with the class bar1, bar2, bar3 wrapped in a container. And you can see we have the styling for each. You can see that we're rotating the first bar by adding this change class, and we're adding the change class to the other bars in order to change them as well. The second one fades out, and then the last one rotates to create the X. And in our JavaScript, we simply need to toggle the change class on and off. Okay, cool. We'll get to the JavaScript part of that later. Lastly, if we scroll down to the bottom, we can see that all of these styling for our sections is already done. As I mentioned previously, it's also including our variable colors. So if you want to change the colors, I would suggest leaving the variable names as they are and just changing the color values. And you might also notice here that we have a background image, and I will show you where I got this. So if we jump back, I got this from unsplash.com, which is a great resource for free to use images. And you can just scroll through and find an image you like. So let's say I want this image here. You would click on it, and to do it quick and easy, you can right click and simply copy the image address and then jump back to your code, and you can use it as the URL for a background property. So that's what I have here. Now that we've gone over what's included, let's launch the project with our live server extension so we can take a look. Okay, so we can see that we have a home section with the background image that I just described. And if we scroll down, we can see that we have 4 other sections with H1s centered in the middle on 4 different colors, the colors that we have at the top of our CSS. One last thing I would like to change within the project before we get into the navigation is I want to change the fonts. So I'm going to go over to the Google Fonts website. Of course, you can pick any font that you'd like to, but I have a font in mind. So I'm going to search out that font, Nunito, and I'm going to click on it. And we can see that we have a lot of different options here. I'm just going to go with the regular. And so I'm going to click select this style. And then I'm going to go over to the embed tab, and I specifically want the import statement, and I'm going to copy that. So you're going to follow the same process with any font that you decide to use. So let's jump back to the code.
And we're going to go back to the top of our CSS, paste in our import statement, and then within the body, we're going to update the font family to now be Nonito. And we're also going to add sans-serif as a backup in case the font doesn't load. Okay, so let's save that, jump back, and check it out. Okay, that's a much nicer looking font in my opinion. All right, so in the next video, we're ready to start building our navigation UI. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So in this video, you can see I have a little bit of a different setup. That's because I'm going to focus on building the UI for our navigation, which includes our styling. We want to be able to see it quickly as we're updating it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be adding is an overlay, which is going to be the dark semi-see-through layer behind our navigation, but in front of our main content. So we're going to start in our HTML. We're going to comment out a title for this, and we're going to call it menu overlay, just to make sure we know what it is. And we're going to create a div, and we're going to use the autocomplete within Visual Studio Code. So to add a class to this div, I'm just going to type period, then the class name overlay, and I'm also going to add an ID of overlay. I can do that with hashtag and the ID name, and then press enter. Okay, so we've created our overlay div with the ID of overlay. Now we're going to jump into the CSS and style this. So within our navigation menu styling, I'm going to comment out another title for our overlay. We will work on our overlay class that we just created. We're going to start with position fixed. We want this to always be in the same spot on the page, regardless of if we scroll or not. We're going to give it a Z index of 9. So that means that it's going to be above everything else on our page because by default, everything has a Z index of 1. We want to set the top and left position to 0, so it starts in the top left corner. And we're going to need to add a width of 100 VW. This stands for viewport width. We want it to be as wide as the entire screen. That's the point of using that. And we'll do a similar thing for the height, 100 VH, which stands for viewport height. And lastly, we're going to add a background color of RGBA and then 0, 0, 0. So we want it to be black, but we want it to be a little bit see-through. So the A value, which is our alpha value, also stands for opacity, is going to be 0.7. Let's save that and see what happens. Okay, so you can see that everything got darker. That's because now we can see our overlay. And if we scroll down, we can see that our overlay is on everything. It's not moving. Okay, perfect. So we're going to jump back into our HTML and actually create our navigation element. So we're going to do that inside of our menu overlay. And we'll comment out a title for that. Menu items. And within this, we're going to use the nav element introduced in HTML5. So nav, and then I'm going to press tab. And then within this, we're going to create an unordered list. And then within that, we're going to create a list item for each nav element. So the first one, I'm going to do li hashtag nav-1, press enter. So we have a list element with the ID nav-1. And within this, we're going to create an anchor element because this will actually be what jumps to our section. And for the href, we're going to use the ID that we have within each of our sections. So you see we have the home ID here. And inside of the anchor element, we're going to provide the text for that as well. And we can copy and paste this 4 more times to have 5 total nav elements. I'm just going to fast forward through that. Okay, so we can see that we're done making our individual nav elements with their unique IDs, and they're all pointed to the right section ID, and we have the font within our anchor element. Okay, so let's jump back to our CSS,
And below our overlay, we're going to comment out another title. This time it's going to be for our nav menu items. So we're going to start with targeting the nav, comma, and then the nav unordered list. This is the parent, essentially, of our navigation. And we want the height to be 100 viewport height. So we want it to be the full height of the page. And we don't want to have any margin around it or any padding inside of it. So let's save our HTML and CSS and see what it looks like. Okay, we might need to refresh the page. Okay, so we can see that we have our nav elements here. If we click on one, it'll go to the right section. Okay, but we still have quite a bit of work to do. So first thing, we want to be able to see how big each of our elements are, and that's hard to do without having a background color. So let's take care of that now. So we're going to go down in our CSS here. I'm going to show you how to use a pseudo class called nth of type, which allows us to select each of our 5 nav list elements. We're going to do nav, li, and then colon, nth dash of type. You can see it auto-completes for us, and I can just press enter to complete it. And we want to target each of the types 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is going to be targeting the first one, and we are going to set the background color to be var dash dash, and then we want our nav color 1. So if we save that, we can see now that we have this black bar here, and I'm going to repeat this process and fast forward through for the remaining 4. Okay, and I'm going to save that, and we can see that we have our 5 colors here. Perfect. Okay, let's go back to actually styling the rest of our navigation. So we want everything to be able to flow top to bottom, stretch out to be as wide as possible. So we're going to use Flexbox to accomplish this. And we're going to target our nav unordered list. And we're going to add display flex direction column. This makes things go top to bottom instead of left to right. Justify content stretch. So that means it's going to stretch to fit the width of the page. And lastly, list style is going to be none. So this is going to make sure that we don't have any bullet points, which we would normally have when we create an unordered list. So we can save that. And next, we're going to add the height for each so that they start actually spreading out to be the full height that we want each of them to be. We're going to target the nav unordered list element, so all of those. And we're going to make the height 20% and an overflow of hidden so that we don't stretch the page horizontally. We don't want a horizontal scroll bar after all. And you might notice this time we're using percentage instead of VH. And that's because we only want this to be 20% of the parent, which is our nav here. So we already set VH up here. We just want it to be 20% of this value. So if we save that, we can see, perfect, we have everything spread out like we want it to be. Now we're going to actually need to style the anchor element within our navigation. So to do that, we're going to target nav, list, and then anchor elements. And we want everything to be centered within each of their boxes. So we're going to start with position relative, top 45%, meaning that it's 45% of the way from the top. We're taking it a little less than 50 because the font itself is taking up some space. We're going to set the font color to be white. And we're writing it out this way because even if you want to change the variables up top, we always want this to be white. So that's why we're not using a variable for that. I'm going to use text transform uppercase to change all of our letters to be uppercase. That's pretty straightforward. And I'm going to add something called letter spacing for pixels. This is actually going to separate the letters, which is something that I like to use within titles to make things look even more unique. And we're going to add a text decoration of none. This is going to get rid of the purple and blue underlines that we have here. And display block. And lastly, we're going to do text align center to make it centered within the horizontal part of the box. So let's save that. Okay, perfect. That is looking a whole lot better. Okay, so I do feel like we're missing some kind of interactivity when we're actually hovering over our selections. So to change that, we're going to go below this, and we're going to add nav list anchor, and then the pseudo class hover. And a quick simple thing we can do is use our transform property, and we're going to scale, and we're going to use a value of 1.2. So that's going to make our nav anchor 20% bigger. So let's save that, and we can see when we hover over, they get bigger. But you know what? I think we can highlight it a little bit more than that. And we can do it in a way that kind of makes it look like it's animating in. So we are going to now use another different pseudo class. So this time, nav list anchor, and then 2 semicolons, and we're going to use the before pseudo class. This is allowing us to actually add in content before our anchor element, so to the left side of it. We're not actually going to add in any text, so we're going to have the content be blank. But what we're going to do is we're going to add a line. And so we're going to create a width of 25 viewport width, because we want it to be responsive, a height of 3 pixels, and we're going to give it a background color of white, and position absolute. And within the box, we're going to make it a top of 47.5%. So we want it to be kind of in the middle, but a little bit higher up because we're accounting for the height of the line itself. And we're going to have a left of 0 because we want it to start on the left side. Okay, so let's save that. So you can see that we have a line now for each of our nav elements. And the last thing we're going to do is we're going to need to animate it. To do that, we're going to need to add in a hover pseudo class for this. So we're going to do nav list anchor hover, and then we're going to add another pseudo class because they are stackable, and we're going to add our before pseudo class at the end there, and we're going to change the opacity here to 1, and we're going to change the opacity here to be 0. So by default, it will be 0. And the opacity will only become 1 if it is actually hovered over. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So that's working exactly like we want it to. So I think that that looks a little bit more interactive. Awesome. So we've finished building out most of the look of our navigation. In the next video, we're going to look at actually showing and hiding our navigation menu with our animated hamburger icon. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in this video, we're going to be adding our animated hamburger icon in the top right here, and we're going to use it to show and hide our navigation. We can see that right now our navigation is permanently on the screen, so we want to be able to toggle it on and off. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to jump into our HTML, and we're going to actually create our menu bar element. So we're going to start by commenting out a title, menu bars, and then inside of this, we are going to create a div with the class of menu-bars and the ID of menu-bars as well. And inside of this, we're going to create a div with bar1 as its class. And we can copy and paste this 2 more times, 1 for each of the bars, and we're just going to change the class to be bar2 and bar3. Okay, so let's save that. And if we jump back over to the CSS, we can see that we have our menu bar CSS that was already added to the project. This came from W3 Schools, And as I explained before, what we essentially need to do to animate this is either toggle on and off this change class. So if it's on, it's going to turn everything into an X, the 3 bars into an X. And if it's off, you'll just have the regular 3 bars. Okay, so we're going to need to do that within our JavaScript. But before we get to that, we want to create a constant to represent each of the elements that we want to interact with from our HTML. So first, we're going to create a constant for our menu bars. So keep in mind when you're creating constant and variable names that the second word will be capitalized and the first word, if it's one word, will not be capitalized. So that's why I have a capital B on bars. And that's going to equal document.getElementById. So that's why we added an ID to our element so we can target it easily in our JavaScript. And the ID is menu-bars. So I'm going to do the same thing for our overlay. And it's going to equal document.getElementById and then overlay. And I'm also going to make one for each of our nav list items that we had. So same thing. And this is going to be nav-1. And I'm just going to copy and paste this 4 more times. And I'm going to show you a bit of a trick to more quickly change things. So we want these to all be 2, 3, 4, 5, respectively. So I can actually use Command D or Control D, depending on if you're Mac or Windows. And you can see that I have selected both of these things. We have a cursor on each of them. And I can hit backspace and just type in 2. And you see that I've changed both values. And I'm going to do the same thing for the other 3. And yeah, that makes changing stuff a lot quicker and easier. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to need to add event listeners so that when we click on one of these elements, we're actually launching a function. Let's comment out a title for that, event listeners. And we'll start with our menu bars. So that's the first thing. We want to actually toggle on and off our navigation when we click on the bars themselves. And we're going to launch the toggle nav function on a click. And we're going to do the same thing when we actually click on the nav item itself. We want to be able to go into the section that we've clicked on. So we want to hide the navigation on those clicks. And we can do the same thing here. We can copy and paste this 4 more times. And this time we're just changing one number. So I'm just going to go down quickly, change all those. Okay, perfect. All right, now we actually need to create our toggle nav function. So let's do that above because we always want to declare a function before we call it. That's why event listeners are usually at the bottom. So we're going to create a function, toggle nav, and within our curly brackets here, we'll comment out a title. This is going to toggle our menu bars open/closed. And so we're going to target our menu bars constant, which is referencing our HTML element. And we're going to use class list. So this is referring to the CSS classes within this element. And we're going to use the toggle method to add or remove this parameter. In this case, it is the change class. So by default, we do not have the change class in our HTML. So that means the first time we run this function, we're going to be adding the change class, which is going to be causing the X to show up. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see we have our hamburger menu, and when we click on it, it transforms into an X. When we click on it again, transforms back. So we're adding and removing the change class. Okay, cool. We're going to need to actually get our navigation off the screen, and then we're going to put it back on the screen. So to start with, we're going to jump back to our CSS, and we're going to go back up to the top. Because our navigation is actually a child of our overlay, we're going to be working with the overlay specifically. So within our overlay class, we're going to add a transform,
and that is going to be a translate x. So this is on the horizontal axis of minus 100 viewport width. So we want it to be the full width of the screen off of the page. So let's save that. And if we jump back, we can see now that our navigation is hidden. And we can see our section again. But now this is not showing our navigation. We still need to do some more in our CSS. So we're going to add in another class below this, overlay class, called overlay-slide-right. And within this class, we are going to add a transition. So this is going to allow the translate that we had above to be changed in a smooth way by adding in a duration. So in this case, we're going to add 0.4 seconds. So instead of it instantly appearing to jump into place, it's going to do it nice and slowly. And we're also going to add ease in and out as the animation style to again make it a smooth transition. So the core of what we're doing is adding in the translate X again, and then this time it's going to be 0, which means it's going to bring it right back into view. And in doing this, we're going to bring it into view, but we need to add another class to bring it out of view. Again, we're going to copy this and paste it below. And this time we're going to slide left. So that means it's going to be sliding off the screen. And we'll allow this to take a little bit more time. So the duration will be 0.8 seconds. And this time we're going to restore it back to the minus 100 VW as it was initially. And so we can save that. The last thing we'll need to do to actually get this to work is to add or remove these classes to our overlay. So we're going to accomplish that within our JavaScript. So back in our JavaScript, below this, we're going to comment out another title. And in this case, we're toggling the menu to be active or not, meaning we're going to show our navigation. And we're going to target the overlay element and its class list again. And we're going to toggle. This time, we're actually going to use a class that doesn't exist, meaning it doesn't have any properties, overlay active. We're actually kind of using it as a Boolean. So below this, this is what's going to help us alternate between true and false, showing and hiding our menu. We're going to see if our overlay class list contains overlay active. It means that we want to show our menu. So inside, we're going to comment out a title for this. We want to animate in our overlay. And we are going to add class list add our overlay slide right class. Else, comment out another title, animate out our overlay. And a similar thing, our overlay class list, we're going to add overlay dash slide left to undo. So just to summarize again what's happening here. Every time we are clicking and launching our toggle nav, so that's either clicking on our menu bars or clicking on a nav element, we are running this function. So this function will toggle on and off the change class, so that'll animate our hamburger menu. And then below that, whatever the value, if there is an overlay class, it will turn it off. If there isn't an overlay active class, it will turn it on. And then below that, it's reading if it is on or off. So in this case, if it is on, meaning it contains overlay active, we want to show our menu. But if the class list does not contain overlay active, it means we want to get rid of our menu. So that will be our slide left class to get rid of it. Okay, so let's save that and try it out. Okay, so you can see that we have our navigation working. Awesome. And we can see that it goes away again. But if we try it a third time, now it's no longer working. So I would encourage you to pause the video here and see if you can figure out what the problem is.
a hint would be to have a look at the DevTools. Maybe you figured it out, maybe you didn't. So let's open up our DevTools and have a look at what's going on here. So if we actually look at our overlay class up here, we can see that we have our overlay slide right and our overlay slide left class added at the same time. And if we go down here, we can see that our overlay right is being overridden and our overlay left class is the one that is active. And this translate minus 100 VW means it's off the screen. So this has to do with the fact that in CSS, whichever class is written last is the one that is going to take precedent if they are both applied to the same element. So what that means for us is we need to actually be able to remove the opposite class when we're calling the class that we want to call. So if we close that and jump back to our JavaScript, we can actually copy this and we're going to paste it above and we'll paste it here as well. So we're going to want to actually remove the slide left class just in case it's there. As you saw just now, it was. In the animate out, we want to remove the slide right class. So again, removing the slide left, adding the slide right if we want to show the menu, removing the slide right and adding the slide left if we want to get rid of the menu. Okay, so let's save that, jump back, and check it out. Okay, so it's working once, sliding left, and now it's working permanently. Okay, that's awesome. All right, that's the basics of showing and hiding a navigation menu, but I think we can take it a step further and make it look even better, learning some advanced CSS animations. I'll see you in that next video. Bye for now. Alrighty, so technically this is working, but I think we can do a little bit better with a little bit cooler of an animation. So we're going to be looking at CSS animations. That's what's going to do a lot of the heavy lifting here, but we're going to be using JavaScript to trigger these animations. So we're going to take a brief look at some documentation. So this is the Mozilla documentation on animation. I will provide a link to this within the course. And you can see that it is a shorthand that applies all of these separate animation styles within one property. So you see that we have multiple values here. And if you wanted to click on one of these to learn more about them, you can. For our purposes, we are going to keep it pretty simple. We want to slide in our items like our overlay, but we want them to be staggered, looking like they're lining up in order from top to bottom, and then doing the opposite, animating out. So we're going to need to set a duration, animation duration. So you can see, for example, here that this has a 3-second duration. So it takes 3 seconds to finish the animation. Same with this example. You can click through and they will look a little bit different. We also need a delay to make it staggered. And we're going to use linear as they are here, meaning that the animation moves at an even speed. And lastly, we're also going to look at animation fill mode, which is what allows the animation to determine how it's going to fill going left and right. Because ours is going left and right, we want it to be both forward and backwards filled. And yeah, that's pretty much it for that. We can see if we scroll down, there's more examples showing that you can kind of combine these in any order. Another important thing, of course, is the name of the animation. In this example, it is slide in. That's obviously something we're going to need to add as well, the name of our animation. And you can see some other examples here. Feel free to explore this documentation in more detail if you would like. But for our purposes, I think that's a good general overview of what we're going to be doing. Let's jump back to our code and figure it all out. We're going to start in our CSS, and we're going to go down below our nav colors here, and we're going to start by commenting out a title. So this is our slide in animation with delay for each nav item. And we can scroll up to make that a little easier to see. So
We're going to start with creating a class, and we're going to do this for each of our animations for each of our nav items. So we're going to have slide in 1. And then we're going to, inside of this, set our animation property. And we're going to first have the name of our animation, which we haven't made yet. We're going to make that after. It's going to be called slide-in. We're going to set the duration, which will be 0.4 seconds. We want it to be linear, meaning that it moves at an even speed. And then we're going to set the delay. So each of these is going to be slightly more delayed. The first one is only going to have a 0.2 second delay. And then lastly, we're going to add our animation fill mode of both so that it's filled both backwards and forwards. So we can copy this, and we're going to paste it 4 more times again. And we're going to change the class numbers here to go from 1 to 5. And the only other thing we need to change now is the duration of the delay, because as I said, we want each of them to be more delayed than the last, and we're going to do it by 0.2 seconds more on each of them. So 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, and then the last one will be 1 second of delay. Next, we're going to need to make the actual animation, our slide-in animation. So we'll scroll down some more here, and we're going to use @keyframes to actually dictate our animation. We're going to have the name here like we would for a function that we're declaring. We're declaring an animation here. And we're going to keep it very, very, very simple. And we're going to do a similar thing with our overlay where we have it off the screen and then we're sliding it onto the screen. So we're going to have from, and then curly brackets, transform, translate x, and this time it'll be minus 100% because it's not the parent element. And then that's going to be 2, curly brackets again, transform, translate x, and that's going to be 0, meaning it's going to be showing our full navigation. So again, that's a similar process to what we have for our overlay as well. What's going to happen is this animation is going to take 0.4 seconds, and for each of them, it's going to be launched 0.2 seconds after the previous one. Next, we're going to copy all of what we just made here, and we're going to do the opposite for our slide out animation. Okay, so copy that, and we're going to paste that below. And now we need to change slide out. So again, we can use our Control D trick, but you see if we highlight in, we can see that we're highlighting linear, which we don't want to change that. So we'll actually select the dash and then in, and that'll be able to change all the animation names and all the class names at once. So we'll press Control D, and we'll keep pressing it. You can see that each of them are kind of lighting up as I go along. Keep pressing it, press it again, and that's all the ones we want to change. And we can use the left arrow to actually not delete anything, to be on the left side. And then we'll use the right arrow to be where the eye is. Then we'll press delete and then delete again. And then we'll write out. And you can see that we very quickly changed all of them at once. Awesome. So the next thing is we're actually going to make the duration slightly less. So we're going to copy our 0.4 seconds here. And I know we're going to change this delay, but we're actually going to change all of the delays, so that doesn't matter. This time I'm going to use the right arrow key to be on the right side of what we selected, backspace, and then add a 3. And in this case, our delays are actually going to have the longest delay first and the shortest delay at the end. We're also going to use 0.5 seconds as our maximum instead of 1 second as our maximum as we were sliding in. And we're going to only increment by 0.1 seconds. So we're going to go 0.5, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, and then 0.1. And lastly, we'll need to change our slide out keyframes. So basically, we're just going to reverse these. This one is going to be 0, meaning it's starting on the page already, and we're going to be animating it off the page. So that's the equivalent to our slide left class that we added to our overlay. Okay, so let's save that. That's it for our CSS for this, but we're actually going to need to trigger it in our JavaScript. So we know from our last lesson that we need to make sure that we remove a class that is opposing to the class that we want to add. So let's start in our animate in. So we're going to comment out a title here, animate in, and our nav items is what we're animating in. And we'll create the first one, nav1.classlist.remove. So just in case, we're going to remove our slide out one class, and we can copy this, paste it here. And in this one, we want to add our slide in class. Okay, so now that you've seen the format, I'm just going to repeat this for the other four. So I'll fast forward through this. Again, I'm using my Control-D, select all trick here, and we're done. Okay, and we're going to do the same thing for our animate out. So we can copy this whole chunk, and we're going to put it in our else statement here. And I don't know why it formatted like that. I'm just going to highlight everything and Shift Tab to move it back over. We're going to change this to be animate out. And now all of these need to be the opposite. So we can actually select our outs here. We can only do this one time, but we'll change them all to in. So now we're removing the slide in, and all of these for our adding our slide out, we're going to need to manually change. So I can just quickly scroll through and change every other one to be out. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, awesome. We have our advanced animation working. So you can see that when we toggle it in, the top items are loading in, sliding in first, and as we toggle out, the bottom slides out first, and then the top slides out last. All right, so we've actually completed our functionality here. Awesome. But if we look at our code, we can see that it's pretty long and it's pretty repetitive. So we have 53 lines of code here. I actually know for a fact that we can fix this up and make it less repetitive. And actually, we can probably get it to less than 40 lines of code. So I'll see you in the next one where we fix up our JavaScript. Bye for now. Alrighty, welcome back. So as I said before, we can see in our JavaScript that we have a lot of repetitive code happening here. Within modern development, we want to use other functions if necessary to limit the amount of repetition. So you can see we have a lot of repetition here, and even in our event listener. As I said in the last video, we're 53 lines here. I believe we can actually get it to 40 in total. So let's see how we can do that. The first thing we're going to attempt to do is, instead of having a separate line to remove and add a class, we're going to do this within one line only. To accomplish this, we can add in a replace method instead of add or remove. And this will take two parameters. The first is the thing that we want to remove, and the second is the one that we want to add. So in this case, we want to remove overlay slide left, and we want to add overlay slide right. Okay, so we can get rid of these, and we can copy this. And we're going to put this same thing in our animate out. Of course, in this case, we're going to have the opposite. So we want to remove slide right, and we want to add slide left. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. We can see that, okay, nothing is working. So let's go into our DevTools here. And if we look at the elements, let's have a look at our overlay specifically. We can see that we have the overlay active happening, but we don't have a slide left or a slide right happening. That's not ideal. The reason that this is happening is because we can't replace a class with another class if that first class isn't there. So we'll need to actually work around this by adding the slide left class to our overlay by default. So we're going to add overlay-slide left. So this is okay because it is off the page with our slide left, so it shouldn't impact our page at all. So you can see we already have our overlay slide left. If I refresh the page, you can see it's still there. And now if we press it, we can see that it replaced with right and our animation is working again. Okay, that's good. Now we know that we want to do a similar thing with these. We want to have a replace instead. So that means that we're going to need to have whichever one is the off value be added to the class list of our nav item within our HTML. So let's do that now. So similar to what we just did here, for each of these list items, we're going to add the class of slide-out-1 in this case, because that's our first nav item. And we're going to copy and paste this. And we're going to change the numbers. And we can save that. Again, because the slide out class is transforming off the page, we're not going to see it when we load the page for the first time. So now in our JavaScript, we're going to need to do something about these lines. So instead of just cutting these lines in half by replacing these 10 lines with 5 lines that have replace, I think we can actually do even better than that. So I'm going to start by, at the top, actually creating an array of nav items. So nav items equals, and then to create an array, we're going to use our square brackets. And I'm going to pass in each of our nav constants. So nav1, nav2, nav3, nav4, nav5. And you'll see why in just a moment. So in our nav toggle function, we're actually going to be able to remove all of this, believe it or not. And we're going to replace it with just one line each. So we're going to be calling its own function, nav animation, and we're going to be passing in 2 different parameters. We're going to be passing in the direction that we want to remove and the direction that we want to add. So similar to our replace, first one is being removed, second one is being added. So when we're animating in, we're removing out and adding in, and we're going to copy that and paste it here, and we're going to do the opposite. We want to remove in and add out, and then we're going to need to create a function above this. So we'll comment out a title for this, control navigation animation, function nav animation, and it's going to take 2 parameters. We're going to create the variables for each of those right now. So it's going to be direction 1 and direction 2. You can name these whatever you want because they'll just be used within this function. And the next thing we're going to do is, because we've created an array with our nav items, we can use an array method. So we're going to call our nav items array, and we're going to use a for each method. So this for each method allows us to run a function on each item within the array. So we're going to have the method there, and then within this, we're going to pass in a local variable. In this case, we'll name it nav. And we're also going to pass in the index so that we can add the number back to our CSS class, because remember, it's slide in 1 or slide out 1. So we're going to need to add a number for that as well. And we're going to use an arrow function here, curly brackets, press enter. Within this, we're going to now use the nav variable that we've just created. We're going to use classless like we did before. We're going to use replace. And then for the 2 parameters in here, we're actually going to do something a little bit different, and we're going to use a template string. So you're going to use the backticks button. This is right below your escape button. You see it looks kind of like single quotes, but they're on their side there. And the reason we're using this, we're going to write in the class name slide dash is because it allows us to pass in the variable. So we're going to pass in our direction1, direction2. To do that, we're going to use $, and then curly brackets, and you can see there that it changed color to blue. That means it's now ready to accept variables. And we're going to pass in our direction1, and then after that, we're going to have a dash, within the backtick, of course, because this is creating a string when it is processed. And we're going to create another variable here, and we're going to pass in the I, which is the index. That's the number that we want to get. Then comma, and we'll repeat the same process, slide, dash, and then we're going to pass in our direction2, and then another dash, and then we're going to pass in our I number again. Okay, so we can save that and try it out, see what happens. Okay, so if we try it out, we can see that our overlay is working, but now our navigation items are not working. So I would challenge you again here to pause the video and see if you can figure it out. It has to do with how array indexing works. That's your hint. All right, so welcome back. Let's see how we can figure it out. So we're going to go back into our code, and we're actually going to console log our template string. So we'll just copy this whole thing and see what's actually happening when we are evaluating our template string. So let's save that, open up the console, and when we press on our hamburger icon, we can see, I hope obviously we can see the problem. So you can see that our template string is working in that it's passing in our out and in correctly, but the numbers are wrong. You remember that our classes are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is because an index by nature is 0 indexed, meaning that it starts counting from the number 0 instead of counting from the number 1. So this is a very easy fix. We can actually jump back into our template string, and we can actually do I plus 1. You see it's green because it's an actual number. And we can do the same thing here, I plus 1. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, awesome. Our navigation is working again. That's great. Okay, let's jump back to our JavaScript. So we've managed to trim up this very, very well. This is much more efficient than the 20 lines of code that we had before. The last thing that we can trim up is our event listeners, and we can do this in a similar way to what we just did. So we're going to remove all of these. All of them are the same, luckily, in this case. We're passing in the same parameters for all of them, but we're doing it for each of these nav items. But because we made a nav items array, we can use that again, and we can use our same for each. And we're going to pass in, this time, just our nav parameter, create our arrow function here, and then inside of this, we're going to do nav, add event listener, and we're going to just add back our event listener. So again, the great thing about this is all the parameters are the same, so that makes it a lot easier than what we did just now. So let's save that and make sure that it still works. That's the important thing. Okay, moment of truth. All right, so our navigation is working, and if we actually click on one of them, we are going into this section and our navigation is disappearing. All right, awesome. So that's all of our functionality working, and you can see that we have much more efficient code here than we did before. We trimmed out about 14 lines of code. Awesome. So that's it for the project. I hope that you learned a lot about dry code as well as animating a navigation. Feel free to modify this project as much as you like and use this style of navigation in your project if you would like to. All right, I'll see you in the next project. Bye for now.
Oh boy, look how pretty that looks. This is a pretty nice project. All right, let's talk about the code. This code is fairly clean. It's a nice, simple application or page, and it all reads nicely. There's not much to comment here, but I do want to talk about what we're seeing in these projects. As you can see, when it comes to JavaScript, just like we talked about at the beginning of the course, it's all about reacting to users' interactions or user events, right? I mean, if we go to the home page here, let's say we're refreshing the page, we're reacting to the fact that a page or a user has landed on our page. And what happens when a user lands on our page? Well, if we open up the network tab, we see that when we refresh, let's make sure we select all here. When we refresh, we load up index.html, then the style.css, because if we go to our index.html, on this line, it loads up our style sheet, and then it continues to parse the HTML. Then we get to the script tag, which is at the bottom of our file, and the script tag gets loaded and executed. And then we have things like the font family, we have photos, favicons that get loaded later on. But usually we have this HTML, CSS, JavaScript flow to our projects. What happens is exactly what JavaScript was designed for, right? As soon as we display something on the page, so the very first time it loads, we don't expect the user to take any actions. Initially, when we refresh the page, they just see something. They see a website, a web page, a web app, and then they try to interact with it. So the first interaction is that they land on the page, then they're probably going to scroll or click on things. And now we're starting to see this pattern. We're essentially, with our script file, initially gets run once, like this, when the script tag gets encountered by the browser. We run this file, and then the rest of our code is usually waiting for the next event to happen. In our case, we have two events. We have the click event on the menu bars and click event on the nav items. So once we execute our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the JavaScript is now just waiting to see what the user does. And this concept of initial execution and then adding event listeners or listening for events is what big libraries like React do, what frameworks like Angular do. They're essentially reacting to changes or inputs by the user and adjust the web app or website accordingly. Maybe I'm logging into a website, maybe I'm scrolling through a website. What React, Angular, Vue, or any front-end framework does is make it easier for us to keep doing this thing. That is to listen for events, listen for user interactions, and react to it. This is the main concept with JavaScript, right? It's all about there is some sort of data on the screen and the data changes. Maybe the user clicks on a button. This data that we capture, has the menu button been clicked? Has it been clicked? True. Or has it not been clicked? False. And as soon as this data changes on our websites, true, false, navbar was clicked, navbar was not clicked. When that data changes, we use code to react to that data change. So the way I want you to think about it when you look at JavaScript is that JavaScript is the reaction of data change on a web page. And all we're doing is noticing these data changes and displaying new information to the user. And at the end of the day, all these tools, libraries, frameworks do exactly that. They find a good way for us to display to the user something visual based on data changes. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. So I'm very excited about this one. We are creating a music player. I've always been interested in music players on computers for the past 20 years or so, going back to my Winamp days. Shout out to anybody that knows what Winamp is. And today we're going to be making our own music player within our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We can see that we are showing some album artwork here. We have the title of the song. We have the artist of the song.
We have the current time, we have the total duration of the song, we have a play button here, we have a next button and a previous button. We'll go over the functionality now one by one. So of course, we want to be able to play a song and pause a song as well. We want to be able to go to the next song. So you can see that the album artwork has changed and the title has changed and the duration of the song has changed. And you can see as we play that the current time is increasing. And if we play the song, we can actually scrub through by clicking on the progress bar. And we can also use the next to loop through our songs indefinitely and the previous to go back through our songs indefinitely, so we'll always have music playing. And now previous. Okay, perfect. So we have an idea of the core functionality that we're trying to achieve. Now we're going to break it down one at a time and get everything done. All right, let's get started. Alrighty, so to start with, there is a template zip file within the course that you should be downloading. And once you've unzipped it, you'll have a folder like this. And what I would suggest you do is rename it. So I'm going to remove the template part and just have it called music-player, just to show that I'm working on the project now. And we're going to open this folder up within Visual Studio Code. Okay, so you can see in our sidebar here that we have 2 extra folders in addition to our 3 standard files. The first one is an image folder. So these are just images that I pulled from Unsplash. I'm going to provide a link to the creator of these images within the CSS file. And I've also included MP3 files in a music folder. You'll notice that they have the same names. That's to make it easier in our JavaScript to call these items. And you might notice that these songs actually have my name on them. So these are actually music files that I have produced. I've been making music since I was 16 years old, and I thought it'd be cool to throw some into the project. All right, so let's open up our HTML, our CSS, and our JavaScript files, and then I'm going to hide the sidebar just to make some more room on our page here. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is just launch our project with our live server extension. Okay, so we can see that we already have a background color on our body. You can feel free to change this, but the overall theme I'm going for with this project is a modern gray style. So therefore, I've included some CSS within the template to make things a little bit easier so we can focus more on the JavaScript. So let's jump back to our HTML and start actually building out our project. So the first thing that we're going to include is we're going to actually make a div that's going to contain our entire player so that we have the ability to move it around on the page. So we can use the autocomplete within Visual Studio Code. So div.player-container and press enter, and that gives us a div with the class of player container. And within this, we're going to comment out a title. We're going to add in our song properties here. So the first thing is we're going to create a div with the class of img-container for our image. And we're going to put an image inside of that. And the source for this image will be our image folder /, and then you can see it auto-completes for us. We're going to go with the first one, jacinto-1.jpg. Of course, for your project, if you want to change the audio and the images, you can feel free to. You just want to put in whatever names will correspond to the files you've included. And for our alt tag, we're just going to put in album art. And below this, we're going to add in the title for our song. So we're going to have an H2 and we're going to add an ID of title. And I'm going to just put in the information that I know it is for the first song. You would do the same thing, just put in whatever the song name is that you have. In this case, this is the example. I can use the hashtag here to add in an ID a quicker way. So I'm going to have an H3 now with the ID of artist. So this is going to be a little bit smaller. And I have the artist here. And the last thing I'm going to add is the actual audio element itself, which is, of course, very important. So we can type audio and press tab. The source is going to be our music folder. And again, we're going to go with the first one, jacinto-1.mp3. And I'm going to take it a step further, and I'm temporarily going to add controls just so that we can actually see the element on the page. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we have our image here. And if we scroll down, we have our title, we have our artist, and we even have our audio element here. So the good thing about using controls is that it actually enables us to use the audio. So you can see that we have a play pause button, we have the current time, we have the duration. These are things that we are going to recreate ourselves using custom elements that are going to provide this same information. Let's get back to the styling though. The next thing that is a huge thing that can be changed and customized is, of course, the fonts. So we're going to use Google Fonts for that because it's the quickest, easiest way to do it. So on the website, you can choose any font that you would like. I have a specific font in mind, so I'm going to search for it. It's called Spartan. So whenever you click on a font that you would like, it goes into a detail view for that font. And I know that I actually want two different font weights here. So I want the regular, so I'm going to click select this style. And I also want a bold version as well. So I'm going to click select this style as well. So I want two different font weights here. To add it to the project, we're just going to click embed. And we specifically want the import statement. And we're just going to copy this. And we're going to jump back into our CSS. So you see this is the credit for the images that I'm using here. Feel free to check out his work. He has a lot of great stuff on Unsplash. And right below that, I'm going to add in our import statement for our font. And then within the body, you can see we already have some styling here. I'm going to add in the font family, and it's going to be Spartan, comma. I'm going to add sans-serif just as a backup in case it doesn't load. Okay, so let's save that, jump back, and check it out. Okay, I would say that that font looks a whole lot better. Awesome. Next, we're going to move on to actually styling our player container. So you can see right now that the image is as big as it wants to be, but we want the image to be a certain size, and we want the container that's holding that image to also be much smaller than this currently is. So let's jump back to our CSS. And right below our body, we're going to start styling for our player container. So this was the first div that we created. We're going to start with giving it a certain size. So I'm going to give it a height of 500 pixels, and I'm going to give it a width of 400 pixels. So the reason I want it to be 400 is because most smartphones, large smartphones, I should say, so I have the S20 Plus, for example, their screen width is just a little bit over 400 pixels, so this will be able to fit on that screen without any kind of media queries. Okay, and the next thing is we want to create a background color for this. So the next thing is we want to have a background color that's just a little bit lighter than our body background color. So I'm actually going to copy this. Again, you can choose whatever colors you would like. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use something that's very handy within Visual Studio Code, and that is the color picker. So you see if I hover over it, it opens up the color picker, and I can just kind of decide to pick a lighter color. So we want it to be lighter. I think that's a good color there. Okay, perfect. So keep in mind, you can do a similar thing. You can select a background color and use the color picker to just pick a lighter version. All right, so let's save that and check it out.
Okay, so we can see that we have our container here. We see our image is still way too big, but I like the way that this gray works with this gray. Okay, now I'm going to show you two properties that you can use that will instantly make whatever you're working on look more modern. So the first one is border radius. So this is having the ability to add rounded corners to any element. So in this case, I'm going to add a border radius of 20 pixels. So rounded corners is very important, and it's a trend that has been continuing for a number of years and shows no signs of letting up. So you can see just by rounding that corner, it looks a lot more modern. The second thing is using box shadow. So it provides a shadow to elements, in this case, our div, and that allows it to look like the element itself is kind of floating on the page. So there are a couple different values we're going to need to enter here. The first one is horizontal offset, so that means a shadow is going to go left or right of the element. We actually don't want any of that. We just want a vertical shadow, so just a shadow directly below the object. So the vertical offset we're going to set at 15 pixels. And the next property is referred to as blur, and this is the amount of opacity added to the shadow. So if you had a value of 0 here, it would make it a solid color. Of course, we don't want that. We want it to be very subtle, so we're going to give that a big value of 30 pixels. The next value is the spread value, which determines how far out from the element the shadow is. Again, because we want it to be subtle, we're going to set that at 5 pixels so it's not too far away from the object. The very last thing is we're going to set the color, and we're going to use an RGBA value, and we're going to use black, so 000, and then the A stands for alpha, which can also be thought of as opacity, and we're going to make that 0.3, so that makes it 30% of the black color, so it's kind of see-through. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you see what I mean about the shadow here? It looks like it's kind of coming off the page, but it's very, very subtle. I think that looks a whole lot better. I hope that you feel the same way about that, and I hope that you enjoyed this quick tip. Next, we're going to start trying to tame our image here. Next thing is we're going to try to tame our image here, and we're going to use an approach that would allow you to put in an image of any size and have it fit properly. So this is through using something called object fit. So you can see that we have a white space here of a rectangle, but we see that this image does not fill this space. If we switch to fill, we can see that it fills the space, but it distorts the image. We're actually going to use this option, object fit cover, which allows it to fill the space, but not distort the image. So that's what will allow you to put in any size image and it will just fill the space properly. Okay, so let's jump to our CSS and figure that out. Okay, so you can see that we already have some styling within our image container. We're going to need now to set the height and width. So first, I'm going to make it a square. So I'm just going to have a height of 300 pixels and a width of 300 pixels. Of course, I want it to be smaller than the width of our overall container. And you can see that it'll have 50 pixels on the left and then 50 pixels on the right. That's how we're going to center it within our player container. And the next thing is, below our image container, we're going to actually need to do some styling for the image within our image container. So let's do that below, image container, and we want to target the image element inside. And we're going to set this height to be 100% and the width to be 100% as well, because the container is setting the hard pixel value and we're just using this to have the image fill the container. And of course, we can add the object fit cover as well, like I just explained. And we also want to add border radius and box shadow. So we'll actually copy this. But this time we want the box shadow to be a little bit more subtle. So instead of 15 pixels for our vertical offset, I'm just going to change it to 5.
Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, maybe we want that to be a little bit darker. So you know what? I'm going to increase this from 0.3 to 0.5. Okay, so that's looking really, really nice. Perfect. But let's have a look at the mobile view and see what that looks like. Okay, so we can see that we're in the mobile view for an iPhone X, and we can see that our container is not fitting because the width of an iPhone is 375 pixels and the width of our player container is 400 pixels. So we're going to need to change that value in order to make that work. So let's jump back to our CSS, and if we scroll to the bottom, this is always where you want your media queries because you want it to override anything else above. You want this to have the last word. And we're going to target our player container. And we're just going to change the width to be 95 VW. So that means 95% of the screen width, meaning that it'll have 2.5% of the screen width margin on the left and right side. And you can see that specifically, I already made this media query for iPhone vertical, and the max width is 376 pixels. So anything less than that will be controlled by this media query. Of course, our iPhones are 375 pixels. Let's jump back and check that out. Okay, perfect. So everything is now fitting in our iPhone size. Awesome. If you have any issues with this, sometimes the DevTools is a little bit finicky. You might have to click responsive and then go back down to the size that you want. In this case also, the audio element controls might cause some issues. So try just deleting this element and it'll show that the layout is working fine. Don't worry about deleting this because this actually won't be part of the UI of our final project. All right, so everything's looking really great so far for our layout. Let's take a break here and we'll build out the rest of the UI in the next one. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so let's finish up our UI, and that's going to be adding our own progress bar and button controls. So we're going to start with the progress bar. So let's jump back over to our code. In our HTML, we're going to create this underneath our song. We're going to add in title here, progress, and we're going to start with a div with the class of progress-container and the ID as well of progress-container. And inside of this, we're going to create another div with the class of progress and the ID of progress. So this container is going to be what holds our progress bar, and this is the actual bar that's going to change sizes as we're going through the song. And we also are going to have a div that is going to hold our duration as well as our current time. So we're going to make spans for that. And we're going to provide an ID of current-time. And for right now, we're just going to hard code it. So it'll be 0, 0, 0. And we're going to create another span. And this one is going to be for our duration. And this one, I know off the top of my head that it's 2 minutes and 6 seconds. You can even actually see that within our audio controls here. So we're just hard coding that value. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see that all of the styling work is done for us. That's nice. And we have our project container here, and we have our actual progress here. And you know what? Let's actually hide the controls because we want to actually build out the rest of our UI and see how it's actually going to look. So let's do that. Let's just get rid of these controls for now. So the next time we'll control our audio will be through our JavaScript. And if we jump into the CSS here, we can see that we do have our styling all done for our progress container. You can see that we're using border radius again on both of these. This is the background color, this is the dark color, and you can see that we already have a width here of 66%. So this is going to be changed dynamically in our JavaScript when our song is playing to show exactly how far through the song we are. But for now, it's just a static value of 66%. Okay, so let's save that and jump back. Okay, so that's more what our UI is actually going to look like. And you can see we have a space here. That is a space for our button controls. So let's jump into that next. Back in the code, we can see at the top of our HTML, if we use our word wrap, Alt-Z, we can see that we're already importing Font Awesome into our project. So you don't need to worry about that part. But if you want to know how to add different icons, I'm just going to go back briefly to the Font Awesome website, and I'll provide this link within the course. But you can see that we have a number of different icons here, and you can search. So let's say that I want to search for a play button. This is the button that we're going to use, but let's say that you wanted to use a play circle button instead. You could click on that. So any icon that you click on, you can see that you can actually copy the HTML for the icon, and that's how you would add it into your project. Okay, so let's jump back to our HTML and make our buttons. So we're going to go below our progress section here. We're going to comment out another title. And this is going to be for our controls. And we're going to start by creating a div again that will act as a parent element. This allows us to really control the placement on the page. And we're going to go ahead and make each of our icons here. So we're going to use I is our element. And we're going to use the classes of FAS, so that stands for Font Awesome Solid. And then I can add another class by adding another period. In this case, we're going to do our previous button first, and that is FA-backward. And we're also going to give it an ID, so we can keep stacking these. An ID of previous, but I'm just going to put prev. And we can press enter there. And lastly, I'm actually going to also add a title so that when we hover over it, we can see exactly the functionality of that icon. Okay, so I can paste this twice more. And we're going to change this. This is going to be our play button, so just FA play. I'm actually going to give this another class, main-button, because I want this button to be bigger than the other two. And I'm going to change the ID to play and the title as well to play. And the last button is going to be forward. So we're just going to change that to forward. And we're going to change this to next. And our title will also be next. Okay, so let's save that. And next, we're going to jump into the CSS. So if we scroll down, we can see that, again, we have some styling included already, including the position of our player controls and the width and everything. And you can see that we're targeting the FAS class. So that's the main class that's on all three of our icons. And we're controlling the size with font-size because essentially it acts as a font even though it's an icon. But there are two very specific classes that we want to have if we are going to use an icon as a button. So if we just jump over right now to our project, we can see that these look great, but when I hover over them, there's no sign that I can actually do anything with them. So what we're going to do first is we're going to add in cursor pointer. You can see it auto-completes if I press tab. And the next thing we're going to add is user select none. You can see if we press tab twice, it'll auto-complete. So that's to prevent it from being selected like any other font could be selected. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So I was talking about this is like user select, and because this is a font, we don't want that to happen. And so you can see that when we hover over now, not only do we have our titles, which is great, we have the cursor change to a glove, just like it would with a regular button. It still maybe could be a little more clear when we're hovering over it that it's ready to be clicked, and we can do that by changing the color of the button. And we can do that in a very quick way. So below this, we're going to target our FAS class, and we're going to use the pseudo class hover. So this class will only be initiated when it's being hovered over with the mouse. And we're going to use filter, brightness, and 80%. So that means that our buttons will become 20% darker as they're being hovered over. So let's jump back and check that out. Okay, so I think that that's a little bit more of a dramatic difference when we're hovering over the button. Perfect. Feels a lot more interactive. All right, so that's pretty much it for our UI. In the next one, we'll get started on our functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so we have a lot of different functionality to get to, but we're going to start with the most basic first, and that is our play pause functionality. You might remember that when we had our controls for our audio within here, that we already had that ability to play and pause our audio track. We're going to need to transfer that ability to our custom icon here. So first, we're going to look at a resource that talks about audio and video DOM elements. You can see that we have different methods, properties, and events. And in this case, we don't have to scroll very far because we're interested in the methods here. We can see that we have a play method and we have a pause method. That's pretty self-explanatory. So we're going to need to trigger these on our audio element. So let's jump back to our code. We're going to start in our JavaScript, and we're going to need to target a few different things. So we're going to need to target our audio element because we want to be able to control that. And we're also going to be targeting our buttons because that's what's going to allow us to actually control. So you can see we have IDs for these, but the audio element doesn't have an ID. So that's because we can reference this in a different way. Let's make a constant called music for our audio element. And this is going to be equal to document query selector, the bottom one here. I'll scroll down and press enter. And so this allows us to select an element or a class or an ID, anything we want to pass in there. So in this case, because we only have one audio element, we can use this to select that. And below that, we're going to create constants for our buttons. So we're going to call prev btn for our button. And that's going to equal document.getElementById. And this is our prev ID that we added on there. And I'm just going to actually copy and paste this 2 more times. And in this case, we can use our select, which is our Command D or Control D, depending on if you're Mac or Windows. And you can see we've selected both. There's a cursor on each. And I'm going to use that to change that to play. And I'm going to do the same thing with this. And I'm going to change that to next. All right, perfect. So we're done selecting our elements. Next, we're going to need to make functions for our play pause functionality. We're going to do that below. So we're going to start by commenting out a title, play, and we're going to create a function called play song. We're going to make this different than just play because we already have that method within the audio element itself. Now we're going to target the constant for our audio element, which we're calling music, and we're just going to pass in the method of play. And we're going to do a similar thing with our pause. So I'm actually going to copy this, paste it below, and change this. I'll highlight both of these and change them at once. Okay, and they're both pause. Next, we're going to need to trigger play if the music is paused, or pause if the music is playing already. So to do that, we're going to need to add in a Boolean that we're going to set within each of these functions to show whether it is playing or not. So we're going to comment out a title above, check if playing, and we're going to let is playing, it's the name of our Boolean, equal false. And when we're playing a song, is playing is going to be true. When we are paused, is playing is going to be equal to false. And when we first load the page, is playing is going to be false because it won't start playing until you hit the play button. Next, we're going to go over our event listener functionality. So based on whether is playing is true or false, we're going to want to launch the opposite function. If it's playing, we want to pause. If it's pause, we want to play. We can accomplish this with a ternary operator. So this is similar to an if statement. For those of you unfamiliar, this is the syntax. We're going to provide a condition. In this case, we want to check if the is playing Boolean is true or false. And then we have an expression if true. And then we have colon and then expression if false. In this case, we're going to run a certain function if this is true and a different function if it's false. So let's set that up. We're going to add an event listener below our functions. And we'll call it the play or pause event listener. And on our play button, we're going to add an event listener. And we're going to add a click event, comma, and we're going to use an arrow function instead of making a separate function for this. So we're going to have brackets, equal sign, create our arrow here. We can actually add our ternary operator on the same line. So we're going to add in another bracket here for that operator, is playing, and then space, question mark. So if it's true now, we want to pause the song, and then brackets to show that we're launching the function. And then we're going to have a colon, and then we're going to have play song, the other function, and we're going to have another set of brackets for that function. And we'll put a semicolon at the end here. So just to clarify, these brackets are for that function. This other bracket is for the ternary operator, and this last bracket is for the entire event listener. All right, so let's save that and we can finally check it out. Okay, awesome. We have some music playing. That is great. The one thing you might notice though is that the play button stayed a play button. We actually want the play button to turn into a pause button if the music's playing and vice versa. So we'll need to add that within our code. So if we go into our play functionality first, below our is playing Boolean, we are going to target our play button class list, and we're going to replace. This allows us to do this on one line instead of an add and remove on two separate lines. And we want to replace the class fa-play. That's what it will start out with when the page loads, with fa-pause. So when it's playing, we want to show the pause icon and vice versa. We'll copy that and we'll put that into our pause, but we're going to flip these. So we're going to replace the pause with the play icon in this case. And the last thing we'll do is we actually want to change the title. So you remember that we set the title of play. We can do that by using the set attribute method. And in this, we're going to set the title attribute, comma, and then we're going to set it with pause so that when we hover over, it will also say pause. It won't say play over the pause icon. And we'll copy that, paste it in here, and this time we want the title to be play. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we have our play icon here and it says play. And if we click on it, we can see that we had our pause icon there. That's awesome. And if we hover over the pause icon, we can see that it says pause. All right, awesome. We have our play and pause functionality sorted out. In the next one, we're going to start looking at our previous and next functionality. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty. We're going to look at our previous and next functionality. So you might have noticed in our documentation here that there is no previous or next functionality. So we're going to need to make that ourselves. A big part of this is going to be switching the image here, as well as the title, artist, duration, and the actual audio itself. So let's start there. If we jump back into our JavaScript, we're going to start by targeting our title and artist ID. Again, we're going to target our image without an ID because it's the only image element. So let's do that now. And we're going to do it above here because we're going to go in order as they appear in the HTML. So the first one is our image. So same thing, we're going to use document.query selector. We're going to use the img image element. That's what we're selecting. Next, we're going to add the title. And we're going to get that by ID. And the ID is title. And we're going to do the same thing for artist. And that is going to get element ID of artist. Okay. Now we're going to need to actually populate the songs that we have within our folders. The best way to do that is to create an array of objects that's going to contain all of the relevant information for each of the songs. So below this grouping of constants here, I'm going to comment out a title. And this is going to be our music. And I'm going to create a constant called songs, which is going to be equal to an array. And I'm going to go inside of this array, and I'm actually going to create an object using curly brackets. So within this object, I'm going to set 3 properties. So the first one is name. This is going to be the name of the file. So I'm going to make it Jacinto1, so that matches what's in the folder. The next thing is going to be the display name. So this is going to be the actual title of the song. So I'm going to type that in. Keep in mind, of course, if you have a different song that you would put in a different name here. And I'm going to put in the artist, which is going to be Jacinto Design. Okay, so the reason I'm only using 3 is because I'm actually going to use this name property as the source for the audio element as well as the image element. That's why they were named the same file name with just different extensions. I have 4 total songs. I'm just going to fast forward through adding the rest of the information. Make sure that you add the relevant information in your project if you're using different items. And make sure to separate each object with a comma. Okay, so now I'm done creating my array of objects. The next step is going to be to make a function that adds these values into our DOM elements. Let's create a function for that at the very bottom. Let's comment out a title, and this is going to update the DOM. And the function will be called load song. It's going to take parameter of song. Inside of this, we are going to need to change a couple of different things. The first is the title, and we're going to use text content because we just want to change the value of the title. We don't want to change the element itself. And that's going to be song.displayname. We're going to do a similar thing for the artist, and that's going to be equal to song.artist. And below that, the music source is going to change. So we set that within our HTML. We're going to use a template string, and that's the backtick button below your escape button. And this is going to allow us to make a string with a variable inside of it. So in this case, the string part is music / and then the variable part we're going to denote with $sign and then curly brackets. You can see that that turned blue there. And that's going to be song.name. And then after that, we're going to put .mp3. So that's all going to be passed through as a string. This will be converted to, say, Jacinto-1 in the first song's case. And after that, we're going to do a similar thing for the image, source, and this is going to be another template string, this time from our image folder. And the variable is actually going to be the same, song.name. So that's why I made the music file name and the image file name the same. If you wanted to make them different, you would have to have a different property for each. This one is going to be .jpg for JPEG. And lastly, at the bottom, we're going to need to call a function on startup that will pass in one of the songs from our array. So we'll comment out a title for that, on load, select first song. So we're going to call the function load song, and we're going to use our songs array, and we're going to use square brackets to pass in the index number of one of those items. So we're going to put in 0 to pass in the first one. So let's save and check that out. Okay, so you can see that nothing has changed. That's because the song that we pre-populated in our HTML was actually the first song in our array. So let's go back and actually change that to be the last song in our array, which is 3, because an index of an array starts from 0, and we have 4 songs. So let's save that and jump back. Okay, awesome. So we can see that our image has changed, our title has changed, our artist has changed, and if we press play, we can see that it's now an acoustic guitar, so the song has changed as well. Awesome. Now we're going to move on to the functionality of actually being able to control which song is loaded with our previous and next buttons. All right, so let's jump back to the code, and we're going to start by adding some event listeners for our buttons here. So we'll comment out a title here at the very bottom, and we're going to start with our previous button, add event listener. It's going to be a click event, and it's going to launch a function called prev song. We haven't made that yet, but we will in just a moment. And we can copy this, paste it, and we can highlight this and replace it very easily here with a next song function that we will also need to create. So let's start dealing with this right below our update DOM here. So the very first thing we're going to do is we need to be able to control this number dynamically. We can't just pass in a hard-coded value. So we're going to need to make a variable for this. So we're going to comment out a title here, and this is going to be our current song. And we're going to use a let because this value is going to change. And we're going to call it song index, and we're going to start out having it equal 0. And then we're going to pass that value in instead, song index, instead of a hard-coded number. And if we save that and check it, you can see that we're back on the first song again. Okay, cool. So that's working. Every time we run our next or previous function, we want to be able to change the value of song index. And then we want to load that song, and then we want to actually play that song. So let's start by making our next function first. So we'll comment out a title, and we'll call it next song. Function will be next song, bracket, curly brackets, and inside we're going to increment the song index by using song index ++. That means it will increase the value by 1. Let's just console log that to make sure we know exactly what's going on. And below that, we can just copy this. We want to load the song just like we are on startup. We also want to actually play the song. So we can actually copy this for our previous function. And I'm actually going to put that above just because the previous button's on the left. And instead of incrementing, we want to decrement. So we're going to use -. So that will make the song index go down by 1. So let's save that and see what happens. We're also going to want to open up our console so that we can see exactly what's happening with our song index that we're logging. So now if we click the next button, we can see that we switch to the next song and the value is now 1. We can see it switched to the next song, values 2. Perfect. Great so far. And we can see we switched to the fourth song and our song index is now 3. And we can go backwards. But you see, when we go back before our first song, we can see that the song index value is -1. And there's an uncaught error, meaning it can't load a song with the index -1 because that doesn't exist. And if we refresh it and we actually fast forward to the last song and try to go next, we can see that we have a similar error saying that it can't load a song with an index of 4 because it doesn't exist. So there are two problems we need to solve. The first is that we can't allow the song index to be higher than the amount of songs we have when we click our next button. And we also can't allow the song index to be -1 if we go previous on our first song. So let's figure that out in the code. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to add an if statement. So we're going to do this right above our console. And in our previous song, we want to have an if statement that is looking at the song index. And if it's less than 0, so you saw that it logged as -1, we want to change the song index to equal the songs.length. So this is the length of the array. There are 4 items in the array, so this number would be 4. But we're actually going to use -1 because you saw that our fourth song is actually the third index in the array, and our first song is 0 because it starts counting at 0. So that's the logic for that. And in our next song, now we want to do something similar. We're going to have if the song index is greater than songs.length -1, then we want to change the song index to equal 0, meaning we're going to start from the beginning of our index. So we've done this in a dynamic way where we could have actually hard-coded this. So we could have said if the song index is more than 3, which is what this equates to, then make it 0. But the reason we're doing this logic is that if you add any number of items to your songs array, this code will still work as intended. So we're trying to make code that will work in all situations. All right, so let's save that now and check it out. So let's try by clicking next. Okay, so perfect. We can see that we went 1, 2, 3, 0, and we went back to the first song. And now let's try clicking previous. And you can see that it just kept looping through the songs that we have, and we didn't get any kind of error. So that's awesome. Let's just go back and clean up our code a little bit. We want to remove these consoles because we don't want to be confused if we have to add future consoles. We don't want to clutter up our console logs, so let's get rid of those. And yeah, that's awesome. We have our 2 buttons working now. In the next one, we're going to tackle our progress bar. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the next step is we want to be able to populate the progress bar with the actual percentage of the song that is complete. And we're also going to update the current time and duration for each song as we load it. So let's jump back to the code, and we're actually going to start in the CSS by changing this progress value. Instead of our stock 66%, we're going to change it to 0%. And now we can see that there's no progress made. And the next time we see progress, it will be changed within our JavaScript. So we're going to take another look at our audio element resource. Specifically now, instead of methods, we're actually interested in the events. So if we scroll down to the bottom, these are all the attributes, and we finally will get to the events. You can see that there's a lot of different events we can target, and specifically we want to target the time update event. This is going to fire when the current playback position has changed. We're going to use this to update our values and set our progress width. But first, we're going to create a constant for each of them in our JavaScript. So back up at the top here, below our audio element, we're going to create a constant for our progress container. So this is the parent element, and we're going to get by ID. The ID is progress-container. So this is what's holding our progress bar. It has the white background. And we're also going to have a constant called progress, and we're going to get the ID progress. So this is the actual dark color that is going to change its width based on how far through the song we are. So we're going to go down to the very bottom, and we're going to make an event listener for that right here. So on our music constant, we're going to add our event listener, and we're going to use the time update event listener, and we're going to create a function called update progress bar, and we're going to create that right here. Comment out a title and update progress bar and time. And we're actually going to pass in the event. So we can do that with just E for event. And we're going to want to only actually update the progress bar if something is playing. So if is playing is true, then we can update our progress bar. So let's just console log our event and see what we are getting. Okay, so let's save that and jump back, and we'll play. And we can pause there. That's enough information. So we can see that we have a lot of different stuff here within our event. And if we go to the source element, this is our actual audio. And if we scroll down, we're going to be looking for two specific properties. So the first one is going to be the current time, because that's important to us. We're going to eventually use that to populate our current time and also for the logic for our progress bar. And the other important value is our duration. So this is the total length of the song. That number is going to go here, and we also need that for the math for our progress bar. Before we get to that, we're going to need to actually pull these values out, and we can do that in an efficient way called destructuring. So this is going to allow us to apply a constant and pull out certain parts of that object by just equaling the object that we're pulling it from. So I will provide this link if you want to learn more about destructuring, but for our purposes, it's more or less straightforward. So we're first going to delete this console, and instead we are just going to have a constant of duration and current time, and that is going to equal the e.source element, because that's where we found them. And we're just going to console log both of these to make sure that they're giving us the values that we want them to. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can pause it. We can see that the duration is not changing, but we can see that our current time is changing, and it's actually looking like it's updating this current time 4 times every second. Awesome. So now we can get to some simple math to get our progress bar working. We're going to go back, and within this, we're going to create a title to just show the functionality we're about to accomplish. We're going to update the progress bar width, and we're going to create a constant to represent the progress %, and that is going to equal the current time divided by the duration, and we're going to times that by 100,
Keep in mind you're going to use the asterisk for multiplication, and that's what's going to actually give us a percentage. So let's console log that and make sure that that's working as we want it to. Okay, so you can see that we're getting a bunch of different numbers here, but let's just focus on the last one here. So we can see we have our duration in seconds, we have our current time in seconds, and then we can see now that we have a percentage. So we're 1% of the way into the song. You can see that that's a different number from this. We're actually going to need to change this from a number into a string, because that's how we're going to change our CSS. You can see that they're numbers because they're purple. Any string would be white. So let's jump back into our code, and we're going to remove the console for our progress percentage. And instead, we're going to target our progress constant, and we're going to change the style of that element, specifically the width, so dot width, and that's going to equal, we're going to use another template string here, and we're going to have $ curly brackets, and we want the progress percent in there, and we're going to use a percentage sign because that's how we would add a percent in our CSS. So let's save that, jump back, and this is the moment of truth. When we hit the play button, we should see our progress bar slowly fill up. Okay, so it's very subtle, but we can see that it is, in fact, working. That is amazing. If we go back into our elements and we actually go down to our progress container and we click on the progress bar, we can see that we've added a style with a width of 2.6443%. If we double click, we can actually change this. So if we change it to 80, press enter, you can see that now it's 80% complete. And if we were to press play, we can see that it resets to where it was at, and we can see that this number is dynamically changing. Awesome. So we have our progress bar working. In the next one, we're going to start populating our duration and current time. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the next bit of functionality is that we want to populate our current time and duration UI elements. Because the values were in seconds, we're going to need to do some math in order to reformat them. So first, let's jump back to the code, and we're going to create constants for those two elements. So the first one will be current time L to stand for our element, and that's going to be document get element by ID and current dash time. And below that, we're going to create a constant duration L, so again for element, and same thing, get element by ID, this time it is duration. Now we can start calculating the duration. So we're going to go back into the function we were working on before, and below this we're going to comment out a title. This is going to be to calculate the display for the duration. Let's start with the duration, why not? And we're going to start out by creating a constant for duration minutes because we're eventually going to need this to be a string and not a number. But first, this is going to be equal to, so the duration divided by 60. The total duration is 126 seconds. We're dividing that by 60 in order to get the amount of minutes. So if we console log this, we'll name it minutes, and we'll put in our constant here of duration minutes. Let's go ahead and actually get rid of this console log. We don't need that anymore. Meant to put a comma there instead. Okay, perfect. So let's save that and check. Okay, so when we hit play, we can see that we get the number of minutes, but we get also a bunch of decimal places. So that's not quite what we want. We just want the minute number and no decimals. To accomplish this, we're going to use a math method called mathFloor, and this returns the largest integer that is less than or equal to a given number.
So if we were to run MathFloor on 5.95, our output would be 5. So we want a similar thing. We want our output to be 2. So let's jump back to the code. And instead, we're going to cut this. And we're going to add in math with a capital M, floor, and then brackets. And then we're going to paste that back in and save and check it out. And this time, we can see that we just get a value of 2. Perfect. Next, we're going to need to calculate the seconds in a similar way, and we always only want to get 2 digits. So we already divided the duration by 60 to get minutes. We now want to get whatever is left over, and that is our seconds. So for that, we're going to use the remainder operator. So again, I'll provide a link for more information about this within the course, but it returns the remainder of what is left over and divided by a second operand. We're going to use a percentage sign to call this. I will jump back into the code and explain what that means in our context. Below this, we are going to create a let statement, and we're going to make duration seconds. The reason this is a let statement is because we're going to need to modify it. You'll see why in a moment. So we're going to use our same MathFloor duration, and this time we're going to use remainder on 60. So anything after being divided by 60, what's left over. And we're going to console log this as well. Okay, so let's save that and check. So you can see that's great. We have 2 minutes and we have 6 seconds. You can see that, that's right. But the problem is that we have 6 instead of 06. We'll need to do something about that. And if we jump into our code, right above our console here, we're going to add an if statement. So if duration seconds is less than 10, then we're going to want to change duration seconds to be equal to, and we're going to make a template string, pass in 0, and then we're going to pass in our variable here, duration seconds. And so that's going to turn duration seconds into a string and add a 0. So let's save that and see what happens. Okay, so that's working now. We have 06, and you can see that now it's white, meaning that it's a string and not a number. You see our 2 is purple because it's still a number, but it's okay that that is a string because we're going to be populating an element and that is going to take a string. So let's do that. We'll actually need to pass that to our duration element. So let's go back, and below this, we're going to target our duration L, and we're going to change the text content, and this is going to equal a template string, and we're just going to start with $ curly bracket. We're going to pass in duration minutes, and then a colon as a string, so it's orange there, and then we're going to pass in the second variable, which is going to be duration, oh, not minutes, it's going to be seconds. And we'll have a semicolon there at the end. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so because this first one is hard-coded, let's try actually switching to the next song to see if this updates. Okay, perfect. So you can see now our duration is 208. You might have noticed a flash of something here before our number showed up. We can see in our console that the first time this is called, remember that this time update event is called 4 times a second. The first one returns NaN, which stands for not a number. So we're going to need to get around this because if we go to the next one, you can see that very briefly it flashes it on the screen. Not a number, not a number. So we don't want that to happen. So we're going to need to delay setting that until our math is done doing its thing. So if we go back to the code, right below this, we're going to console out another title because this is different functionality. We're going to delay switching the duration element to avoid not a number.
So if duration seconds, meaning if we have a value, then we want to pass this in. So we'll cut that and paste that there. Okay, and we can save that. Let's check that now. So we'll press play. Keep an eye on the duration here. Okay, so we can see that every time we did not flash not a number within our UI, despite the fact that it's in our console log. As far as our users are concerned, they're never going to notice it. Okay, next we're going to do something similar to display our current time. So let's jump back to the code, and we're actually going to use something very similar for this. We're going to copy this whole chunk here, and we're going to put it below our if statement, and we'll need to change the spacing, so we're going to highlight everything and press Shift-Tab twice, and we're going to calculate the display for the current time. So I'm actually going to use our little trick here again. So I'm going to select all of these, and I'm going to switch it to current. And for some of these, though, I'm going to need to change it a little bit further. This math floor is on the current time, and that one is right. This one needs to be current time. And yes, I think everything else is good there. Okay, and then right below this, I'm going to want to have the current time element, text content, and that is going to equal. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to replace this duration with current, because you can see that's the variables that we have here. Okay, perfect. Let's save and check that out, see what happens. Okay, so it is working. Awesome. We can see that now our number is going up. So we have 004, and we can see it's doing that in the console as well. That's amazing. So we have our progress bar working. We have our numbers working for our current time and our duration. In the next one, we're going to add the last bit of functionality, which is to allow us to click anywhere on the progress bar to jump to a different part of the song. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the last part of our functionality is the ability to jump to different points within the song by clicking on our progress bar. Let's jump back to the code. And actually, let's start by removing these consoles because we don't want them to be confusing. We know all of this is working now. So let's get rid of this one and this one as well. Okay, let's save that. And right below this, we're going to add in an event listener on our progress bar itself. So our progress container, so the parent element, we're going to add an event listener. It's going to be listening for a click event, and it's going to run a function called set progress bar. And now we're going to make that function right above it. So we'll comment out a title, set progress bar, and set progress bar. We're going to pass in the event again. So we're going to use E to pass the event as a parameter. And let's just console log our E event and see what happens when we actually click on the bar. So let's save and check it out. So we actually don't need to be playing the song to console log a click event on the progress bar. You can see that we have a cursor pointer here. If we click on it, you can see that we have an event here. And if we click this arrow, we can look inside of it. And if we go down, we can look at our source element. And we want to actually find the width of our progress bar because we're going to need the total width divided by what position we're at in order to get a percentage. So if we scroll down, we can see that we have a client width value of 360 pixels. Okay, so we're going to want to try to pull this value out. We can do this using this. So JavaScript this keyword can refer to a bunch of different things, but in this case, an event, it refers to the element that received the event. If we go back into our code here, and below this console log, we're going to create a constant called width, and this is going to equal to this client width, and we're going to console log our width. Okay, let's save that and check it out. Okay, so awesome. We have a width here of 360. Perfect. Now, if we jump back into our event, we want to get where we actually clicked on our bar here. So that value is going to be the offset X value. So if we click near the beginning of the bar, and we launched another event here, let's open that one up, we can see that the offset X is only 19. And if we were to click near the very end of the bar, we can see that our offset X is now 353. It is still less than 360 because that is the maximum, that's our width. So we can see that we have this number. So we can see that this is the other number we need for our calculation. So let's jump back into the code and we're going to set a console log for that and a constant as well. So below this, we'll set a constant of click X equals E dot offset X. And then we'll console log our click X. And we'll just make sure we know which one is which. And we can remove our initial console on the event. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so again, we have our total width of 360. We have a click of 116. If we do it at the very beginning, we have a click of 4. Our width doesn't change. And at the very end, we see we have 356 and still our 360. Okay, perfect. So we have the two values that we need. Now we need to do some math and then relate that value to our audio element. Essentially, we're going to need to replace the value for our current time with the percentage of where we clicked on the progress bar, the percentage of the song, how complete the song is. So first, to do that, we're going to need to pull the duration from the audio element. So let's do that the same way as before. So if we go below this, we're going to make a destructured constant here. So constant duration equals music. So that's our audio constant. And below that, we're going to console log click X divided by our width. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that gives us a percentage here. Because it's less than 1, we're about 26% through the song. So 94 divided by 360 is 26. And you can see if we click at the very end, we're 98% of the way through, 353 out of 360. Perfect. But now we want to turn that into an actual percentage that we can pass into our progress with. So to do that, we're going to need to do a little bit more math. So this time, we will leave this one here, but we want to actually use this, and also we want to add in multiplying this value by our duration number that we just pulled out. So if we check that out and save it, we can see now that we have where we clicked on the progress bar, and you can see that we have the percentage, but now the 27 is actually 27 seconds into the song. So you might remember this format when we first pulled out our duration. You can see now, if we were to actually click towards the very end of the song, we can see that we're 99% of the way through the song, and the song is 126 seconds, so we're at the 125 second mark. So this is the value we're going to be using to actually jump within our song. We're going to just jump back one more time to our audio documentation. And instead of looking at an event, we're actually going to now look at the attributes. So if we go up, we can see that we have a current time attribute. And this sets or returns the current playback position in the audio element, and that is in seconds. So that's perfect because our value is now in seconds. So that's pretty straightforward. We just need to set this attribute. So let's jump back to the code and do that. So we're going to target our music element, and we're going to target the current time attribute, and we're going to set it to our click x divided by width times duration. So we can copy that, paste that in there, and we can save that. Oh, we have an extra bracket here. Let's get rid of that. Okay, save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to hit play, and then we're going to click on our progress bar and see if we can jump around. Okay, perfect. So we were able to jump back and forth in different parts within our song. So this works because our update progress bar function is thrown whenever our time update event is fired, and that is happening because we are changing the current time attribute. Awesome. So that's the big part of that functionality working. There's one last little thing that we're going to add that is somewhat related to this, and that is if we play a song to the very end, we want it to be able to go directly to the next track. You can see when we hit 206 that it just stops playing and nothing else happens, but we want to skip to the next song instead. So actually, one more time, back in our audio documentation here, we are going to go back to our events. So by the way, you can actually change this project if you want. There are certain properties and methods and events that we haven't used. For example, if you want to be able to change the volume, that's something that you can do as well. We'll do that in a different project. But for our purposes, we're looking for the ended event. So this fires when the current playlist is ended. In this case, it's going to fire when the song has stopped playing because it's not a playlist. Each one is an individual audio element with a changing source. So this will be pretty easy to implement. We're just going to need to add an event listener down here. And we're going to attach this to our music again and add the event listener. And when it hits the ended event, it's going to fire just our next song function that we already created. Okay, so let's save that. And you know what? While we're at it, let's get rid of the console logs because that's all working now. Let's save that and jump back. And we're done with the console. We can close this. So we're going to play this, go to the end of the song. And now when the song runs out, it should automatically switch to the next song. Okay, perfect. So that's it. All of our functionality is totally complete. Again, if you wanted to adjust this project, you could do similar things like adding volume control. That's something we're going to explore in another project. But that's pretty much it for this one. I hope that you learned a lot about audio and how it can be manipulated with JavaScript. And I hope you had a lot of fun making this project. I know that I did. All right. I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
All right. So we listened to some pretty good songs in this project. It looks pretty good. Let's do some code review. And in this video, although we did a lot of JavaScript writing here, the one thing I want to talk about is this text content because it's super, super interesting. Let me show you why that is. And I'm also going to show you a neat little trick when analyzing your website. So if we scroll all the way to, let's say, load song. Where's the load song function? There it is. So we see that we use the text content to change the content of, well, the display name and artist. So this part over here, when we shift songs, changes because the text content changes. Now, here's the thing. There's also another option called inner text, which does pretty much the same thing. So if I change this to inner text and save, and I refresh, it's going to do the same thing. Nothing changes. So why do we have two different things? And in this course, we use both of these interchangeably. But I want to show you how you would solve a problem like this, where you know that there's two ways of doing things and you're trying to decide which one is better. So the first thing you're going to do is go to Google, our good friend Google. And I'm going to just say inner text versus text content. And usually when it comes to JavaScript, the best resource is developer.mozilla right over here. So if I click on here, luckily for us, look at that. It has a note. Text content and inner text are easily confused, but the two properties are different in important ways. Ooh, sounds interesting. Let's check it out. So if we scroll over here, they actually have a section in here. Now I want you to pause the video, read through this section. I'll link in the resources. And from there, decide which one we should use for this project. Should we use inner text or text content for this part? Or does it even matter? Pause the video. Ready for the answer? All right. So I'm going to show you a neat little tool to demonstrate which one is better. Now, the first thing I want to do is to read through here, and the main thing I want to highlight here, let's make this a little bit bigger, is this part over here. Inner text takes CSS styles into account, and reading the value of inner text triggers a reflow to ensure up-to-date computed styles. So reflows can be computationally expensive and thus should be avoided when possible. And reflow essentially means the browser, if we go over here, reflows or recomputes this information. So how can we test this? Well, if we open up Developer Tools, we're going to go to the Performance tab. And on the Performance tab, there's a nice little feature here. See this bar? So if we close this, you might see it like this. If you press Escape, it pops up. So Escape closes it, Escape again, opens it. And we want to select Paint Flashing. And Paint Flashing highlights the areas of the page in green that need to be repainted. So if we click here and now check out our website, let's go back to Performance and just bring this down a bit. You see that it's being repainted as I scroll or as I change the screen size, but also when I play, I go back and things change. It shows me what gets reflowed. So because we have hover effects, when I move the mouse, it reflows and redraws this. When I hit play, the timers you see over here are flashing, and same with the progress bar. When I change song, that gets reflown. So that's a really neat way to see what changes on your website and look at the performance of your website. Now, if you remember, they said that inner text, unlike text content, will reflow and recompute this artist field. So if that is correct, every time we switch songs, this should change, right? So if I go next, let's zoom it in just so you can see. I'm going to mute this so it doesn't get too annoying. There you go, that's better. So now every time I switch, you see that we reflow the name. Now, just to make this clearer, I'm going to just comment out the music and the image. So we only have two things displaying. Let's refresh. So this top image won't change because I've commented out this code. But here, if I click next, you'll see the reflows happening, the green flashing on both items. Now, if we know that inner text is going to reflow all the time. If I scroll all the way up to the songs, let's just change all the song to be by one artist, just like this. So all the songs have the same artist. If I refresh here and I change the song, you see that every time there's a green flash, because with inner text, we recompute everything. But if we scroll down and change this to text content and refresh, check this out. No reflow for the artist because the artist is the same. So if it's the same value, it doesn't change. The title of the song changes because, well, we have to recalculate. The browser needs to work to display something different. But for the artist, it's the same. So it doesn't have to work those extra cycles. How cool is that? So by using text content, we can ignore or not reflow something that is the exact same. Now, this is super minor. Most of the time, whether you use text content or inner text, it doesn't really matter. But small things like this is a good practice for you to be able to understand why there may be two options. Reading the documentation and truly understanding what your code is doing. And small things like this, although minor, depending on your project, might be really, really important. So there you have it. I thought that was really, really interesting. And I also think now you have a new way to measure the performance of your website using this paint flashing tool. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, welcome to the project. So for this one, we're going to be looking at creating a custom countdown. This is going to allow users to enter a title for something they want to count down to. And then we have a input date element here where you can either type in the date or you can use this handy date picker here, which is what I'm going to do. And we click submit. And you can see that we have a countdown here. You might also notice that we have a video background. I will show you how to implement that in a website as well. The cool thing about this project is also that we are storing our countdown information in local storage. So it allows users to refresh the page or come back to the page on another day and the countdown will still be running. We have the option, of course, to reset the countdown. And this time, if we were to select a day that is today, so meaning that the countdown is probably over, and we submit that, we can see that we have a countdown complete text animation here. We have the title of our countdown, and we have the date that it finished. And again, we have the option of making a new countdown. If we inspect, we can actually see that this is also mobile responsive as well. And that's something that I believe is very important in this day and age. And you can see if we were to submit this again, that our countdown itself is now a lot smaller so that it will fit on a mobile screen. We can also see that our video has changed dimensions. It's a horizontal video, but now it's only showing the vertical slice of it that will fit within the phone's screen. All right, so that's it for the project. Let's get started. Alrighty, so the first thing you're going to do is be sure to download the template for this project from the course. And once you've unzipped it, you're now where I'm at now. And I'm just going to go about renaming this, removing the template part to show that I'm now going to actively work on the project. So the next step will be to open this in Visual Studio Code. So we can see that we have an MP4 file here. This is a video background file that I've added. And you can see that I've also added some CSS as well. The very first thing we're going to do is we're going to focus on adding a video background. So the following explanation would be relevant for any project you want to add a video background to. If you don't want to add a video background to this project and you want to just add a background image or a background color, you can just remove this video background CSS from the template and you can skip ahead to the next video. But if you are interested in learning about adding a video background and making it mobile responsive, I'm going to explain that now. So there are a lot of options out there for stock video, but the one that I'm going to show you is Pixabay. This is one that I like to use. It has a lot of great footage and a lot of free options as well. So if you scroll down, you're just going to pick a video that you like. I'm going to go with this first one here, this mountain view. When you click on it, you can see here we have the option to download the video. And when we click on that, we can see that we have some different quality sizes here. So you have 4K, you have 1080, and 720. I usually go with 720 for video backgrounds because I will often put a video overlay over them, so that will mask any kind of lack of quality. And we also want our videos to be as small as possible so that our website loads quickly. We can see that this 720 video is still 5.2 megabytes, which is pretty big. So if we download that video, we can actually compress it a little bit further. Using the website ucompress.com, again, I'll provide a link for this within the course. We're going to start by simply selecting our file. And we're going to upload the file and compress. Just that simple. So if you remember, our file size was 5 megabytes. And we can see now that we've reduced the file size by 70%. So now our file size is only 1.5 megabytes, which I think is very good. Awesome, we have our video file now. So for our purposes, I've already added a video file within the course, and I've taken it a step further, and I've edited the file to allow it to play forwards and then backwards so that the infinite loop of the video looks more seamless. So that file size for that time video is also 1.5 megabytes, so it is very small. So once we have all that sorted out, we can jump back into our code, and we're going to add to our HTML. At the top here, we're going to comment out a title for our video background. And we're going to have a video element here. We're going to use the autocomplete to add the class of video-background. We're actually going to use another element for our source within our video, but we also want to set a few attributes on this as well. So we want our video to loop and be muted and autoplay. So this is because we want it to be a constant video background. That's why we want it on a loop. We want it to play right away as the page loads. And the browser rules state if you're going to play a video, it has to be muted. So that's why we have our muted attribute there as well. Inside of this video, we're going to add in our source element. And we're going to give this src attribute of time.mp4. So you see that pre-populated for us. And then below that, we're going to add in a div with the class of video overlay. So this is going to be a transparent layer that's over top of our video. As I said, it's going to hide any imperfections. So let's just save that there. And we're going to launch the project with our live server extension. Okay, so that's looking all right, but I know for a fact that the whole clock is visible in the video, so we're going to need to adjust some styling. So back in our CSS, you can see that I've included some styling already, and specifically for our video background. So we have position fixed, meaning that on a site where we're scrolling through, we want the background to always be in one place. And we're going to anchor it to the bottom right corner of the page. We'll need to add a width of 100 VW, so that stands for viewport width. That is the entire width of the displayed window. And we're going to add a height property of auto. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's definitely looking better. We have the whole video now and the whole clock. But if we check on our mobile view, we can see that this doesn't work at all because we have a horizontal video and we have a vertical screen size here. So we're going to go back to our CSS, and we're going to go to the bottom where I've actually already created a media query for you. So this is designed for a large smartphone vertical. So anything less than a max width of 600 pixels will apply these styles. Remember that all media queries need to be at the bottom because they need to have the last word on changing the class properties. So for our video background, we're going to have a height of 100 VH, this time instead of a height of auto. And just explicitly, we'll write out 100 VW, even though we're not changing that, just to make it easier to see what's happening. Okay, and below that, we still need to do one other thing, and that is for our video itself, we're going to need to add in an object fit property, and we're going to use object fit cover. So the object fit property allows you to make sure that a picture or a video fits whatever container it's in without being distorted. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that we've filled up the screen, which is great, but we can see that our clock now is kind of off the page. So we want that clock to be more in the center. We can fix that using the styling object position alongside our object fit. And you could enter in a horizontal and vertical value to shift the video position within the frame. But in our case, we only need to shift it horizontally, so we're only going to add one value, and that value is going to be 70%. So if we save that now and check it out, we can see that we have our clock centered nicely in our mobile view. Okay, that is awesome. The very last thing is going to be to add the overlay that I mentioned previously. The other reason for adding an overlay is so that it's easier to have this be a background image and still read everything that is within the foreground. So if we scroll back up to the top, we can see that we already have a class again for our video overlay. In a similar way, it is fixed position, anchored in the top left corner. We're going to need to add a height of 100 VH, so viewport height, so the entire height of the window. And we're going to do a similar thing, 100 viewport width. And then we're going to need to actually add a background color to actually have it look like something. We're going to use an RGBA value. And in this case, I'm going to use white, but you could use black or any other color. And for the A, which stands for alpha, also kind of means opacity, I'm going to have 0.35. So that means it's 35% see-through. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that allows everything to kind of fade a little bit more into the background, and you can see if we were to have text here, it would be a little easier to read because the yellow is not as bright as it was before. So feel free to adjust as necessary the colors and opacity levels, especially if you're using a different video background on a different project. Oftentimes I have a black overlay instead of a white one, but I thought that the white one worked better in this case. All right, so in the next video, we'll continue creating the UI for our custom countdown project. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now that we have our video background done, it's time to actually work on the project UI. So to start with, we're going to create a parent container in our HTML. So we're going to do this below our video background. And we're going to comment out a title for our container. And we're going to start by just creating a div.container to give it the class of container. And we're going to jump into our CSS. We can see that most of our container styling is there already. I want to point out specifically that I have a min width and a min height property. That is so that when we switch from our input container to our countdown container, the parent container size doesn't shift. So I'm making it as big as it needs to be at minimum for our countdown, which is bigger than our input field. The last thing we're going to need to add here is some color. Just like we did for our overlay, we're going to add in a background color, RGBA, and you can see that it auto-completes what we added for our video overlay. I'm just going to press enter because we are still going to use white, but instead of an opacity of 0.35, we're going to use 8.5, so it's 85% of the color of white. So let's save both of these files and jump back, check it out. Okay, so you can see that we have our container here now, and you can see that we can still see our background clock a little bit, but it's going to be easy to read text on this white background here. All right, so if we check our mobile view, okay, so we have a problem here. We can see that we have a horizontal scroll bar at the bottom. Our min width is too big for our current screen size. So we're going to need to change that within our media query. So if we go back down to the bottom, there are other media queries in here as well. This is mostly dealing with changing font sizes and things like that. But for our container's sake, we are going to need to unset our min width property. So we're going to do min width and unset. And then we're going to explicitly set a width property. In this case, we want 95 viewport width, VW, so that it's 95% of the screen real estate that's available. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, perfect. So you can see we have no more horizontal scroll bar, and we can see that we have a little bit of a border on the right and a little bit of a border on the left. Perfect. So this parent container is going to act as the container for our three different views, our input fields, our countdown, and our complete countdown. We're going to start with our input view. Back in our HTML, within our container here, we're going to comment out another title, and this is going to be for our input. And we're going to create a parent container for our input container. So we're going to do div input-container will be the class, and we're also going to give it an ID of input container as well, so that we can manipulate it within our JavaScript. And then inside of this, we're going to create an H1, and that is going to have our title, create a custom countdown. And next, we're going to add in a form. So the form will be given a class of form and the ID of countdown form. We're not going to worry about the action because we're going to have a bottom that is going to be submitting our form. So now, before we get into actually making our form, which is going to consist of two input fields and a button, let's take a look at some best practices for accessibility. So if we go over to this resource from Mozilla, again, I will link this within the course, but it's important to consider when implementing forms with form-related elements, it's important to provide labels for controls and explicitly associate a label with its control. This is because when someone is using a screen reader to look over the page, if they can't see the page, it will actually describe the form controls. And without a direct association between the control and its label, the screen reader has no way of knowing which label is the correct one. So you can see that in this example below, we have an input field with an ID of wine1, and then we have a label for wine1, so this is what would get read out loud. Okay, so let's make sure that we're implementing that as we go along. So back in the code, we're going to start with the label first because we're going to want it to be on top. And you can see that automatically it has the for attribute, and that's going to be for our title. And inside of it, we're also going to type the text title because that's what we want to show up for everybody to see. And then below that, we're going to have an input type of text, and it's going to have that same ID of title to match our for here. And I'm also going to go a step further, and I'm going to add a placeholder that is going to prompt a user So what are you counting down to? So you could type anything in there as your placeholder. That's what I'm going to put. And next, we're going to do a similar thing. We're going to have another label. This time, it's going to be for our date-picker. We'll have select a date as the title for that label. And then we're going to create an input here. The type is going to be date this time. And we'll add in our ID of date-picker to match our label here as well. And the very last thing we're going to add to our form is going to be a button with the type of submit. And we're going to have the text here, and it's going to say submit. So this will throw an event when we submit the form that will pass in the form values, and we're going to take that form information and then run a function on it. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that everything is looking pretty good here. This is because I've included almost all of the CSS styling for what you see here, but I'm going to go over 2 styling choices we can make to improve the way that this looks. So the first thing is I'm going to change the font. I'm really not a fan of this default font here. So to do that, I'm going to go over to Google Fonts. Again, I'll provide a link to this within the course. And I personally am going to use the font Nuneato. You can use any font that you would like. When you find one that you do like, you're going to click on the font. And for my purposes, I just want the regular style. So I'm going to select regular 400. And I'm going to select this style. Then I'm going to go over to embed. And I want the import statement specifically. And I'm just going to copy this. And I'm going to jump back to my CSS, scroll to the very top, and I'm going to add it at the top here. And I'm also going to add it in the body as the font family. It's going to be Nuneato, sans serif. I add this sans serif backup just in case the Google font doesn't load for whatever reason. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that to me is looking a lot better. I think that font is much more modern than the default font that we had. But we can actually see that for our date specifically, that this font hasn't changed. And I know that this is very subtle, but this font hasn't changed either. This is because for the input elements, they have their own default fonts. So we're going to need to actually override those within the input element itself. So if we scroll down to our input element, we're going to add in our font family here as well. So font family, Nuneato, sans serif, save that, jump back, and you can see now that this font has changed and this font has changed as well. Perfect. That's looking a lot better. Next, we're going to want to give our button a little bit more feedback to the users so that they know when they're about to press the button. So let's jump back to the CSS and see if we can fix that. So you can see that our button has a lot of styling already. We have border radius 20 pixels. We have that on our input as well. That's what's allowing it to have that rounded look, which I think is very modern. Of course, you can change the background color to whatever you like. I chose this color because it matches the time video that I've added in the template. And you can also see that we have a text transform uppercase. So you can see that our submit text here was not uppercase, but if we jump back, we can see that it is. That's a nice little trick to make things uppercase very quickly and easily. To make this look a little bit more interactive, we're going to add one simple thing, and that is button, and then the pseudo class hover. So anytime you're hovering over the button, and we're going to use a filter, and we're going to change the brightness to be 110%. So it's going to be 10% brighter when we hover over it. So let's save that and check it out. And you can see that now, when I hover over it, it gets brighter. It's very obvious now that this is something that I can click. It feels a lot more interactive. Okay, so we're finished with our input UI here. Let's take a break, and in the next one, we will tackle our countdown and complete UI as well. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so as I mentioned, we're going to have 3 different views for our UI. The first is our input, which we've finished. The next is our countdown. And the last is our completed countdown. And we're only going to show one of these at a time. So to start with, we're going to jump back into our HTML. And we're actually going to hide our input container just by adding the hidden attribute to our input container class. And then below this, we're going to comment out a title for our countdown. And we're going to do a similar thing. We're going to create a div with the class of countdown and the ID of countdown as well. And inside of this, we're going to create an H1, and we're going to give this an ID of countdown-title. So this needs an ID because this text value is going to be dynamically added from our JavaScript. But for right now, we're just going to put in some placeholder text so that we can see how our UI is looking. And below this, we are going to create an unordered list. And inside of that list, we're going to create our list element first. And then inside of that, we're going to create a span element. And so within the span is actually where we're going to put our numbers. So we're going to have a number of 3. And then after that, but within the list, we're going to put days. So that's going to act as our title there. And we're going to copy that, paste that, paste that, paste that. And we can change the numbers around. So that's going to be hours, this is going to be minutes, and this is going to be seconds. And we'll change these as well. Okay, so again, these values are going to be changed in our JavaScript, but because this is the only place we're using spans, we can actually use query selector all to return all of these at once instead of giving them their own individual IDs. And below this, we're also going to have a button, and we're going to give this an ID of countdown button. This is what's going to allow us to reset and jump back to the input container. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so you can see that there's some styling going on here. We have these numbers that are bigger than our text here, and we got our button at the bottom here, same as before. When we hover over it, it's getting brighter, but this layout is kind of broken. We want the countdown to go left to right instead of top to bottom. So if we jump back into our CSS, we can see for our countdown that we have some styling included here already. Something important to consider with if you're using an unordered list is that normally they would have bullet points. So to remove that, I added list style type of none. But what we want to change is for our list elements themselves, we want to change how they are displayed. So we're going to add in the property of inline block, which is going to allow them to be displayed in one line, left to right. So let's save that and check it out. That looks perfect. That is so much better. So let's check out our mobile view just to make sure that that's still looking good. Yep, perfect. So again, as I mentioned before in our media queries, we've actually changed the font sizes. If you have a look, if we select one of them, we can see that we have our media query here, and our font size is now 40 pixels instead of 80 pixels. Okay, cool. Good to know that that's looking better. Next, we're going to work on our last view, which is our completed countdown view. So we're going to jump back to our HTML again, and we're going to do the same thing that we did. We're going to actually hide this with the hidden attribute. And below our countdown here, we're going to comment out a title for complete. We're going to do a similar thing, div with the class of complete and the ID of complete. And keep in mind that all of this is within our container div. So that's why we're able to switch between each of these views, but still have our container. And within this, we're going to add an h1 with the class of complete-title. And this is just going to be static. This is just going to always say countdown complete. We're going to use this as something we're going to animate. And next, we're going to add another h1. This time, we're going to have the ID of complete-info. And we're going to add in the placeholder text, but basically, we're going to populate the countdown title. So we're going to say whatever the title is, finished on. And then we're going to populate as well the date within our JavaScript. So in this case, I'm just going to put a date there for now so that we can see our UI. And the last thing is we're going to create a similar button. This time, though, it's going to have the ID of complete button. And instead of saying reset, we're going to say we want to start a new countdown because our old countdown is complete. All right, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so that's looking pretty good, but we want it to be a little bit more celebratory. So to accomplish this, we can actually add an animation to the title. So let's jump back. And within our CSS, if we scroll down, we're going to add some CSS down here. So we're going to target our complete-title class. And within this, we're going to add in an animation. So this animation property actually combines a bunch of different properties, but we're going to use it in a pretty simple way. So the first thing is we're going to pass in the name of the animation, which we're going to make in a second. And then the next one, we're going to pass in the duration, which is going to be 4 seconds. And then we're going to type in infinite, meaning that we want this animation to keep going forever. Next, we're going to actually create the animation right below. So to do this, we're going to do @keyframes, and then we're going to have the name, which is complete. That's the name of our animation. And then inside of this, we want to have 5 stages happening in our animation. So the way that animations work in keyframes is that you can set the percentage of the way through the duration of the animation that you want things to change. So because we want 5, we're going to use 0%, and then we're going to use 25%, then 50%, then 75%, and lastly, 100%. So at each of these stages, we're going to do something a little bit different. I think a good idea is to use rainbow colors. So we're just going to make this a really colorful thing. So during the 4-second duration of our animation, it's going to go through these colors, and then it's going to go backwards through, and then back through, and then back through. We're going to go in order of our rainbow colors. So I don't know if you remember Roy G. Biv from school growing up. We're going to start with red, and so we're going to have a color here, and we're going to use RGB, and we're going to put in just any value because I'm going to show you a nice quick way to do this. So if we hover over this in Visual Studio Code, we see that we have a color picker show up. So we can use that and just kind of drag this around. So that's a good color there. And we can copy this. The next color is going to be yellow. We can actually see that we're kind of going in order of this slider here. So we'll go with that. That looks good. And I guess I can just paste our red color. And now we want like a green color. So something like that I think is good. And we'll paste that. And the next color is going to be, let's use a blue. We don't want it quite so dark. Something like that. That's good enough. Then we're going to paste that one more time. And now we're going to use a purple color as our last color here. Okay, so we have a nice rainbow set of colors here. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we can see that it's cycling through our colors. That looks pretty solid. You could definitely leave it there if you wanted to. but I want a little bit more movement in the animation. So I'm going to go back, and at the 50% mark, I'm actually going to also add in the property transform and scale and 1.5. So I'm going to make it 50% bigger. As I said before, we're going to go up and down through this animation. So that means it's going to get bigger and then smaller and then bigger and then smaller. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so I think that looks a lot better. It's a lot more active and it seems a little bit more celebratory. It's like jumping up and down almost for the text. Okay, perfect. So we finally finished all of our UI. In the next one, we're going to start looking at our functionality. All right, I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Okay, so now we're finally ready to get started with our functionality. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go back to showing our input container instead of our countdown complete container. So we're going to go back into our HTML and we're going to add hidden now to this complete parent div. And we're going to scroll up and we're going to remove the hidden from our input container here. And we're also going to set constants for the things we're going to need to change here. So that's our countdown form, that's our input container, and that is our date picker as well. So let's just jump over and do that as well. Start with our input container. And so this is going to equal document.getElementById, and then input-container. That's going to allow us to modify that HTML element. We're going to basically just use this to show and hide it, depending on the situation. And we want to target our countdown form in a similar way. So document getElementById. And this one is going to be our countdown form. So we want this in order to actually get the results from our input fields. And then lastly, we're going to create a date el for element. And that's going to equal getElementById. And that is going to target our date picker. So that will allow us to modify our input date element. So let's save that stuff. And so we can see we're back on the page, but we're going to need to actually do some work on our date picker here. So because we are counting down to something, we want to make sure that you can't choose a future date. Because if I put in April 2nd, that's already happened, and I submit it, well, nothing's going to happen because we haven't done the functionality yet, but that's a problem because we only want to choose a future date. So let's have a little bit more of a close look at the input type date element. So again, I'll provide all these links within the course. So this input element you see here of type date allows users to enter a date either with the text box or using this date interface that we just saw. So you can see here that there are some additional attributes that we can add. So this sets the value so that when you load the page, there's a specific date already there. And you can see that we have a minimum and a maximum. So for our purposes, we're only concerned with the minimum because we want the minimum date to be after today's date. So in this case, instead of hard coding this number, we're going to actually need to change it dynamically within our JavaScript so that the minimum changes every day to be whatever day it is that day. Next, we're going to talk a little bit about the date object itself. So this is what we're going to need to use in our JavaScript in order to get the value for today's date and also to make our countdown work. So to get today's date, we're just going to use new date. And in order for our countdown to work, we are going to use the future date and we're going to pass that through in the millisecond format. But we'll get to that a little bit later on. Right now, we're just concerned with setting today's date. So if we scroll down, we can see that there are many methods that we can run on our date object. And if we scroll down a little bit towards the bottom, we see we have the option of toISO string. So ISO stands for International Organization for Standardization, and it states a few rules for a date format. If we go to this other resource, we can see more about it. And first, the rule is that it goes from biggest unit of time to smallest. So you can see it starts year, month, day, hour, minute, second, milliseconds. And each is separated by a hyphen. And the third rule is that any number less than 10 will have a 0 in front of it. So we can see that happening down here. This is important, this standard date format, because in America, they might write the month first and then the day, and in Europe, it's the opposite. So that's why it's important to use a standardized method when we're looking at our date here. So let's try and implement this. So we're going to get a new date, and we're going to pass it to ISO string. So let's try this out. We're going to have a new date for today's date, and we're going to use the method toISOString to return it in that format. Let's jump over to our code and give it a try. So below this, we'll comment out a title. And this is, we want to set the date input minimum with today's date. Okay, and we're going to create a constant called today, which is going to be equal to a new date. And then we're going to run the toISOString. You can see that it suggests it here. I'm just going to press enter. And we're going to have another bracket there. And below that, we're just going to console log today. Okay, so let's save that and jump back to our project here. We're going to open up the DevTools and go over to our console. And we can see that we already have a date here. Today happens to be June 2nd, 2020. But you can see that we also have the time and the millisecond and a Z here. We actually don't need any of this for our date picker because you can see that the value we're passing is just the year, the month, and the day. So we only want the first part of this here to be returned. So we want to use something to trim everything before that T. So we can do that using the split method. This is something that in JavaScript allows you to split any given string when it meets a certain parameter that's being set. In our case, we want it to split on a T instead of, in this example here, we're splitting on a space. And it's going to return an array of substrings. So it's going to split, but it's going to still retain everything within the string. So let's see how this is going to work in practice. Okay, so we're going to add in, after this, a split method. And we're going to do single quotes and then T, because we want everything before the T. So let's save that and see what happens. Okay, so you can see that now we're returning an array. And we have what we want here is the 0 index of the array. And then the 1 index of the array is the time. So we only want this 0 index. So in order to do that, we are just going to, at the end of this, use square brackets and then 0 because we only want the first item returned from our split. So let's save that now. And we can see, perfect. We have today's date. This is our constant today, and it is just our date and not our time. Awesome. Now we need to actually make this work in our date picker itself. So we're going to jump back to the code, and we can remove our console log here. And instead, what we're going to do is we're going to target our date element, and we're going to set an attribute. So remember from our resource there that we want to set the min attribute dynamically. And we're going to do that with min, comma, and then our constant of today. So let's save that and check it out. So now when I go to select a date, you can see that I can no longer go up. This is blanked out. And I can't even select June 1st because it's already happened. You can see I'm clicking on it. Nothing's happening. And I can only select future days. Okay, so we've sorted out that one thing and we've learned hopefully a little bit more about dates. In the next video, we'll explore actually how we're going to submit our form data and what we're going to do with it. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now that we've sorted out our date, it's time to figure out our form submission. So if we go to this resource here that's talking about submitting a form, an HTML form, there is a submit event that gets fired. And so this gets fired when a user clicks a submit button. So that's how we have it, a button with type submit. And you can see that the event is actually firing on the form itself. So that means that will allow us to catch the input from the form, even though it's being triggered from the button. So let's jump into the code and take care of that. Below this, we're going to add in a title for our event listener. And we're going to have this happen on the form itself, so not the button. And we're going to add the event listener of submit. So just to refresh your memory, we have this button with type submit, but we're actually targeting the form itself for the event listener. And we're going to make it run a function. We're going to call this function update countdown. And we're going to make that function right above our event listener here. So this is going to take values from form input. Okay, and we'll make the function update countdown, and we're going to pass in the event, and we're going to use just the letter E here to represent our event. And inside of that, we're just going to console log our event to see what happens. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to save this, jump back, and we're going to add in a title, and we're going to pick a date, and we're going to hit submit. We had a console log for a brief second there, but it disappeared. Let's go over to our network tab and see if we can see what's happening. Let's clear all this, and let's try that again, and submit. Okay, so you may have seen that the entire page actually refreshed there. So the reason for that is, we can go back to the console, we see we don't have a console log. This is because normally when you're submitting a form, that data is going to end up in a database somewhere. So it's going to make a network request to send that data, but because it's not going anywhere, it ends up just refreshing the page instead. We need to stop this behavior because we want to get that data from the form and not refresh our page. So to accomplish this, we're going to use the prevent default event method. So again, I'll provide a link for this within the course, but the definition shows that this cancels the default action of an event. So for example, this can be useful when clicking on a submit button, we want to prevent it from trying to submit the form with a network request. So let's go back to our code and implement this. Above our console, because we want this to happen first, we will use our event, and we will type prevent default as our method, and we're going to run that method, and we're going to leave the console there. Let's save that and jump back and check it out. Okay, we'll enter in the title, and we'll enter in a date and submit. And you can see this time the page didn't refresh. Our information is still here, and our console log is working. That's awesome. Next, we want to find the values from our title and our date, and we want to be able to pull those out. So if we go inside our event here, and if we scroll down to our source element, you can see that we have the 0 index is our title input, and the 1 index is our date input, and the 2 is our button. We're concerned, of course, with the title and date here. If we click to collapse this, and we scroll down to the bottom, we can see that we want to actually pull the value. So that is the value that we've written in there. So we want to pull the value for both of these. So let's jump back to the code and do that. The first thing we're going to do though is at the very top, we're going to create some global variables for our title and date because we're going to need to use these values in more than one function. So we're going to have a countdown title equal to empty string, so just 2 single quotes. We're using a let instead of a constant because this value is going to change. And we're going to have a countdown date also, and that's going to be equal to the same thing, an empty string. Next, we're going to need to assign those values that we just saw within here. So below our prevent default, we're going to first have our countdown title, and that's going to be equal to the event, source element, and then square bracket 0 for the first index, which is our title input, and specifically we want the value. So we can actually copy this, and then below we're going to have our countdown date, and that's going to be equal, we'll paste that in, and we just need to change this from 0 to 1. And lastly, instead of logging the entire event, we're now going to log the 2 variables that we have here. So countdown title and countdown date. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So let's use our title here. Also, I've been using the date picker, but you can actually just manually type in the value. So 2020, and then I'm going to put 06 and then 04. And we're going to submit that. And perfect. So we can see that we have our countdown title being passed and we have our countdown date being passed. Excellent. So we figured out our date, we figured out our form. In the next one, we're going to figure out how to use this information to actually build a working countdown. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so now that we're able to get the date value from our input here, and it's a future date, of course, we fixed that as well. Now we need to actually populate a countdown. So that means we're actually concerned with time, even though right now we're just passing the date. Let's take a look back at our date object page, and you can see, as I said before, that this deals with both date and time. So if we scroll down through the many methods, you can see that we have one for getTime. And you can see from the description, it returns a number of milliseconds since midnight, January 1st, 1970. And if we click on that, we can see that in this example here, that we're actually going to need to do some math to actually split it up into minutes and hours and everything like that, because this is going to be returned in a value of milliseconds. Okay, so let's start in our code dealing with this. So the first thing we're going to do is, right below our countdown date and title, we're going to add in another global variable. This one is going to be countdown value, and this is going to be equal to type date. And you can see, because we've explicitly set that it's a date object, it's actually green now. Okay, so now within our update countdown function at the bottom here, we're going to comment out a title, and this is going to get the number version of current date, and eventually we're going to use it to update our DOM. So we're going to use our countdown value variable, and that's going to be equal to a new date. And this time we're going to pass in the countdown date, and then we're going to run the getTime method on that, and we're going to console log that as countdown value. We're adding a string here just to make it very clear what we are logging, and we're going to log our countdown value. Okay, so let's save that and see what happens. So we're going to need to start over. We're going to enter in the date here. We're going to do 2 days from now. And if we submit that, we can see we have our date here. And now we have a representation of how far since January 1st, 1970, this date is away in milliseconds. So you can see that it's actually 50 plus years, 50 years and 6 months and 4 days from January 1st, 1970. So this is a very, very, very big number. So we have a couple of things to do now. Eventually, we're going to populate our countdown UI, but we're also going to need to switch from our input to our countdown. But before we get even into that, let's jump back into our HTML, and we're going to remove the hard-coded values from our countdown because we're going to populate them within our JavaScript. That's how we're going to know that everything's working. So let's save that. And then the next thing in our JavaScript, we want to target everything that we need to. So that's going to be our countdown to show and hide it. Our title is going to be populated in JavaScript. These 4 spans will be populated in our JavaScript, and we'll need to target our button as well. So let's jump back over, and at the top here, we're going to have a constant for our countdown element. This is our parent, and that's going to be targeting our countdown ID. Next, we want something for our countdown element title, and we're going to target that in the same way with the ID of countdown-title. Next, we're going to target the countdown button, and again, we're going to target the ID countdown-button. And then lastly, for our time elements, we'll call them, that is going to be equal to document.query selector all. So that's going to select anything on the page that is a span, and it's going to return this constant as an array of these HTML elements. Okay, so let's save that. If we go down within our update countdown, at the very bottom, we're going to want to update our DOM. So we're going to create a function for that there at the bottom that we're going to call. And then above this, we're going to create that function. And we're going to comment out a title for that. This is going to populate our countdown and also our complete UI, but we're just going to focus on our countdown for now. And we'll write out the function here to declare it, update DOM, brackets, and then our curly brackets. And within this, we're going to need to start the process of doing some of our math here. We're going to start by creating a constant now, which equals new date dot get time. So this is getting the current moment in time and how far from 1970 January 1st it is. So this is going to return as a millisecond value for our now variable. And then our next item is we're going to create a constant called distance. And this is going to be equal to the countdown value. So this is our global variable. That's why we set it globally. So our countdown value minus now. So because our countdown value is in the future from today, or it should be, for it to actually count down, this number will be bigger than this number. So let's just console log the result here. So we'll console log the distance, and we're going to pass in our constant of distance. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to enter in some information quickly here and submit. Okay, so we can see that this is the date value from this date here, and we can see that the distance is much less. So today's date is June 2nd, and that date is June 4th, so we only have about 2 days difference, so that's why this number is much smaller than this number. But you will notice that it is still a positive number, and that's what we want so that we can actually break this up into days, hours, minutes, and seconds. Let's do that next. So if we jump back to the code, at the very top here, we're going to create some constants. So we're going to create a constant for second, And we're going to write all of these out in milliseconds because that's what our get time is returning, is milliseconds. So 1 second is 1,000 milliseconds. And then we want to create minute. And that's going to be a second times, with our asterisks here, 60. And we're going to do the same thing for an hour is equal to a minute now. Again, times 60. And a day is going to be equal to an hour times 24. Okay, next we're going to need to do some math, as I said, to convert our distance into these 4 units of time. So we're going to do that within our update DOM function here. So below this, we're going to create a constant for days. So this is going to use our distance value here. And to accomplish this, we're going to use math.floor. So math.floor, if you're not familiar, it will return the largest whole number. So if you returned a value of 1.5, the largest whole number would be 1. So we're going to do math.floor. And then we're going to use the distance divided by a day. So that is our day constant up here, which is 24 hours in millisecond format. And we're going to do a similar thing below, but now for our hours constant. So we're still going to use our math.floor, but this time we're going to have 2 math functions within our math.floor. So we're going to add an extra set of brackets, and this time we're going to have the distance, and then we're going to use %sign and then day. So for those not familiar, %sign in this case is referring to the remainder operator. So what that means is if our distance divided by day math.floor, so let's say that without math.floor the number is 1.5 days, and with our math.floor, we're returning that number of 1. And so what this allows us to do is return whatever is left over after that number 1. So in that case, it would be the 0.5 left over. And then we're going to then divide that by our hour in order to get the number of hours. And we're going to do a very similar thing for our minutes and seconds. So I'm actually going to copy and paste this. And instead, we're going to change this to minutes. We're going to change this now to hour. And we're going to change this to minute. So make sure that you keep in mind the difference between days and day, because these values here are just the standard length of time for each of these. And this is going to be the actual value based on our distance itself. And the last one down here is going to be our seconds. And we're going to have the remainder from the minutes, so whatever's left over from our minutes. And we're going to divide that by second in order to get the number of seconds. Okay, and lastly, let's just console log all of this and see what we get. So we're going to console log days, hours, minutes, seconds. Let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to add in a date again, submit. Okay, so that is looking pretty good. So our date here, as you can see, is June 4th. It's June 2nd today. And you can see that we have a value for our day. It's 1 day, 5 hours, 11 minutes, and 57 seconds from now. That sounds about right. Keep in mind that by default, the date value is going to be UTC 0. So for me in the Eastern time zone in Canada, we're actually 4 hours behind that. So our countdown will end 4 hours earlier, but nonetheless, it's still working. The next thing I'm going to want to do is actually hide our input container and then show our populated countdown element. We're going to populate it with this data here. So the first part of that is pretty easy. We're going to jump back, and within our method here below this, comment out a title, and we're going to hide the input. So input container, And we're just going to change the hidden attribute. So dot hidden equals true. And we'll comment out a title here. We're going to show our countdown. And this is going to be our countdown element dot hidden equals false. Next, we're going to actually need to populate our time elements with the days, hours, minutes, and seconds. So we're going to do that actually right above this because we want to have our values in before we're showing our countdown element. So we'll comment out a quick title for this. So this is populating our countdown. Okay, and we're going to start with the countdown element title. And we're going to use text content. This is a secure way to just change the text value of an HTML element. And we're going to use a template string. So this is the backtick button just below your escape key. The reason we're going to use this is because we want to pass in a string, but we want to be able to pass in a variable that will be converted into a string. So we're going to use that, and we're going to pass in our countdown title variable. And then below that, we want to have our time elements. So remember, this is our 4 spans, and we want to target each of them individually. They are in an array right now. So in order to do that, we're going to use our indexes. So first index is 0. And we're also going to change the text content, and we're going to use a template string for this as well. And we're going to pass in days this time. And we can copy this and paste it 3 more times. And we're going to change the numbers here. So 1, 2, 3 for our 4 spans. And then we're going to change this to hours, and then minutes, and then seconds. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. Okay, we'll enter a date one more time. Submit. Okay, perfect. So we can see that we jumped right into our countdown and we are populating our UI properly. We have 1 day, 5 hours, 6 minutes, 28 seconds. That is excellent. The one problem, though, that you might have seen is this is not actually counting down. It's just a static number. So that's a problem we're going to tackle in the next one. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so in the last video, we were able to populate our countdown UI with the correct information, but now we need to figure out how to make it count down. I think that the best logical way to do this would be to call a function once per second so that it updates the smallest unit of time as often as is necessary. So we're going to look at a resource. Again, I'm going to provide a link within the course. This is talking about JavaScript timing events. So JavaScript can be executed in time intervals. That's how they're able to have, I guess they have a nice clock example here, and you can see that it's ticking once per second. So we can see that there are 2 major timing events. The first one is setTimeout, which executes a function after waiting a specified number of milliseconds. And the last one is setInterval. This is the same thing, but it repeats the execution of the function continuously. So let's scroll down and find out a little bit more about our setInterval. Okay, so we can see that this repeats at a given interval. We're going to pass that value in milliseconds. We want it to run this function every 1 second, so 1000 milliseconds. If we go down though, we also need to keep in mind that we want to be able to stop the execution of this function as well, because we don't want it to run for no reason. So in order to do that, we can use the clearInterval method, and we're going to need to pass in a name of the variable that is actually running the interval. So if we look at the example down here, we are setting the interval as the variable myVar, and then that's what is the interval. And in order to clear that, we're just going to pass in the name myVar. Okay, so let's jump back to the code and see about implementing this.
At the very top, we are going to create another global variable. This one is going to be for countdown active. And we're not going to assign it to anything because this is just going to be for our set interval. So now we're going to need to scroll down into our update DOM and actually implement this interval. So we're going to start by selecting everything inside of here because we're going to wrap it inside of our interval, and we're going to cut that. And we're going to use the countdown active to equal our set interval. And then we're going to have the bracket to launch the method. And instead of actually having a function, we're going to use an arrow function to create it inside here. So we're going to add another set of brackets, equal, and then our arrow here, and then curly brackets after that. And we'll put a semicolon at the bottom so that we don't forget. And then we can paste everything back inside. All right. The last thing we're going to need to do is, very important, after our arrow function curly bracket, we're going to have a comma, and then we're going to put in the millisecond value. In this case, we can just use our constant second, which is equal to 1000. You can see in the top right of the suggestion here that it's 1000 milliseconds. So that means our function will run every second. Let's save that and jump back, and we'll enter in a date again and see what happens. Okay, so we can see in our console that it's changing every second, and we can see in our UI that it's changing every second. Awesome. So everything is working for our countdown. Perfect. Now we can focus on stopping our interval and resetting the values. So having the functionality for our reset button so that we can jump back to the input container and enter in a new countdown. Let's jump back. And we're going to start at the bottom. We're going to add another event listener here. This one is going to be for our countdown button. And this is going to be a click event. And we're going to use a reset function that we have not yet made. So we'll do that now, right above our event listener. And we're going to use this to reset all values. Okay, and the first thing we're going to add in here is we're going to hide countdowns and show input. So for now, we are going to want to use our countdown L hidden equals true. And we want to show our input container. So input container dot hidden equals false. And then we want to actually stop the countdown because we don't want that to just be running in the background. And we're going to use clear interval, and we're going to use the countdown active to target our interval that we had. And lastly, we're going to actually also explicitly reset the values for our countdown title. And we're going to turn that back to an empty string. And we're going to reset our countdown date as well to an empty string. Okay, so let's save that and try it out. Okay, so we're going to put in our information here. We're going to submit it. And we see our countdown is working, and we see our console logs are working every second. And if we reset, we can see that we're back to our input container. Awesome. And we can see that our countdown has stopped in our console as well. Perfect. Let's actually now refresh the page and see if we can break this project. In this case, let's see what happens if we submit a title, but we don't bother submitting a date. So we can see that our countdown value is NaN, which stands for not a number. And you can see that this is still running every second, which is not ideal because it's not actually updating anything. And of course, in our UI, it's showing the values of not a number. So we want to do something that will prevent the countdown page from loading and our interval from starting to run if the user does not properly select a date.
So let's take care of that. Jump back to the code. And we're going to need to change our update countdown functionality, because this is where we are processing the form data and then launching our update DOM, which switches our views. So we're going to need to create a conditional that will lead to this. So we're going to cut this, and we're going to comment out a title, check for valid date, and we're going to have if the countdown date equals, so with 3 equal signs, that means it's checking the value. If it equals empty string, then we want to have an alert. So normally in a proper application, you would build this into the UI, but for our purposes, I'm just going to show you quickly one thing that you could do. So it's going to say, please select a date for the countdown, and else, so meaning that we do actually have a countdown value, and then we can just paste what we had back in there. So we'll just fix the spacing there. Okay, perfect. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we've started fresh here. We're going to put in a title, but not a date, and submit. And you can see we have an alert here that says, please select a date for the countdown. And I can select OK. But more importantly, we didn't switch to the countdown. We didn't see our NAN. And you can even see in the console that we did not even start our interval. So that is exactly what we wanted. All right, so that's good for this video. In the next one, we're going to look at how we're going to display our complete view and determine when it should be displayed. I'll see you in that one. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the last bit of functionality for our countdown itself is we need to determine if the countdown is complete, and then we want to show the complete view instead of the regular countdown. So to accomplish this, we are going to start by going back to our HTML, and we're going to get rid of this placeholder line here, our info, because we're going to populate that within our JavaScript, and then we're going to have constants for the container, this info, and the button in our JavaScript. So we're going to go back up to the top and take care of that. So the first one will be complete L for element, document get element by ID, and complete. And then we're going to make one for complete L info. And same thing, document get element by ID and complete dash info. And the last one will be complete button. And again, document get element by ID and complete dash button. All right, so that's good. Next, we're going to need to modify our update DOM function. So we're going to need to have a conditional statement here. And below where we're calculating this information, that's where we're going to want to put this. First, at the very top, we're actually going to put our hide input here because we want this to happen either way, independent of our if statement. So we'll put that there. Next thing is, we're going to comment out a title here. If the countdown has ended, we want to show complete. Our if statement is going to be pretty straightforward. So if our distance is less than 0, meaning if it's a negative number, so that's only going to happen for numbers that are calculated from our distance here that are in the past, then we want the countdown element to be hidden, true, and we still want to clear our interval of our countdown active just in case it was running. And we want to update our complete element info. And again, our text content. And again, we're going to use a template string for this. And $ curly brackets. We want to pass in the countdown title. And then we're going to say finished on. And then $ curly bracket again. And we're going to add in the countdown date. Okay. And on the last line of this statement here, we are going to want to actually show our complete element. So complete L dot hidden equals false because we want to show it. Okay, and then else, and we'll comment out a title here, else we want to show the countdown in progress. Okay, and then within there, we're actually going to take this, and we're going to put that in there. And then we're also going to add in that we want to hide the complete element, and we want to show our countdown element equals false. Okay, and we can get rid of this stuff at the bottom here. Okay, so let's save that and check it out. So we're going to type in tomorrow's date, or today's date, I should say. That'll work too. So that we are going to try to trigger our complete view. So if we submit it, we can see that in our console log that our distance is a negative value, so it's lower than 0. You can see all of these values are lower than 0. And we can see that we are showing our countdown complete, and it passed in the title and the date that I entered as well. Perfect. We're going to need to be able to go back to a new countdown, but you can see I'm clicking on this and nothing is happening. So we're going to need to make our button work and switch back to our input container. So we're going to jump back to the code. This is pretty straightforward. We're going to go down and we're going to add in another event listener. So our complete button, add event listener, click, and we also want to use the reset function that we made there. And the one last thing we're going to need to add to our reset function is we also want to hide our complete element as well, now that we have it shown sometimes. So complete L hidden equals true. And we just want to show our input container, so that's why that hidden is false. So let's save that and save our HTML as well and check it out. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to choose today's date, and it's going to go to our countdown complete, and we're going to click new countdown, and we can see that we are back to our input container. Excellent. All right. In the very last video, we're going to focus on the last piece of our functionality, which involves using local storage to allow users to return to the page with their countdown saved from the last time. So you can see right now, and maybe as I've been working throughout, when we refresh the page, it forgets everything. We want it to be able to remember our countdown when we come back to it. All right, so we'll work on that in the next one. I'll see you then. Bye for now. Alrighty, so the very last thing we're going to add to our project is the ability to save, retrieve, and reset our countdown value within our local storage. So this is going to allow users to return on different days and have the countdown remain as they left it. So there are two things we want to save, our title and our date. Therefore, we'll need to create an object and save those two things within that object. Then that will be saved within our local storage. So at the top here, we're going to create one last global variable, and this is going to be let saved countdown. So this is going to be an object that we want to access globally. Next, we're actually going to remove all of our consoles here now that we know that all of this functionality is working. Okay, and I believe there's a few more here, one more here, and one more here. And within our update countdown function, this is where we're getting our form data from. Right below this, we're going to want to create our object here, or set the values of our object, I should say. We're creating the object at the top. So equals curly brackets, and we're going to pass in the key, which is going to be title, and the value is going to be the countdown title, and then comma, the date, and that's going to be equal to our countdown date, and another comma there, and semicolon here.
let's just console log the value of saved countdown to make sure that it's working properly. Okay, so let's save that. And we're going to enter in a date quickly. Okay, so we can see that we have our object here, we have the date and the title here as well. Okay, awesome. Next, we're going to want to actually save that to local storage. We can do that right below with the local storage.setItem method, as we've discussed previously. And we're going to set it to a certain key. In this case, we're going to name it countdown, and then comma, and then we're going to pass in our saved countdown object. So let's save that and check it out. Okay, so we're going to enter in, same old thing, submit. We can see that we've console logged our object. Now, if we go over to the application tab in our DevTools, we can see that we have local storage here. If we click on the arrow, we see the local storage for the site that we're on now. And you can see, okay, we have the key of countdown, but the problem is it's returning as object. So that's not right. We actually wanted to have the values, not just say object. The reason that this is an issue, if we go to this resource, again, I'll provide this within the course. When we save to a web server, in the case of our local storage, it's kind of acting like a server. You can actually only save a string. So we're going to need to use this method, JSON stringify, because this will convert our JavaScript object into a JSON string, and this allows it to be saved properly within our local storage. So you can see that it's passing in an object here, and then it's returning it as a string. Okay, so let's do that. We're going to just cut this here, and we're going to have instead JSON.stringify. You see it auto-completes there. We have another set of brackets, and then we're going to pass in our saved countdown object. Okay, so let's save that and check that one out. Okay, so we're going to save that. Again, submit. Okay, and perfect. We can see now that we have a date and a title. Excellent. Because we've now saved this as a string, we're going to need to be able to retrieve it and turn it back into an object. So to do that, we're going to need to use JSON.parse. So this does the opposite. It takes a JSON string and it turns it back into a JavaScript object. So the reason we want to do that is so that we can then target a specific value within the object. So you see this has a result and a count. You can target the count by typing object.count. We're going to do the same thing, but we need to target separately our title and our date. We're going to actually need to have another function that is going to do this. And we want to run this function when we start up because we want to populate with whatever values in local storage if a value in local storage exists. So at the bottom here, we're going to create another function called restore previous countdown. We're going to comment out a title here. So we want to get the countdown from local storage if available. So we're going to use an if statement because we only want to do this if there is a value in local storage. If not, we just want to launch the input container as normal instead of launching into the countdown directly. So in this case, instead of setting an item in local storage, we're going to be trying to get an item from local storage. And we're going to use a bracket and single quotes and then countdown, which is the name of our key. And then if we do have that, we want to, as I said, hide the input container, which is shown by default. So input container.hidden equals true. Then we want to populate our saved countdown object. And so this is where the JSON.parse will come in. And the value we're going to parse is going to be our local storage, get item, and our countdown. The same thing as above. And we're going to put a semicolon there. And then we are going to have our countdown title value be populated from our saved countdown.title. So that's why we need it to be an object, so we can target each of these individually. And we're going to do the same thing for date. Countdown date equals saved countdown.date. And also, we're going to need to be able to have our countdown value in the same way that we had here, because this is what is actually going to allow us to get that distance number, which will actually make the countdown work properly. So we're just going to copy that, paste that in here, and then we'll also need to do the same thing in that we also need to now update the DOM to actually show the countdown with the right amount of numbers. Or conversely, we will show the complete if the distance is less than 0. Lastly, we want to actually run this function when we start up our project. So below our event listeners, we're going to comment out a title, on load, and we're going to check local storage. And we're going to just type out our function name here and semicolon everything. Okay, so we can save that, but before we check it out, let's actually get rid of our last console log here because it's no longer necessary. We know that our saved object is working. Okay, let's jump back. Now you can see that we have a value here within our local storage. So in theory, if this is working correctly, if we refresh the page, it's going to jump directly back into this countdown. Not the same amount of time, but less time because it'll be a few seconds later. And it's going to have the same title. So if it works, I'll refresh the page and we'll see the same countdown. Okay, so it's working. Awesome. We didn't jump to our input container. We jumped directly into the countdown that was here within our local storage. Amazing. The one last thing we need to do is we need to be able to reset this object here in our local storage. So we are going to just add within our reset function that we already have. We're just going to reset our value in local storage. So at the very bottom, local storage dot remove item countdown. So we're going to remove everything within our countdown key, which is just our object of title and date. So let's save that and jump back. And again, we are already on this page. We already have everything in local storage. This button already works. So if I press this button, you should see everything here disappear. Okay, awesome. So it's working. We've reset our local storage value and we're ready to enter in a new countdown. So that's it for all of our functionality on the project. So great job making it this far. I hope that you learned a lot about dates and intervals and local storage. And I hope that you have a chance to use this and count down to something that you're looking forward to. All right, so I'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Another interesting project. Time is ticking though, so let's do some code review. Now there's an interesting thing I want to talk about in this code. And some of you may have noticed it, maybe some of you haven't. But the focus I want to take is on this part right here. Let countdown value equals date. So we have a date here, but in other parts of our code, we use the new keyword to create that date. This new keyword is a JavaScript way of instantiating an object, that is, creating a new date object. Let me show you. If I open up the console here, let's make this a little bit bigger. There we go. And if I do new date here, it will give me a new date, just like that. So this is a date object in JavaScript. If I do date, however, and I run this, it actually returns the date function. So this is a little tricky when it comes to JavaScript. You see, new keyword instantiates, essentially says, hey, create a new date object. So run this function and create something out of it. versus date, we're just simply using the date function that comes with JavaScript. Based on this, we're doing something interesting here. Because if we go back to the code, we have this distance that we measure, which calculates the countdown value, which was the date that we've created, which is the function, minus the now value, which is a new date instance. So let me copy this. Go back here, paste this. And this is the time that we get. So what we're doing is saying date minus new date dot get time. Notice what happens here. I get not a number. Why is it not a number? Because you can't subtract a time, such as this, a time number or integer, from a function. It's not a number. We're not doing something right. So why does this code work? Why does countdown value minus now still give us a distance? So I've actually console logged here the countdown value and now, and actually let's just do the distance here to see if this still works. So I'm going to refresh. I'm going to add a countdown value. Let's see over here. Let's say something, give it a date, and submit. And there we go. It's working. The reason this is working, and this is why it's always good to step through your code, is that this line over here at the very bottom, where we use the countdown value, we do a check here to update countdown. And if the countdown date is empty, we give an alert. Otherwise, we grab the new date from the countdown date and get time. So we modify our countdown value from a function at the very top to an actual date. So this actually never gets run because of the if statement over here that doesn't allow us to run the countdown date until we have specified the date object here. And this is why it's always good to test your code. But the thing I want to teach you in this video is the idea that it's always good when creating variables to make sure that they are of the same type. What do I mean? Let's say that you're creating a countdown value, and this value is changing. So we have new dates. Maybe the countdown date is a string, but later on we modify it. Well, it's always a good idea with JavaScript for readability, for cleaner code, and also for performance to actually maintain the variable to have the same type in JavaScript. So that means if the countdown value is a function, it should always be a function, even when we reassign the variable. If the countdown date is a string, it should always be a string if we reassign it. This way, we don't have tricky bits where we suddenly change the countdown date to a number or the countdown date to a function. So we shouldn't have the countdown value here as a function and suddenly change it to a new date, because that's confusing for other programmers, but also has some actual performance implications when it comes to JavaScript on the browser. So we can simply fix this code by adding the new date here. And by adding the new date, nothing changes. The code still works as expected, but we no longer have this weird clunkiness in our code. And our code should work as expected. Now, this was a bit of a trick, and you really need to know what the differences are between date and new date to fix this problem. But the key takeaway from this video is that once you have a variable, maintain that variable's type throughout its lifetime. It helps with readability as well as performance. I'll see you in the next one.